Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was Part of Senju Clan? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Today Burto and Jiraiya were returning to the Hidden Leaf Village. Burto remarked that it had been about 2.5 years away, and Jiraiya agreed. Burto climbed a pole beside a tall building and looked out over the village, saying that the sight took him back and announcing his return. Jiraiya noted that Burto was always rambunctious. Burto looked at the Hokage stone faces and reflected that the village had not changed much. He laughed about a new detail on one of the faces, and then turned when Sakura, Konohamaru, and Konohamaru's friends called his name. Sakura asked when he had returned, and Burto answered that it had been just now. Burto greeted Sakura and noted that he and she had not seen one another in a long time. Sakura observed silently that he had gotten taller since she last saw him. Burto asked Sakura whether he seemed more grown up, and she thought to herself that nothing about him had really changed. Jiraiya commented that Burto clearly did not understand much about women. Konohamaru approached and showed Burto a flashy new jutsu. Burto laughed and told Konohamaru that he was not the scrawny kid he used to be and that such tricks were beneath him. Konohamaru looked down, disappointed, and Sakura wondered whether Burto had changed more than just in appearance. Burto boasted about having a new signature jutsu, and Sakura reacted by walking up, lightly punching him on the back of the head, grabbing him, and shaking him while scolding him for his behavior after 2 years apart. Jiraiya, Konohamaru, and the others watched, startled by the commotion. Jiraiya mentally noted Sakura's quick temper and strength. Sato, sitting on a roof reading, asked them to keep the noise down and then reminded Burto that he should go see Oryojiji to announce his return before jumping down and leaving. Burto, Sakura, and Jiraiya then headed for the Hokage office. Inside the office, Orochimaru sat at his desk with Tsunade and Shizune standing nearby. Orochimaru told them that it had been a long time and hoped their time away had been worth it. Jiraiya replied that they had not returned empty-handed and confirmed that the mission had been accomplished. Orochimaru expressed interest in seeing their results and said he had someone Burto should face, explaining that he had kept this person off missions for this very moment. Orochimaru began to name the opponent, but a knock interrupted him and Shikamaru and Temari entered. Sakura pointed Burto out to the newcomers, and they greeted one another. Shikamaru remarked on how Burto had not changed much and Burto laughed. Sakura insisted that he had not changed at all, and Burto protested her assessment. Orochimaru, Shizune, and Tsunade laughed at the exchange. Burto asked whether Shikamaru was his opponent, and Shikamaru said that he had only come to drop off paperwork. Tsunade told Burto that his opponent was not inside and pointed out the window. Burto opened the window and saw Kakashi sitting nearby, reading. Burto called out his name and then dug into his pouch to produce a gift, the first new issue of a romance series he had found after 3 years. He handed the magazine to Kakashi, who opened it with visible excitement. Orochimaru scolded Kakashi for being distracted at that moment. Kakashi explained that he would serve as Burto and Sakura's test. Orochimaru clarified that how well they performed against Kakashi would determine their future status. Sakura prepared to demonstrate that her training had not been wasted, and Kakashi told Burto that since he had just returned he could rest first. Burto insisted he was ready immediately, but Kakashi urged him to take it easy and said he would meet them later at the training grounds. Kakashi then disappeared in a brief puff of smoke. Shizune found Kakashi's hurry odd, and Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged a few barbed comments about the book Kakashi preferred. Burto spent time walking around the village with Sakura, Shikamaru, and Temari. Shikamaru dismissed any suggestion that he and Sakura were dating. Temari explained that she had been wrapping up matters from the recent Chunin exams and had come to speak with the Hokage about the results, with Shikamaru accompanying her as escort. The conversation turned to Burto's future. He was the only one from his year who had not yet become a Chunin, and the others wondered what he planned to do about that. Burto shouted in surprise and asked whether Sakura had become a Chunin. Sakura confirmed that she had. Burto then told everyone that Kankuro, Niji, Ken, Obito, and Temari had all been promoted to Jounin. He asked about Gaara, and Temari explained that Gaara had become the Kazekage. Burto declared that he would become Hokage one day. Sakura thought to herself that maybe Gaara had grown up a bit. Kakashi stood on the training ground and explained the rules of the test he was about to give to Sakura and Burto. Once he finished, he began the test. Orochimaru, Shizen, and Tsunade watched from behind the trees as Burto and Sakura tried to take the bells. Tsunade remarked that both of them had become really strong, and Orochimaru agreed. Tsunade then asked what Orochimaru planned to do about Team 7 now that Ken was working at a therapy center with his mother. Orochimaru said he already had someone in mind to replace Ken. Tsunade trusted Orochimaru's decision. Orochimaru added that he still needed to tell Burto about Sato and Sakura switching teams, and he would do it after the test. He noted that Burto would be able to handle it after all. The kid was always in love with Sakura. Tsunade nodded. When the test was over, Orochimaru, Shizen, and Tsunade stepped out from behind the trees. Tsunade told Burto and Sakura that they had certainly shown growth. Orochimaru echoed that observation. Sakura greeted them respectfully. Kakashi told them that they had done a great job getting the bells. Shizen then explained the decisions they had been discussing about the teams. She announced that Burto and Sakura would be a team with Kakashi. Sato had asked to be moved and was now on a team with Obito. Ken was working at the hospital and would no longer be coming on missions. The team would be called Team Kakashi. Orochimaru emphasized that from now on Kakashi would be a peer to them. The days of master and student were over and they would be equals. Burto and Sakura turned to Kakashi in excitement, and Burto responded enthusiastically. Afterward, Burto decided to go to Ichiraku for ramen. He could not afford to invite Sakura, so he went alone. He commented that Ichiraku had not changed and that the familiar smell made him hungry. When Burto entered, Irika recognized him and greeted him warmly, noting how much he had grown. Irika offered to treat him and said that the meal was on the house. Burto sat down and thanked Irika. Irika asked what Burto would have and whether his appetite was still big. Burto replied that he was starving and that the ramen tasted just as he remembered. It was the best in the world. Irika was glad to hear it. Burto then said he was unhappy about one thing. All of his classmates had been promoted to Chunin, and he was still technically a genin. Irika reassured him that rank did not define him, reminding Burto that he had trained privately with Jiraiya and that the training had made him stronger. Burto explained that Jiraiya's training had been so intense it had ruined his headband and clothes, which was why he had a new outfit and a replacement cloth for his headband. Irika said the training must have been hard at times but it had made him strong, and Burto said he had taken another step toward becoming Hokage. Irika teased that someone sounded very confident these days. A voice then sounded annoyed, louder than anyone expected. Everyone turned to see a pale 16-year-old boy with spiky black hair and bangs partially covering unusual purple spiral eyes. He wore a dark purple jacket, black pants, and had a sword resting on his left shoulder. He sat down next to Irika. Irika introduced him as Obito and asked Burto if he remembered him. Burto admitted he did not recognize Obito because he looked different, paler, and had strange spiral eyes. Obito complained that people called Gaara special, but being special did not automatically make someone Kazekage. He argued that Gaara must have worked incredibly hard to prove himself to everyone until he earned the title. After that, Obito said he would leave before his head popped from the loudness, and he departed. Irika suggested that Obito was probably still upset from a fight he had earlier with a friend. Irika told Burto that it was most likely Sasuke who had started the fight, since he could not accept that Obito had become a Jounin while he remained a Chunin, and so he kept picking fights with Obito. Burto commented that it must be annoying to hear Sasuke complain every day, and Irika nodded in agreement. After talking for a while with Irika-sensei, Burto decided to head home to his apartment for the night. Orochimaru had summoned Team 7 and Suigetsu to his office, where they were now. Orochimaru informed them that he had something important to announce. Burto asked excitedly whether it was a new mission. Orochimaru explained that it was not a mission. Rather, Suigetsu would officially become a member of Team 7 from that point forward. Burto, Suigetsu, and Sakura all looked surprised. Only Kakashi showed no surprise. Burto reacted with disbelief and joy at the news, eager to get to know Suigetsu after hearing from Obito about his strength. He hugged Suigetsu in his excitement, taking the newcomer by surprise. Sakura's surprise softened into a genuine smile at Burto's happiness. Suigetsu did not appear pleased. Only Kakashi noticed his discomfort, and Orochimaru had anticipated that reaction but believed the placement was necessary for Suigetsu's development. Suigetsu returned the hug reluctantly, not opposed but wary of trusting comrades again. Burto proudly declared that he would show how much he had improved over the past 3 years. Orochimaru then dismissed them for the time being and said he would call them when a mission arose. Suigetsu lingered behind to speak with the Hokage. Burto asked if he was coming, and Suigetsu said that they could leave without him because he had something to discuss with the Hokage first. Burto urged him along, which caused Suigetsu to lose his temper and loudly tell them to leave, startling Burto and alarming Sakura. Kakashi followed the others to avoid any trouble, while Orochimaru remained calm and returned to his paperwork. Orochimaru acknowledged Suigetsu's displeasure and explained that he understood Suigetsu's objections but insisted that the decision was for his own good. Suigetsu argued that he could not be placed on a team, especially with loud teammates, because teams increased the risk of betrayal. He refused the order, insisting that he could handle missions alone. Orochimaru pointed out that the assignment was temporary until a more suitable arrangement could be made or until Ken could rejoin missions, and he emphasized the importance of learning teamwork for any shinobi. Suigetsu clenched his fist and jaw to hold back his frustration as memories of a past team and betrayal surfaced. He admitted in a low voice that he had once been betrayed by a team and left behind during a mission. Orochimaru listened thoughtfully and then shared that he, too, had experienced betrayal in his past. He used that experience to explain why he believed Suigetsu needed the opportunity to learn to trust again through being part of a team. Suigetsu's expression softened when he realized someone in authority understood his fear. After a moment of reflection, Suigetsu agreed to join team. Orochimaru nodded and offered a faint, genuine smile, reassuring him that everything would be all right. Orochimaru told Suigetsu confidently that even if he did not admit it, he wanted to be able to trust people again. Suigetsu returned a small smile to the Hokage and expressed his gratitude for Orochimaru's support. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and asked what he meant. After a few seconds, Suigetsu answered that he was grateful for being there for him. Orochimaru smiled warmly and reminded Suigetsu that he was not the only one supporting him, asking him to remember what had been said the day they first met. Suigetsu admitted that Orochimaru seemed to understand him better than anyone else and wondered how he managed it. Orochimaru, surprised by the confession, explained that he had suffered the same pain and that Suigetsu reminded him of himself at that age. Suigetsu looked surprised and Orochimaru nodded. The exchange made Suigetsu smile again, and he felt a strange, hopeful sensation, uncertain whether it was genuine care or simply hope. Orochimaru sat in his office waiting for Team 7 to arrive for a new mission briefing. When the team arrived, Orochimaru explained the assignment, and Burto reacted with obvious displeasure at the prospect of escorting a caravan. Orochimaru asked if there was a problem, and Burto made it clear that he considered a low-ranked escort mission beneath him. Tsunade observed quietly that she expected that reaction but understood Orochimaru's reasoning for assigning a simple mission to someone returning after a long absence. Orochimaru told Burto that the mission was meant to ease him back in and to give his new teammate a chance to learn to work with him. A difficult mission would not allow for that. Burto argued that he did not want an easier mission and insisted that Suigetsu would not have to learn on his own because the team would teach him. Sakura stepped forward and offered to speak to Burto, confident she could help bring him along, and Suigetsu swallowed nervously. Kakashi approached Orochimaru to receive the mission details. Kakashi admitted that he missed the old third Hokage and acknowledged the wisdom he had, but Orochimaru remained composed and focused on the briefing. Suddenly, a messenger burst into the office with urgent news, an emergency dispatch from the Sand Village. The messenger handed Orochimaru the message, and Orochimaru read it while Tsunade, Shizune, and Irika watched. Burto pressed for information, and Orochimaru explained that the Kazekage of the Sand had been taken prisoner by the Akatsuki. Team members reacted with concern. Kakashi asked if the Akatsuki had returned, and Orochimaru said that the sand had requested assistance because their experience studying the Akatsuki made them well-informed. Shizen warned that she did not think it was a good idea to send the current team, but Orochimaru, pressed for time, said there was no opportunity to form a new squad and that Team Kakashi would have to handle the mission. Orochimaru ordered Team Kakashi to travel to the Sand Village immediately, determine what was happening, keep the Leaf informed, remain there under Sand Command, and provide whatever backup was needed. Team Kakashi left to prepare, and Suigetsu felt nervous about the sudden urgency. At the village gate, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Irika offered last-minute words of encouragement to the departing team. Sakura assured them they would return soon and would not let them down. Orochimaru wished Burto good luck, and Burto acknowledged it. Jiraiya then appeared in front of the team and congratulated them on their mission. He also pulled Orochimaru aside to relay sensitive information. Jiraiya warned that the Akatsuki had taken an interest in Burto. Orochimaru admitted the emergency left him with little choice, and Jiraiya cautioned that it was a significant risk. Jiraiya spoke privately with Burto and later asked Kakashi to keep a close eye on him. With those warnings exchanged, Team Kakashi departed the village for the sand. Back in his office, Orochimaru struggled to focus on paperwork because of his unease about the mission. He called Tsunade to consult about sending backup. Tsunade informed him that only 2 teams were available: Team Obito, Orochimaru's old team, which had not yet departed, and Team Guy, which should be returning to the village soon. Orochimaru concluded that Team Guy, with more experience, would be the better choice and asked Tsunade to send them to his office immediately. Tsunade agreed. When Team Guy arrived, Orochimaru briefed them on the situation and the details of the mission. After receiving the instructions, Team Guy departed for the Sand Village as backup. Team 7 traveled through the trees toward the Sand Village, moving quickly and quietly as they headed toward the unfolding crisis. After a while, Burto began moving faster. He told Gaara to hang in there quietly. Sakura reminded Burto that she knew he was in a hurry but ordered him to stop breaking formation. Burto protested that he understood, and Sakura reminded him that Master Jiraiya had taught him better. She sighed in exasperation. Sakura then noticed Temari walking below and called to her. Kakashi, Burto, Sakura, and Suigetsu descended to speak with Temari. Temari asked what they were doing there. Sakura explained that Gaara had been taken prisoner by the Akatsuki. Temari began to say Gaara's name but cut herself off, then informed them that they were about 2.5 days away from the Sand Village and needed to hurry. They agreed and continued on toward the Sand Village. Night fell as they traveled, and Burto started pulling ahead. Sakura asked him to slow down and noticed that Suigetsu was struggling to keep up. Sakura demanded that Burto stop getting ahead of the group. Burto burst out that he could not take it anymore. Suigetsu looked at him, confused. Burto confessed aloud why the Akatsuki were after him, and Gaara revealed that the spirit of the nine-tailed fox had been sealed inside him. Suigetsu and Temari reacted with shock. Burto thought resentfully that Orochimaru had not mentioned this in the files. He explained that he and Gaara were the same in a terrible way, both carried monstrous powers sealed within them, and to the Akatsuki they were only means to an end. He compared their burdens and remembered that Gaara had been forced to fend for himself far longer than Burto had. Suigetsu mentally noted how talkative Burto could be. Burto added that now Gaara had become a target of the Akatsuki, and that was one more painful thing they shared. He asked why Gaara's life had to be so full of misery and declared that he would not waste time. This time he intended to be there to save him. They continued through the desert as dawn returned. Sakura took a food pill and hurried up to speak with Burto while Suigetsu drank water to recover his strength. Sakura asked Burto whether he had met Itachi Uchiha before and whether Itachi was after him now. Kakashi grimaced at the name. Burto remembered the day Sasuke had fought Itachi when Itachi had come for him and reflected that this was the reason Sasuke had been training elsewhere and rarely socialized with them unless on missions. Burto believed Sasuke thought revenge was the only way to find happiness. Burto said that the closer they got to the Akatsuki, the closer they would be to information about Itachi that might help Sasuke see that revenge was not the answer. They stopped to rest for a while. Suigetsu used the break to rehydrate. Kakashi announced that the break was over and that they really should continue toward the sand village. Sakura asked where Burto was. Kakashi pointed toward a nearby tree. They prepared to move, and Suigetsu complained inwardly about so much running and his half-empty water bottle. At last they reached the desert proper. Kakashi noted that the sand village was just ahead and offered to take the lead. He turned to check on Suigetsu and saw him pausing to drink again. Kakashi told them he would lead as soon as Suigetsu caught up and asked why Suigetsu kept stopping. Suigetsu apologized and admitted he could not maintain their pace because he became extremely dehydrated. Sakura asked why, and Suigetsu refused to share, saying it was private and he did not feel like telling people he did not know. Kakashi reflected that the young man had serious trust issues and would need work on both trust and controlling his liquid body modification Kekii Genkai so he would not become dehydrated so easily. They continued across the sands when a sudden sandstorm blew in. They sheltered in a cave to wait it out. Burto complained that they were so close to their target and he hated waiting. Others urged patience. Kakashi reminded everyone that the cardinal rule of desert travel was to stay put during a sandstorm because one could lose all sense of direction and risk dying of thirst. Kakashi reassured them that the sandstorms they faced usually did not last long. Temari appeared most worried of all, and the others teased that Burto's loudness was something they had grown used to but that Temari might never adjust. When the storm passed, they resumed their journey and soon reached the gates of the sand village, where two sand shinobi stood watch. The conversation turned to Kankuro. One of the guards explained that when the Lord Kazekage had been kidnapped, Kankuro had chased the kidnappers alone and had been poisoned. They had not been able to find a cure and feared he would not last much longer. Temari and Sakura rushed to Kankuro's side. An elderly woman then ran toward Kakashi, apparently distressed, and Burto stepped in to block her frantic movements in a quick, controlled way. The others watched, puzzled, until an old man called the woman over to look more closely. After she did, she calmed and stopped her frantic approach toward Kakashi. Burto, Kakashi, and Suigetsu then took a seat to rest and gather themselves. While Sakura worked to heal Kankuro's poisoning, Suigetsu wondered why the old woman had called someone the White Fang of the Leaf and whether that person was truly gone, as the history books suggested. Suigetsu asked Kakashi about the White Fang, and Kakashi admitted that it was complicated but, in short, the White Fang had been his father. The revelation surprised everyone, and Burto realized that this explained why he resembled that man. After Sakura finished removing the poison from Kankuro, Kakashi asked Pakin to track the scent from Sasori's cloak. They rested briefly before resuming the mission. Pakin returned and showed Kakashi the location on the map. Kakashi then woke Burto and told Pakin to go on ahead, instructing the dog to meet them later. Pakin left, and Kakashi confirmed that the Akatsuki hideout had been located and ordered everyone to prepare to move out. Burto nodded. Team Kakashi assembled outside the village to depart. Kakashi explained that they would be working with a unit from the sand village and would leave as soon as the sand contingent arrived. Temari arrived and apologized for the delay. Baki informed Temari that her group would remain to patrol the perimeter, so Lady Chio accompanied Team Kakashi instead. Once everyone was ready, they began heading to rescue Gaara. On the way, Burto asked how long the Akatsuki had been after him. Kakashi explained that two Akatsuki had once come to the Leaf looking for Burto 3 years earlier, but they had disappeared until now. The team speculated about the long delay. Kakashi suggested the Akatsuki might have avoided acting because Master Jiraiya had been active then and would have been a difficult opponent to confront. Suigetsu grumbled about being stuck with a Jinchuriki teammate and mentioned Yugo's unstable temper, but Lady Chio said the real reason for the delay was different. She explained that luring out a tailed beast required extensive preparation and time. Lady Chio described the tailed beasts as powerful spirits with one or more tails, noting that the sand had long hosted a single-tailed spirit sealed within Gaara. She said there were 9 such spirits in the world, each with unique traits and varying numbers of tails. These beasts were immense concentrations of chakra that nations had once fought over during the Great Wars. Despite the conflicts, their power had always been beyond human control. With the coming of peace, the tailed beasts were largely forgotten, though all 9 still existed, scattered across the world. Burto fell silent at the weight of that history. They continued until Kakashi ordered them to halt. A lone figure stood ahead whose eyes drew immediate attention. Burto immediately recognized the man as Itachi Uchiha, the one tied to the destruction of Burto's clan. Shock and apprehension passed through the group. Itachi regarded them with calm intensity. Suigetsu noted that the eyes resembled the Sharingan and reminded the team of Sasuke's. The conversation turned to the danger of looking into those eyes. Kakashi warned that Itachi's genjutsu was visual in nature and that avoiding eye contact would reduce its effectiveness. The team asked how they could engage him without falling victim to the technique. Lady Chio offered practical tactics. In one-on-one fights it might be necessary to withdraw, while two-on-one engagements could allow one partner to break the other's genjutsu by attacking from behind. If nothing else worked, a teammate could physically strike the entrapped comrade to snap them out of the illusion. Kakashi added a more serious warning. Itachi sometimes used the Mangekyo Sharingan, a form of the eye that created a genjutsu capable of warping a victim's perception of time so that a single second in the real world could feel like hours or days to the person trapped inside. The team absorbed this and understood they faced an especially insidious opponent. Suigetsu's familiarity with Itachi's techniques made the situation feel more personal. Itachi then turned his attention towards Suigetsu and asked if he remembered what it had been like to be trapped in the Tsukuyomi, bringing a tense stillness over the group as they prepared for the confrontation ahead. The night conversation turned into a quiet exchange about what each had learned during their earlier clash. Kakashi explained that using the Sharingan had exhausted him to the point that he had to withdraw before he could finish the opponent, and that each use risked permanent strain on his. Others observed that his reflexes and sharpness had only improved since then. Kakashi removed his headband and revealed his Sharingan, admitting that he had underestimated them in the past but that he was no longer the same fool he once had been. Burto insisted that he was not the same child either and that much had changed for him. Itachi raised a finger and told Burto to leave the matter to him. Burto, remembering the old fight with Zabuza, complained that he did not want passive teamwork where they simply waited. Itachi clarified that this time Burto should cover him. He could handle things but would not repeat past mistakes. Suigetsu agreed to help with obvious disinterest, and some terse banter followed before Itachi ordered Burto to come with him. Kakashi dashed forward toward Itachi, and in an instant Burto found himself trapped in a genjutsu. Suigetsu moved to Burto, placed a hand on his shoulder, and released the genjutsu by sending chakra into his body. Suigetsu then explained that there had been no shadow clones. Burto had been trapped in an illusion the entire time. Kakashi added that the opponent must be using more than just a visual jutsu. Suigetsu affirmed that Itachi could cast genjutsu with a simple finger, a measure of how skilled he was at the technique, and invited Burto to watch how it was done. Itachi performed rapid hand seals and unleashed a blaze like phoenix fire. Kakashi evaded the blast, and Itachi followed with a fireball that Burto, Lady Chio, and Sakura narrowly avoided. Suigetsu turned his body into water to avoid the heat and then returned to solid form, casually assuring them that he was fine. As the smoke cleared, Kakashi began to gather lightning chakra in his hand and charged with a lightning blade, but Itachi kept evading the strikes. Burto descended from the air with a Rasengan aimed at Itachi, who sidestepped the attack. A fog then rolled in, making Sakura uneasy because she did not know who had created it. Kakashi called down to Sakura that the fog was one of his jutsu, and Itachi responded with another fireball before attempting to trap Kakashi in Tsukuyomi. What it trapped, however, was only a clone. Burto surged forward with a giant Rasengan, and when the group scrutinized the figure they had been fighting, they realized it was not Itachi at all but someone else. Kakashi said that, while they had been fighting, he had sensed that something was not right. Sakura asked if it was some kind of jutsu. As they inspected the body, they recognized the man as Yura, a jonin from their village. Suigetsu moved away to sit and drink some water, drawing the group's eyes as he walked off. After their brief debrief, Kakashi approached Suigetsu to tell him it was time to move on. Burto asked Kakashi how Suigetsu had been able to turn his body into water. Kakashi explained that it was a Kekkei Genkai allowing him to transform his body into water. Burto and Sakura acknowledged the explanation. Kakashi then addressed why Suigetsu had been so difficult to work with. He said that Suigetsu had trust issues for good reason. He had been betrayed by comrades before, and Lord Orochimaru had warned them before the mission that Suigetsu might be stubborn about cooperating at first. Sakura and Burto listened and understood that this explained his guarded attitude. With matters settled, the group continued toward the land of rivers. After some travel, they stopped to rest briefly before pressing on. Team Kakashi and Lady Chiyo drew close to the Akatsuki hideout. Suigetsu suggested that the Akatsuki must feel confident, believing they had delayed their pursuers long enough. Lady Chiyo agreed, and Burto quickened his pace despite warnings to slow down. Kakashi and Lady Chiyo conversed toward the rear while Sakura followed Burto and Suigetsu trailed behind, drinking more water. When they reached the hideout, Team Guy was already there. Tenten teased that Kakashi had arrived late as usual. Kakashi explained they had run into a bit of trouble. Sakura introduced Lady Chiyo as an advisor from the sand and Suigetsu as their new teammate. Tenten remarked that she remembered seeing the young woman around the village with the 5th Hokage and his wife. Niji used his Byakugan to peer inside the cavern and verify what lay within. Burto shook Niji urgently as he demanded to know where Gaara was. Guy charged at the rock sealing the cavern and struck it with a powerful punch, but a barrier held them back. Sakura observed that they would need to determine the barrier's nature to get through. Guy asked Kakashi to handle that part, and Suigetsu examined the seal closely, thinking it resembled a 5-seal barrier. Lady Chiyo asked for his assessment, and Suigetsu confirmed that it was indeed a 5-seal barrier. He declined to explain further and suggested that Kakashi, as the team leader, should give the full explanation. Kakashi then explained that it was a 5-seal barrier, a strong protective layer. He said the barrier used tags marked with the word forbidden to delineate the areas it guarded and that those tags served to secure the perimeter around whatever lay within. Kakashi explained that one forbidden tag was in front of them and 4 more were in other locations. He added that they could not simply pull the tags off because they were spread across 5 different places and had to be taken down at the same time. Sakura asked if they had to remove them simultaneously. Once they figured out how to break the barrier, Niji located the other tags. Team Guy left in different directions to reach them, while Team Kakashi and Lady Chiyo stayed at the entrance with the first tag. When the barrier was finally removed, Sakura charged at the boulder and smashed it into pieces to clear the entrance. Inside the cavern, they found a blond man sitting on top of Gaara. Deidara asked which of them was the Jinchuriki and accused them harshly. Burto reacted with fury, shouting that he would kill them and demanding Gaara back. Kakashi blocked Burto's path when Burto began to charge at the enemies, warning that a reckless charge would ruin their chances. Suigetsu observed that the man on the ground was unresponsive, and Deidara taunted that he had been that way for some time, even slapping Gaara's face to emphasize his point. Burto grew angrier and hurled a giant shuriken, which Sasori deflected with his tail. Deidara then formed a clay bird and took to the air, carrying Gaara in its beak, and began flying away. Burto and Suigetsu ran after him, with Kakashi joining the pursuit. Instructed that he, Burto, and Suigetsu would handle the attack outside while Sakura and Lady Chiyo took care of the threat inside, and he urged everyone not to do anything rash until Team Guy returned. Kakashi radioed for backup from Team Guy, but Team Guy reported that they were caught in a trap. Deidara taunted Kakashi, suggesting that Sasori was a more dangerous opponent and questioning how confident Kakashi could be in Sakura and the elder Chiyo. Kakashi moved to help the team inside while Burto chose to keep Deidara occupied. Suigetsu pledged to make sure Burto did not do anything reckless. Burto charged at Deidara. Deidara launched clay bird-shaped bombs at Burto. Kakashi threw a kunai to disrupt them, while Suigetsu answered with a burst of water. The confrontation played out in quick, high-energy moves typical of an intense battle. Obito was summoned to the Hokage's office. He entered when called and addressed the 4th Hokage respectfully. The Hokage assigned Obito a mission, to show a newcomer around the village. A girl with long purple hair wearing a leaf headband walked into the office. The Hokage explained that her name was Kiyomi Sora, that she had moved to the village with her family, and that she wanted to become a ninja. The Hokage had already given her a headband because she had been a ninja in her previous village. He asked Obito to show her around, explaining that Obito was the only available person at the moment to take the task. Obito agreed to guide Kiyomi through the village. He asked where she had come from, and Kiyomi said she was from the hidden stem village. Obito suggested they stop at one of his favorite places to eat first. They went to Ichiraka Ramen. Tucci greeted them, and Obito ordered his usual bowl of chicken ramen with extra eggs. Kiyomi chose a bowl of miso ramen. Tucci brought their bowls, and both found the ramen delicious. While they ate, Kiyomi asked if Obito was related to the Hokage. Obito confirmed that the Hokage was his grandfather, and Kiyomi remarked that Obito looked like him. After they finished, Obito resumed the tour and suggested visiting the academy next. At the academy, Obito explained that it was where children trained to become ninjas. He introduced Kiyomi to Irika, who welcomed her. Kiyomi and Irika exchanged polite greetings, and Obito told Irika that he was showing Kiyomi around the village as part of his assignment. As they walked on, Obito asked whether Kiyomi already had a team. Kiyomi said she did not yet, and Obito mentioned that teams in the village sometimes lost or changed members and that he hoped she would find a good team soon. He noted that his own team was often short a member, so he and his sister spent a lot of time together. Kiyomi mentioned hearing about teams with members working elsewhere or refusing to cooperate, and Obito commented on one such team whose member now worked at the hospital and rarely went on missions. He added that the team seemed to have a temporary replacement. When the tour ended, Obito suggested they hang out again sometime. Kiyomi agreed, and they said their goodbyes. Obito and Kiyomi then went their separate ways. Team Kakashi and Team Guy were almost to the gate of the Hidden Leaf Village. Guy and Lee were racing toward the gate, and everyone else watched them with puzzled expressions. Guy suggested that they should account for everyone and report to Lord Orochimaru right away. Someone called to Guy that Kakashi did not look well. Guy agreed and said they should stop at the hospital first and then report in. Team Guy and the others took Kakashi to the hospital and waited for him to wake up. Burto announced that Kakashi was waking up. Orochimaru entered the room with Shizune and Tsunade and praised everyone for their efforts. Sakura greeted Orochimaru and Tsunade as they entered. Kakashi tried to sit up and addressed Orochimaru. Orochimaru instructed Kakashi not to push himself. Orochimaru examined Sakura earlier and explained that she would need at least a week of bed rest before returning to duty. He commented that Kakashi would need more practice to master his new Sharingan. Orochimaru said he had work to finish and told Team Guy to get some rest and file their report later. Tsunade and Shizune followed Orochimaru out of the room. Shizune asked Orochimaru if the situation had something to do with the Akatsuki. Orochimaru confirmed that it did. Shizune asked whether they had talked to Kakashi, and Tsunade explained that Kakashi had been out of it and they had not yet spoken to him. Shizune asked whether they had spoken to Burto, and Tsunade replied that she had wanted to bring the matter to Orochimaru first. Burto explained the details. He said that Sasori from the Akatsuki had indicated a rendezvous 10 days from now at noon at Tenchi Bridge, where a spy was supposed to hand over information gathered for the Akatsuki as a reward for Sasori's defeat. Orochimaru repeated that the meeting was in 10 days at Tenchi Bridge and noted that 4 days had already passed, leaving only 6 days remaining. Orochimaru questioned whether the source could be trusted. Burto replied that those were Sasori's last words and doubted he had lied. Tsunade warned that it could be a trap, with the information used as bait by the Akatsuki to draw in anyone foolish enough to show up. Burto insisted that if it was a trap, they would fight. Orochimaru pointed out that Kakashi would be out of commission for more than a week and would not recover in time to lead them, and that Suigetsu was still new to the team and did not yet trust or work well with them. Orochimaru concluded that they needed someone to fill in for Kakashi and either find a way to get Suigetsu to cooperate or assign a different team member who would work with them. Shizune suggested that they should simply send a different team. Tsunade asked why Shizune thought Team Kakashi should not go. Shizune explained that without Kakashi there was no one to stop Burto if he acted recklessly, and Suigetsu might refuse to help, as he had barely wanted to cooperate earlier. Tsunade countered that if Burto heard them talking, he would demand new teammates or try to convince them to make Suigetsu trust them. At that moment, Everyone looked up and saw Burto on the roof of the Hokage building. Burto jumped down to the ledge and then leaped off, demonstrating his impulsive nature. Shizun remarked that Burto was always rambunctious and had interrupted her before she could finish her point. Orochimaru nodded and said that he would not stop them if they insisted on sending Team Kakashi, but he had been offering advice. He promised to find a new team leader and to try to convince Suigetsu to work with them or to find a replacement team member. He mentioned that he knew someone who still needed a team and then returned to his office. Sakura said she would be in her office working. Orochimaru sat in his office, reviewing paperwork and considering options for Team Kakashi until Tsunade's voice interrupted his thoughts. Tsunade asked what he was going to do about Team Kakashi. Orochimaru said he might have a suitable leader to fill in for Kakashi but was unsure about Suigetsu. Shizun then called Orochimaru, saying that the elders wanted to speak with him. Orochimaru headed to the meeting room with Tsunade and Shizun. The elders told Orochimaru that they were concerned about Burto Uzumaki and felt he should not be allowed on missions concerning the Akatsuki. Orochimaru asked for clarification. The elders instructed that Burto should be placed in a four-man squad with more experienced shinobi, that surveillance and protection around him should be increased, that the number of missions assigned to him should be reduced as much as possible, and that the scope of his activities should be limited. Tsunade asked Orochimaru if he understood and Orochimaru acknowledged the orders. Tsunade refused to limit Burto's missions and would not stop him from going on this assignment. A council member told Orochimaru that Burto was not an ordinary child and that he was a Jinchuriki. Orochimaru nodded that he knew. Another counselor argued that under normal circumstances the logical choice would be to keep Burto in the village under surveillance, and that the current plan was already a compromise. Tsunade agreed that Burto should be placed in a four-man squad but objected to the heavy restrictions placed on him, pointing out that his sister Namai, also a Jinchuriki, faced no similar limits. Someone replied that Namai was different. She was not reckless like her twin and already had a four-man squad. Tsunade acknowledged that reasoning but insisted it was still unfair and that all Burto needed was a new team leader to complete a proper four-man team. Another member warned that even if Burto were kept in the village, the Akatsuki would likely come after him and Namai, as they had with Gaara in the sand, and that the Leaf Village would be at risk. Tsunade stated that there was a strong possibility the same hardline approach would be taken toward Burto and Namai and that the village's safety had to be considered. Orochimaru agreed that Namai's safety was as important and added that if Burto and Namai stayed on the move, the enemy would have a harder time predicting their movements. He also argued that Burto had talent and would be a great asset to the village. Danzo dismissed that line of reasoning as weak and challenged Orochimaru's judgment. Orochimaru sighed and tried to explain that he was attempting to reach a compromise. Danzo demanded guarantees that the Akatsuki would not take the nine tails from Burto in a way that would bring greater calamity to the Leaf. Tsunade recalled a past bet she had made with Burto and declared that she believed in him. When a council member asked what would happen if that judgment proved mistaken, Tsunade answered that she would protect the village with her life. She reminded everyone that she was the fifth Hokage. Orochimaru thanked Tsunade quietly, and she nodded in return. Tsunade then agreed to let Burto go on the mission on the condition that the additional shinobi for the four-man squad be chosen by the council. Others pointed out that they only needed one new member, a team leader, because Burto already had a new teammate lined up. Tsunade said she would listen to suggestions and called for Danzo to come in. Danzo entered the room after a pause. Orochimaru reacted with annoyance at his arrival. Danzo noted that if he was present, one of the new members would likely come from the Foundation. Orochimaru explained that Suigetsu was already filling in as Burto's new teammate and that what they really needed was a team leader. Danzo said he had been deciding what to do about whom to put in Kakashi's place and suggested assigning an ANBU Black Ops member under his direct order to lead the team. Orochimaru agreed that it was a reasonable idea but insisted on leaving the final selection to him. When Danzo offered no reply, he proceeded as he pleased. Danzo also expressed concern about adding a Foundation member to the team, questioning how they could trust Suigetsu since he was not from the village. Orochimaru left the meeting in frustration and returned to his office. Shizun apologized, explaining that she had not expected the others to try to prevent Burto from going on the mission and that she had not wanted to push Orochimaru either. Orochimaru told her he believed her and that he was not blaming her. Back in his office, Orochimaru considered who should replace Kakashi as team leader. Tsunade asked whom he had decided on. Orochimaru said he was thinking of Yamato or Naruto. Tsunade asked why those two, and Orochimaru explained that if Burto ever lost control of the nine-tailed fox again, Yamato or Naruto could suppress it with style. He could not decide which one to assign, so Tsunade suggested giving the role to Yamato since Naruto had just returned from a mission and likely needed rest. She added that, if necessary, both could be assigned for safety. Orochimaru decided to send both Yamato and Naruto as leaders for the mission to have an extra safeguard. He summoned them to his office and, once they arrived, explained the mission and mentioned that a member of the Foundation would be joining the team. He asked them to keep a close eye on the recruit. Yamato asked why he and Naruto should watch the new member. Orochimaru explained that Danzo had recommended the recruit. Danzo had once led a faction that opposed the third Hokage and had formed the Foundation Training Division as a detached unit of the ANBU Black Ops, eventually taking the position of chief. Orochimaru noted that the Foundation was supposed to be disbanded and that Danzo had fallen from power, but he still suspected Danzo of scheming and could not say exactly what he was up to. Yamato nodded at the explanation. Orochimaru admitted he might be worrying too much, then instructed them to meet up with their team immediately. Yamato and Naruto left to rendezvous with their squad. Burto arrived at the meeting spot and saw Sakura waiting. There alone. He greeted her. Sakura confirmed that this was the agreed meeting place and asked where Suigetsu was. Burto indicated that there was no doubt this was the right spot. Sakura admitted that she did not know where Suigetsu was. Someone else wondered aloud whether Snake Eyes had really found new members or if Suigetsu was still on their team. Sakura replied that they were a little early and that Snake Eyes had said he was not going to remove Suigetsu from the team. Another teammate hoped it would not become a habit to arrive late like Kakashi-sensei. Burto and Sakura turned as a pale boy wearing black appeared. Burto recognized him from the roof earlier and identified him as the same person. At the same time, a man in a green vest and another man in a green shirt with black hair arrived with the newcomer. Yamato explained that, for the moment, he would take Kakashi's place as acting leader while Kakashi was in the hospital and that Naruto was there to support him. Naruto introduced himself and Yamato, and made it clear that Yamato would be the team's acting captain for the mission. Naruto added that, since they were comrades on the same team now, they needed to get along. Burto glared at Sai when Sai wore a polite, practiced smile. Burto declared that Sai was the same person who had attacked him earlier when he had been with Shikamaru and the others. Burto drew a kunai and Sai began to reach for his sword, but Naruto stepped in and ordered them to stop. Sai explained that he had been testing Burto to see how strong he was now that they would be teammates. Burto said this had been unnecessary, and Sai responded with a rude comment about Burto's worth and equipment. Sakura held Burto back to prevent a confrontation, and Yamato restrained Sakura when she tried to strike Sai. Yamato chastised Sai for speaking to others in that way, and Sai looked puzzled when told it was not nice. Suigetsu then arrived and found everyone tense and confused. Sakura told Suigetsu that they were teammates and there was no reason to start fights. She also accused Sai of behaving rottenly. Suigetsu shook his head in bewilderment at the exchange. Sai continued with an insensitive remark aimed at Sakura, which again brought Yamato's reprimand. Naruto called for everyone to try to get along because they had a mission to do. Naruto asked everyone to introduce themselves. Suigetsu responded respectfully to Naruto's instruction. Burto gave his name as Burto Uzumaki. Sakura identified herself as Sakura Haruno. Suigetsu said he was Suigetsu Hozuki. Sai introduced himself as Sai. Naruto noted that two of them already knew each other. Burto asked Suigetsu how they knew the man in the green shirt. Suigetsu said he had seen the man often at Lord Orochimaru's residence and that Burto might remember him from the Chunin exams, where the man had served as a proctor. Burto acknowledged that he had not realized it at first. Yamato then outlined their mission. The six of them would travel to Tenchi Bridge to capture an Akatsuki spy who had reportedly been gathering information for the organization and bring the captive back for questioning. Yamato emphasized that the mission was an opportunity to learn more about the Akatsuki and that they should proceed with caution. Burto and Sakura affirmed they understood. Yamato told them to meet at the main gate in an hour and to leave once they were equipped with their ninja tools. Burto, Sakura, and Suigetsu walked together through the village. Burto complained about Sai's attitude and said he did not like him at all. Suigetsu wondered why Sai needed to be on the team when Suigetsu had replaced Ken. Sakura agreed that Sai's mouth was foul and added that Sai's attitude reminded her of Sasuke and Ken, though Burto argued Sai was nothing like them. Suigetsu suggested that Sai was not so bad once someone got to know him, then said he would head home to pack. Burto and Sakura wished him well and went their separate ways. Later, Sakura found Lady Tsunade and told her she wanted a few words with Lord Orochimaru before they left. Tsunade said the timing was perfect because Orochimaru should have just returned from lunch. Sakura, Tsunade, and Shizune headed to Orochimaru's office, where Sakura explained the earlier problems with Sai. Orochimaru listened and sighed. He rubbed his face and admitted he had a headache. When Tsunade suggested he get a drink of water, Orochimaru nodded and left to fetch some. Tsunade told Sakura that, for the time being, they would have to keep Burto under control. Sakura agreed that she would do what she could. Orochimaru returned and sat down, still looking unwell, and Tsunade suggested he consider calling it a day once they were done, as he was likely just stressed. A knock sounded at the door of Orochimaru's office. Orochimaru called for the visitor to enter, and Danzo stepped inside. Danzo asked whether Orochimaru had chosen a skilled ANBU Black Ops member to lead the team. Orochimaru replied that he had selected the best man he had, someone who had proven himself since the time of the third Hokage. Danzo voiced concern that the man might have been tainted by the teachings of Hiruzen Sarutobi, calling those teachings weak and intolerant of dissent. Tsunade bristled at Danzo's words and thought of how her own family history had been invoked, which only increased her annoyance. Orochimaru sighed, and Danzo, relieved, said he could now enjoy his meals without worries and began to leave. Before he left, Shizune asked if it was time for the others to go, and Tsunade reminded them not to be late. After Danzo departed, Sakura asked who he had been. Tsunade explained that his name was Danzo and that long ago he had competed with the late Hiruzen Sarutobi for the position of third Hokage. They had been polar opposites. Danzo ran a hardline military faction built on rigid principles, and he had once been Sai's superior. Danzo resented Sarutobi's leniency, and he had also held a grudge against Orochimaru for leaving the organization. Orochimaru had once worked for Danzo but had chosen to stop, and the two could not stand each other for clear reasons. Shizune reminded everyone it was time to leave. Tsunade decided to take the sleeping Orochimaru home to rest, explaining that he had not had such a severe headache since waking from his coma. Sakura nodded and left to meet up with her team. Team Kakashi assembled at the gate and prepared to depart for the Tenchi Bridge mission. Boruto stared intently at Sai as the team set out. Sai noticed and asked why Boruto was staring. Sakura and Suigetsu turned to look as well. Sai explained that he did not appreciate being watched like that and claimed he would respond forcefully if the staring continued. Boruto challenged Sai, asking where such talk came from and accusing him of having nothing personal against him while simultaneously acting as if he did. Sai replied that he was simply trying out a particular personality trait, a certain manner he was practicing. Sakura questioned what Sai meant by a personality type. Boruto insisted that if Sai was trying it, then he must mean it. Sai kept walking ahead, and Boruto declared that the team did not need someone like him. Sai stopped and turned, drawing the attention of Captain Yamato and Naruto. Boruto said Sai rubbed him the wrong way, and Yamato stepped in as team captain, reminding Boruto that respect and trust were central to teamwork and that Kakashi had taught those values. Yamato ordered Boruto to lose the hostile attitude. Boruto insisted that Sai was not truly part of Team Kakashi, arguing that the fourth member was always Ken Haruno and that Sai was only a temporary fill-in. Sai retorted that he would never try to replace Ken and would not accept being treated as a second-class member. Boruto lunged at Sai in anger, but Sakura intervened and stopped him, urging Boruto to remember the importance of teamwork and calling for calm. Sakura moved to defuse the situation and apologized to Sai, asking for forgiveness on Boruto's behalf. Boruto protested, but Yamato was relieved by Sakura's level head. Sai said he was not bothered by the confrontation. Sakura then struck Sai in a quick, sharp motion to express her displeasure, making her point that she would not tolerate negative talk about Ken. Sai observed that her smile could be deceiving, and Sakura warned that she would not hold back the next time anyone spoke ill of Ken. Sai agreed to keep silent in front of her, commenting that he had learned another use for a practice smile. Burto asked how Sai could be grinning after being hit, and Sai explained that a smile could diffuse tension, even if it was only a practiced expression. Yamato created a wooden cage as a show of authority, surprising everyone except Suigetsu and Naruto. Suigetsu then demanded that they stop fighting, calling out Sai for his rude comments and Burto for losing his temper. He reminded them that Ken now worked at the hospital and would not be returning unless absolutely necessary. Suigetsu ordered Sakura not to strike again and insisted they end the argument. Yamato agreed and warned that they did not have much time if they wanted to reach Tenchi Bridge. Yamato offered a way to settle the matter: spend the day cramped together in the wooden enclosure to relearn teamwork, or enjoy a night at a comfort inn with a relaxing hot spring. He explained that he preferred kinder methods but could use stricter measures when needed. The team fell silent and contemplated the choice as they continued their journey toward the mission ahead. Yamato watched as Team Kakashi relaxed at the hot springs. Almost everyone was at ease. Burto and Sai were still sparring with each other. Yamato was about to leave when he noticed Burto acting suspiciously near the women's area and intervened. Yamato then told Burto an interesting story about Master Jiraiya's youth. Jiraiya had once been gravely injured, suffering multiple broken bones and internal damage. It was said that Tsunade's incredible strength had caused the injuries, and the incident had happened because Jiraiya had behaved recklessly in a way the others were now contemplating. Burto began to sweat at the reminder. Naruto laughed and noted that their mother did not like being disturbed and that only their father had ever once been surprised by her beauty. Yamato wondered how Sakura would react as he walked away. Naruto moved toward the baths as well, warning everyone not to stay too long. Suigetsu decided to get out because the water had become too warm, and Sai followed. Sai also advised Burto not to stay in too long, warning that he might pass out. Once everyone had dressed, they gathered at a table full of food and ate dinner together. Burto and Sakura suggested that Captain Yamato should be the new team leader. After finishing their meal, they decided to call it a night and rest. An hour after leaving the hot springs, Team Kakashi was again on the path toward Tenchi Bridge. The journey was routine, punctuated by their usual arguing. They stopped to practice for the mission, hiding in the forest while Yamato played the role of the enemy. Naruto sat on the sidelines, observing how they worked together. Burto charged ahead impulsively as usual, and Suigetsu followed to support him. As they closed the distance, Burto struck, but Yamato blocked and redirected him. Sai assisted Suigetsu by using summoned snakes to restrain Yamato's upper body while Suigetsu formed large, liquid-like hands to immobilize his feet, bringing the practice to an end. Burto emerged, angry and accusing Sai of breaking their rule to stick together. Sai questioned why Burto had gone ahead without warning. Burto remained silent and walked away, and Yamato, Suigetsu, and Naruto all sighed. Night fell. Yamato and Naruto worked together to build a small wooden shelter to rest in for the night. Suigetsu climbed onto the roof to relax, and Sai joined him. Suigetsu patted a spot beside him, and they sat in comfortable silence, enjoying the quiet companionship. After a while, Suigetsu suggested they go inside and get some rest, and Sai agreed. On the day they reached the bridge, Yamato disguised himself with a deep voice and the appearance of Sasori's puppet, Hirako. Naruto suppressed his chakra and scanned for enemies. The four young shinobi concealed their chakra and hid behind the bushes as Yamato walked slowly toward the bridge. A tense silence settled over the area, and the bells on Hirako stirred in the wind, heightening the suspense. A figure in a dark hood approached the bridge and, upon drawing near, removed the hood to reveal Naruto Yashigoro. The team was shocked to see him acting as a spy. Suigetsu realized that Naruto Yashigoro was Orochimaru's older brother. Yamato asked whether Naruto Yashigoro had been followed, and Naruto Yashigoro checked to confirm that he had not been. Naruto internally noted that capturing a spy who was also his uncle would not be easy. Yamato asked if Naruto Yashigoro had gathered the information the Akatsuki leader had requested, and Naruto Yashigoro confirmed that he had written it down and placed it in a folder, admitting that some of the details had been difficult to obtain. Kabuto then appeared behind Naruto Yashigoro, announcing that he had been looking for him. Kabuto asked what Naruto Yashigoro was doing there, and Naruto Yashigoro replied that he was simply visiting a friend. Kabuto commented that he thought Naruto Yashigoro did not like Sasori. Kabuto charged, uncertain whether Yamato posed a threat to his lord. Naruto Yashigoro attempted to ensnare Yamato with summoned snakes, but Yamato's form transformed into a wooden dummy through a wood-style substitution, surprising Naruto Yashigoro. Kabuto asked whether the figure before him was Sasori's true body, and Naruto Yashigoro explained that Sasori was always hidden behind his puppets and that Kabuto, who had once served Sasori, had never actually seen Sasori's face. Yamato questioned why Naruto Yashigoro, supposedly an Akatsuki spy, would not be under their control. Kabuto grew confused by Yamato's suggestion. Naruto Yashigoro then challenged Kabuto, telling him to signal his companions. Yamato gave the prearranged signal, and Sakura, Sai, Burto, and Suigetsu emerged from their concealment. Naruto stepped out of his hiding spot. Kabuto greeted them, noting that it had been a while. Naruto Yashigoro recalled the face well and called the other Naruto his nephew. Naruto ignored his uncle Yashigoro and stared at Burto's red eyes. Naruto Yashigoro remarked that he remembered Sakura's face from the forest and observed that the Nine Tails had tagged along. Naruto Yashigoro challenged the Nine Tails to show how strong it had become. Burto was beginning to lose control of the Nine Tails chakra. Each time Kabuto and Naruto Yashigoro called him a weakling and compared him unfavorably to Sasuke, Burto grew more agitated. An orange aura began to form around him and everyone turned to look. Burto snapped that they did not know anything about him or Sasuke. Naruto Yashigoro continued to taunt him, insisting that he was nothing compared to Sasuke. Enraged, Burto charged at Naruto Yashigoro at high speed, sending Naruto Yashigoro flying across the bridge. Naruto realized that he should get the Nine Tails chakra under control before someone was seriously hurt. Even if his uncle or Kabuto were provoking him, it would not be right to let them be injured by uncontrolled chakra. Naruto Yashigoro walked back across the bridge slowly. Kabuto smiled, relieved that his lord had not been badly hurt. Naruto Yashigoro suggested that Burto was starting to act more like a Jinchuriki, then stepped closer to Team Kakashi and Kabuto. He explained that Burto and his nephew had been chosen to be watchdogs, and he praised his little brother for his intelligence and experiments. Kabuto asked what experiments he meant. Naruto Yashigoro explained that, for years he had watched his little brother to make sure he was doing all right. Years before his brother became Hokage, he had tested whether it was possible to grant someone who was not a Senju the ability to use with style by injecting the DNA of the first Hokage into 16 children. According to Naruto Yashigoro, all of them died except one. Naruto wondered how his father could use with style and resolved to ask him about the experiment when they returned. Kabuto found the experiment curious and questioned why his brother would experiment on children. Naruto Yashigoro acknowledged that his brother was intelligent but odd, and he said he remained more interested in Sasuke and wanted to capture him if given the chance. Kabuto nodded, still puzzled why Lord Yashigoro desired Sasuke even though Sasuke was no longer part of the Akatsuki. Burto protested that Sasuke did not belong to Yashigoro and was not his to take. As Burto grew angrier, Nine Tails chakra began spiraling around him and then slowed. He let out a loud growl as his teeth lengthened into sharp fangs and three tails manifested within an orange cloak. Kabuto charged to stop Burto from attacking Yashigoro, but Burto blasted Kabuto away with a mouth blast, sending him crashing into Sakura. Burto then pursued Naruto Yashigoro across the bridge. Naruto realized the situation was dangerous and that he needed to act before someone was badly hurt. He left Sakura's rescue to Yamato and searched for Sai. Smoke rose into the air, and Sakura and Suigetsu asked what it was. Naruto recognized the smoke as Nine Tails chakra and feared that if it continued, Burto's body would be damaged and his uncle would not be able to keep fighting for long. He decided he had to act quickly. Naruto nodded at Yamato and instructed him to create a clone to back him up while he advanced. Naruto went ahead with a Yamato clone at his side. A huge explosion erupted before they reached the other side of the bridge, and Naruto used a wood dome to shield everyone from the blast. When Naruto and the Yamato clone arrived where Burto and Naruto Yashigoro were fighting, they saw a massive orange fox-like form growling. The Yamato clone contacted the original and reported that Burto had grown a fourth tail. Naruto realized the chakra carried a dangerously malevolent aura and that it would be almost impossible to get close to Burto in that state, but he still needed to try. Naruto Yashigoro summoned snakes with swords in their mouths and launched them at Burto. Burto shattered them with a single arm, triggering a powerful explosion that sent debris flying. He smashed the ground, causing it to crack, and shot 2 chakra arms from the earth to grab Naruto Yashigoro, who jumped out of the way. Naruto observed that someone had emerged from his body and noted that the Otosan clan used unusual jutsu. He wondered why his uncle would risk such a technique if it drained a lot of chakra. Back at the bridge, Kabuto asked whether Sasori would actually come. Sakura addressed Kabuto but then explained that she did not know why Kabuto and the others were there. She had come to track Lord Yashigoro after hearing him mention Sasori but had not seen Sasori. Kabuto responded that only Sasori and the leader of the Akatsuki had known about the meeting, so the Leaf Ninja's presence here meant they had either defeated Sasori or he was dead. Sakura confirmed the latter. Kabuto regretted that he could not undo whatever had caused his lord to act differently since leaving the Akatsuki, and he was uncertain whether Sasori or the Akatsuki leader had been responsible. Back at the fight, Burto formed a huge ball of chakra and swallowed it. He then unleashed a massive blast from his. Naruto Yashigoro attempted to block the attack using 3 Rashomon. The battle left the area in ruins. Naruto noted that the clash had been so intense there was no way to get close enough to stop Burto. Back at the bridge, the explosion had been so huge that even the shinobi there could see it. Sakura asked what had happened. Kabuto observed that what they had just seen had been Lord Yashigoro's threefold barrier, his ultimate defense, destroyed before their eyes. Everyone watched a huge cloud of dust. From within it, a fox-like figure staggered as it had been struck by a blade and tried to free itself. Someone remarked that the figure had come even closer to becoming a 9-tailed fox than before. Naruto walked toward them and made sure everyone was okay. Suigetsu acknowledged him, and Naruto explained that his clone had stayed behind to handle something and that he had come as quickly as possible to check on everyone. Sakura then ran recklessly toward Burto. Yamato warned her not to get too close to Burto in that state, and Sakura pleaded with Burto to stop. Naruto moved to intervene and told Yamato to stop Sakura, that he would get Burto back under control. Burto lashed out, his tail striking Sakura's arm before Yamato could reach her. Naruto used his wood-style technique to bind Burto in place. Kabuto walked over to Sakura, and Yamato used his own wood-style techniques to keep Kabuto from getting any closer. Yamato warned Kabuto not to approach. Naruto told Yamato to relax and that Kabuto did not seem likely to hurt her. Kabuto denied any intention to fight and explained that he did not plan to oppose them. In fact, his goals aligned with theirs. He sent healing chakra into Sakura's arm and said that they had a common purpose. Team Kakashi wanted to capture Lord Yashigoro to learn about the Akatsuki, while Kabuto wanted to capture the Akatsuki to discover what had been done to his lord, who had been acting strangely. In exchange for helping to heal Sakura, Kabuto asked them to find out what had been done to his lord, then vanished. Naruto invoked an elder's edict and moved to Burto. He placed his left palm on Burto's chest, then stepped back as pillars of wood rose and surrounded him. Once the transformation faded and Burto returned to normal, Sakura began healing him. Sakura asked Naruto to teach her the technique he had used on Burto. Naruto explained that it was not possible. Only he and Yamato could use it because Naruto was descended from the first village leader and Yamato had been experimented on with the first village leader's DNA. With Burto awake, they reviewed the events that had led to the fight between Burto and Naruto Yashigoro. Sakura asked where Sai had gone. Yamato explained that Sai had gone up to Naruto Yashigoro and the two had spoken. After a time, Sai left with Naruto Yashigoro. Naruto then explained the involvement of Danzo. Suigetsu felt deeply hurt, believing that the one person he had trusted had betrayed him. Yamato pulled Burto aside and told him that he had caused much of the damage and had been the one who had hurt Sakura. Burto felt intense shame and vowed never to use the nine-tailed fox's chakra again. After Sakura rested long enough for her arm to heal a little, Team Kakashi moved close to Naruto Yashigoro's hideout. Once they arrived, Yamato made Sakura and Burto swallow tracking pills before going inside. Naruto stayed behind with Suigetsu because Suigetsu did not want to see Sai's face right then. Yamato confirmed that plan and said they would find Sai and then head home. Burto asked about capturing the spy and retrieving the information he had been gathering for the Akatsuki. Naruto replied that getting the information from someone as powerful as Naruto Yashigoro would be too difficult. Yamato agreed and added that they did not know where the spy kept his folder in the hideout. If it was in the pocket of his cloak and he still wore it, it would be nearly impossible to retrieve without being noticed. After Sakura and Burto swallowed the pills and they finished discussing their plan to leave once they found Sai, Yamato and Team Kakashi went to the room where they sensed Sai's chakra. When they arrived, Burto opened the door quickly. Seeing Sai, Burto grabbed him by the collar and berated him, demanding whether he felt bad for betraying the village and his friend Suigetsu. Sai explained that he had been taught to suppress emotions as part of his training in the Foundation and that his mission was to eliminate threats to the village, naming people such as Kabuto and Naruto Yashigoro. He said there had been rumors that Naruto Yashigoro and his spy Kabuto were located at the hideout. Team Kakashi then bound Sai and returned to where Suigetsu and Naruto were waiting. When Suigetsu saw Sai, he lashed out, saying that he had thought Sai was a friend he could trust and that people always betrayed him. Because of his hurt, Suigetsu decided it was better not to have friends. He then began to walk away, but before leaving he handed Sai back the drawing book Sai had made for his brother. Naruto told his team that he would deal with Sai and that the others should start returning to the village. They would catch up soon. Yamato agreed. Later, Naruto found Suigetsu sitting on a rock and sat beside him. Naruto acknowledged Suigetsu's anger about Sai's betrayal and urged him to consider giving Sai another chance. He reflected that, although he had not experienced the same betrayals, he understood how betrayal could wound someone. He had often seen the pain in his father's eyes when his father remembered being abandoned by his own brother and left to suffer. Naruto explained that he had forgiven them and learned to trust again. Suigetsu was quiet for a while, thinking about what Naruto had said. Suigetsu then declared that he would give Sai another chance and that, if Lord Orochimaru could learn to trust people again, he could too. Naruto suggested that they meet up with the others and head back to the Leaf Village. Naruto and Suigetsu walked in silence toward the rest of Team Kakashi. After a while they caught up with the team. Burto and Sakura looked at Suigetsu with concern, while Sai watched Suigetsu with regret. Burto asked if Suigetsu was all right, observing that he seemed upset. Suigetsu replied that he was fine and only needed some time to think. After the journey back to the Leaf Village, Team Kakashi convened in the Hokage's office to report to Orochimaru about the mission. Orochimaru noted that his brother had been the Akatsuki spy. Naruto and Yamato nodded in agreement. Burto expressed surprise at Orochimaru's family connection and commented that the two brothers did bear a resemblance, with Orochimaru's longer hair making him appear more feminine. Orochimaru confirmed that they were brothers. Orochimaru dismissed Burto, Sakura, Suigetsu, and Sai. Yamato and Naruto stayed to explain the details of Sai's involvement in the mission. Once the explanation was finished, Orochimaru dismissed them as well. An hour later, Sai returned to Orochimaru to make a request. Sai asked to continue as a member of Team Kakashi, explaining that he wanted to spend more time with Suigetsu and make amends for his betrayal, and that he also wanted to continue watching Burto and learning how to form better bonds. Orochimaru understood and declared Sai an official member of Team Kakashi. Sai thanked him for the chance to learn more about bonds. Burto, Sakura, and Sai then headed to Kakashi's hospital room. When they entered, Burto and Sakura recognized someone they had not seen in a while. Burto asked if it was Ken, and Ken confirmed that it had been some time. Sakura asked what he was doing there, and Ken explained that he had been giving Kakashi his medical exam. Ken further explained that he worked as a therapist in the therapy section and also served as a medical ninja, and that he did not have a therapy client for another 2 hours. Sakura suggested that Ken return to Kakashi's exam, but Ken said he was finished and encouraged them to talk with Kakashi. He mentioned that he would be checking on his last two patients. Sai and Ken exchanged brief introductions. Kakashi greeted Sai as the new team member that Yamato had mentioned. Sai acknowledged this. Kakashi observed that Suigetsu was not with them. Burto explained that Suigetsu had gone to get ramen with a girl named Karen. Kakashi acknowledged this and Burto brought up the recent mission. Kakashi said that Yamato had told him everything, including that the spy had been Naruto Yashigoro and that he was still interested in Sasuke. Burto expressed determination to become stronger so he could protect Sasuke from whatever Naruto Yashigoro might plan. Kakashi revealed that he had a plan that could accelerate Burto's training, a method that could only work with Burto. Kakashi asserted that, with this training, Burto might even surpass him and learn a ninjutsu stronger than his Rasengan. Burto reacted with disbelief at the idea of becoming stronger than Kakashi, but Kakashi affirmed his confidence. At that moment the door opened and Asuma entered, greeting Kakashi. A voice from behind the team chided Asuma about knocking, and everyone turned to see Obito standing there. Shikamaru noted that Sakura and Burto had already finished their mission. Shikamaru also recognized Sai from before. Sai then explained to everyone why he had attacked them that day, and the others nodded in understanding. Ino whispered to Sakura that Sai was cute and resembled Sasuke on the outside, while Sakura whispered that Sai was different on the inside and could not feel emotions. Kakashi asked what had brought Asuma's team and Obito there. Obito said he had come to see if Sato was around so they could go get barbecue with the rest of the team. Sato was supposed to meet them after talking with Ken. Kakashi shook his head and said he had not seen her. Obito then said he needed to speak with Kakashi, suggesting that the others go ahead to the barbecue while he and Kakashi talked. He warned that everyone better have money because he was not paying for all of them. Asuma offered to cover the barbecue and insisted that Kakashi and Obito go talk alone. Obito agreed. Burto protested about his training, insisting he wanted to begin immediately. Kakashi explained that he could not train Burto while Kakashi was still in the hospital. Obito offered to help train Burto the next day, pointing out that he was a jounin and could teach. Burto challenged Obito's teaching ability, but Obito affirmed his skills and arranged to meet Burto at the training grounds the next morning at 7 a.m. Burto agreed. Almost everyone gathered at the barbecue place, except for Shikamaru, Obito, and Sakura. Sakura arrived a few minutes later and asked why the others were not there. Choji said Shikamaru had something to take care of at home and Obito had gone to get his teammates and would arrive soon. Burto excitedly asked whether Sasuke might come. Ino said she was unsure, noting that Sasuke had been very antisocial for the past few years, so it was unlikely. After a few minutes, Obito arrived and greeted the group. Sakura asked about a girl with purple hair accompanying him. Obito introduced her as Kiyomi Sora, a new teammate who had moved to the area a few days ago. Everyone accepted the introduction and then took a moment to introduce themselves to Sai. Sai nearly made a rude remark about Choji's weight before Burto intervened to stop him. He called Ino beautiful, which made Sakura very angry. Burto asked whether Sasuke was coming and whether he was still part of the team. Obito explained that Sasuke would not be coming because he had training to do and that he was still technically on the team but rarely joined them on missions. Burto acknowledged this. Ino asked Kiyomi where she had moved from. Kiyomi replied that she had moved from the hidden steam village. Ino commented that she had heard that village had many hot springs, and Kiyomi agreed. Sato observed that since Suigetsu had not come with Burto and Sakura, he was probably still spending time with Karen. Sakura confirmed that Suigetsu had said he planned to see Karen before they went to visit Kakashi. Obito suggested that Suigetsu should be honest with himself and admit that he liked Karen, which was why he often annoyed her. Sato agreed and called Suigetsu's invitation what he refused to admit was a date. Burto asked who Karen was. Obito explained that Karen was one of the orphans Oryojiji had found alone on the streets while returning to the Leaf after missions in other villages, and that her full name was Karen Uzumaki. Burto asked if Karen was an Uzumaki like him and his sister. Sato confirmed that she was an Uzumaki and added that Burto's sister had once been on their team but had decided to join the ANBU, so she was no longer part of the team. Burto thought that was cool. Obito reminded Burto to meet him at the training grounds the next morning at 7. Burto nodded. Burto and Obito met in a large clearing at the training grounds. Obito handed Burto a piece of chakra paper and explained that they would first determine Burto's chakra nature. Obito instructed Burto to pour his chakra into the paper. Burto obeyed, and the paper split in half. Obito identified Burto's chakra nature as wind. Obito explained how knowing his nature would help Burto learn many more jutsu and that he would help Burto develop his own. He instructed Burto to create shadow clones to speed up his training and then to use his wind chakra to split a leaf in half. Obito clarified that information gathered by shadow clones would return to the original, making them useful for faster learning. Obito also said he would teach Burto how to infuse wind nature into his Rasengan to make it more powerful and mentioned he had been trying to add water nature to his own Rasengan without much success. After training for a while, Burto still could not split the leaf and voiced his frustration. Obito suggested that Burto consult Asuma-sensei or Oryo-Gigi, both wind users who could offer pointers. Burto agreed and ran off to find them. Obito turned to see Kakashi standing nearby. Kakashi noted that Obito had been allowed out and said that was good. Obito could train Burto while Kakashi attended to his own training. Obito laughed and agreed to help. He also recommended that Yamato or Burto's father assist as backup in case the nine-tailed fox chakra surfaced and became difficult to control. Obito then disappeared. Burto returned and continued his training. When he asked Kakashi and Yamato where Obito had gone, Kakashi explained that Obito had left to continue his own training. Later, Yamato informed them that they had been assigned a mission. Burto was upset at first but quickly adjusted. Team Kakashi, led by Yamato, traveled toward the fire temple. Burto suddenly stopped to pick up a leaf. Sakura urged him to hurry, warning that they would leave him behind. Suigetsu asked what Burto was doing. Burto noticed that the leaf was split in half and, after further tinkering, they resumed their journey. After some travel they reached the rendezvous point. Sakura sat down and Burto took a seat beside her to be near her. Sakura reacted with a quick shove, expressing her annoyance at his proximity. Suigetsu suggested that Burto was sitting there because he was smitten with Sakura. Sai asked if that was his intention, and Suigetsu denied it before repeating his observation that Burto looked in love. Yamato remarked that they were late and went to scout the area. Sakura offered to go with him. Burto insisted on coming along as well, but Sakura told Sai and Suigetsu to stay behind to avoid splitting the party. They agreed. With Sakura and Yamato gone, Sai remained where he was and took out a small book. Suigetsu looked at the cover, shook his head, and complained to himself about the title. Sai sat down next to Burto and placed a hand on his shoulder in a quiet, supportive gesture. Burto reacted with irritation and shoved Sai away. Sai explained that he had intended to offer comfort, but Burto snapped that he did not want that kind of tenderness. Suigetsu commented that Burto was jumpy and that having them sit together like that could lead to trouble. Burto announced that he was going to find Sakura and ran off into the woods. Sai called after him to wait. Sai then wondered what he had done wrong, and Suigetsu laughed that there were plenty of things he could list. Alone among the trees, Burto thought he could never understand how Sai's mind worked, nor why Suigetsu put up with him. A sudden noise from a nearby bush made him look around. He called out, asking if it was Sakura, then suspected it might be a grave robber. A dark shape burst from the undergrowth and Burto threw a shuriken, which missed. The shape proved to be only a boar. The boar snorted and charged. Burto apologized as he sprinted away, slipped over a small ledge and landed on the ground. The boar ran off, leaving him alone. When he picked himself up, he noticed a curious tag on the ground and recognized it as part of a barrier. He realized this must be a hidden tomb and decided to enter. Inside, Burto found the coffin missing and worried he might be too late. Footsteps behind him made him turn. A boy in a blue and white kimono entered. Burto suspected the newcomer was the grave robber and wondered where the wind that had swept through the tomb had come from. A gust of wind lifted Burto into the air and slammed him into the tomb ceiling. The newcomer struck out with a wind-based technique that sent Burto flying from the tomb. Burto hurled a kunai when the boy reappeared, but odd-clawed hands blocked it. Burto circled and threw more kunai, which the boy deftly dodged. The boy lunged with his claw weapon, but Burto evaded. Burto created several shadow clones, catching the attacker off guard. The boy unleashed a powerful wind palm that blasted through the clones, filling the space with smoke. Burto cursed inwardly at the persistent wind chakra. When the smoke cleared, the boy demanded that Burto repent and warned he would be punished. Burto refused and charged, creating more clones. The attacker struck again with the wind palm. Burto jumped to avoid the attack and the two fought with a flurry of punches and kicks. Burto's spinning chakra sphere collided with the boy's wind palm and knocked Burto backward. As Burto turned, he saw his teammates and several others running toward them. Sakura hurried forward. The boy in the kimono explained to an approaching man that he had been on his way to meet a guest and had become worried about the tombs. He said the barrier had been broken, the coffin was gone, and he had found the other young man standing there. Burto accused the newcomer of trying to blame him for the theft. Voices rose until Yamato gripped Burto by the collar and the other man seized the boy. The man introduced himself as Chirku of the Fire Temple and offered an apology, saying there must have been a misunderstanding about the rendezvous point and that he regretted the confusion. It soon became clear that the boy in the kimono was not a thief but a guest from the Fire Temple. The guest identified himself as Sora, a monk in training. Yamato introduced the team. He was their captain, Burto was with him, and Sakura, Sai, and Suigetsu were present as well. Sora protested that he had warned his master that they did not need assistance from the Leaf Village, and Chirku addressed him by name. Two monks then rushed up to Chirku to confirm that Lord Kitane's coffin was indeed missing, that the thieves had left no trace, and that the barrier had been breached. Chirku ordered that guards be arranged and that they return to the temple at once. Team Kakashi and the monks climbed the Fire Temple steps together. Burto walked beside Sora and asked if Sora had used wind chakra, but Sora ignored him. Burto stepped in front of Sora to block his path, annoyed at being dismissed, and demanded not to be ignored. Sora snapped at him and walked away, while Sakura, Sai, and Suigetsu watched the exchange. When they reached the top of the steps, Burto froze with his mouth open, recognizing the temple from a dream. He told the others that he had seen this place before in his sleep. After failing to recover the stolen coffins from the grave robbers, Team Kakashi returned to the Fire Temple. Chirku informed Sora that he would be going to the Leaf with them. Sora asked why he had to go. Chirku confirmed that they needed to head back to their village temporarily, since the way events had unfolded required further instructions from the Hokage. Yamato explained that the team would most likely continue to be assigned to the incident and asked Sora if he would be willing to help. He noted that Sai needed time to recover and, since Sora was from the Fire Temple with experience guarding hidden tombs, Yamato believed Sora would be a more fitting substitute for the mission. Burto protested that there was no need to beg, and Yamato warned him to watch his words. Sakura advised Burto to think before speaking because that kind of talk could get him punished. Chirku suggested that a glimpse of the outside world might do Sora some good, but ultimately only Sora could decide. Yamato observed that the traps clearly would not fool Chirku and understood what that implied. He looked to Sora, and after some thought Sora agreed to go to the Hidden Leaf Village with Team Kakashi. They decided to rest and begin their journey first thing in the morning. Burto, Sakura, and Sora waited in the Hokage Tower to meet Lord Orochimaru. Suigetsu was not with them because he was visiting Sai at the hospital. Asuma passed in the hall and Burto greeted him. Asuma asked about his training, and Burto admitted he had not had much time to train. Burto explained that Captain Yamato had told them to wait until he called. Asuma gave Sora a puzzled look, and Sakura explained that Sora often gave people odd looks, then bowed and apologized on his behalf while gently pushing Sora to apologize. Sora and Burto began to bicker until Sai and Suigetsu arrived and accidentally knocked Sai to the floor. Suigetsu helped him up. Suigetsu asked why they were fighting, and Burto complained about Sora's manners. Sakura warned them to behave around Lord Orochimaru and Lady Tsunade, saying they did not want to make them angry. Burto added that they should not wise off around Snake Eyes or Grandma Tsunade. Sora said he would pay his respects to the Hokage. Yamato ordered Burto and Sakura to bring Sora in, and Sakura hurriedly pulled Sora along as they left Asuma to bid them farewell. At Orochimaru's door, Sakura announced their arrival and opened it. Sora stumbled out, prompting Shizune to call for Tsunade. Tsunade reacted sharply and sent Sora tumbling with a forceful kick. Burto urged Sora to apologize. Tsunade admonished that even the hospital patients had limits and moved as if to strike. Sora attempted to clarify that he had called her a bold lady, and Tsunade, realizing the difference, softened and straightened his sleeves. Orochimaru watched Tsunade's behavior with a twitching eye, sighed, and returned to his office, warning Sora to be careful with his words. Tsunade welcomed Sora to the Leaf and ushered him back into Orochimaru's office to settle the matter. After they finished at the Hokage's office, the group gathered outside and prepared to go their separate ways. Yamato said he had to write his report. Sakura said she needed to get Sai to the hospital. Suigetsu said he planned to see if Karen wanted to hang out, and if not he would train with Obito. Burto complained about being left out and asked what about him. Sakura explained that Kakashi was out on a mission and asked Burto to look after Sora and show him around the village as their new teammate. Sora yawned from boredom. Burto objected to being stuck with Sora and warned that it was not safe to be around him. Sora snapped that he would not want to hang out with a JRK like Burto. Sakura walked away, telling them to have fun. Yamato said he was leaving Sora in Burto's care, and Suigetsu wished them well as he departed. Burto protested that it was not fair. Sora remarked that everyone must feel the same way about him and called himself a burden. Burto rejected the idea, insisting that Sakura, Yamato, and Suigetsu would not have brought Sora to the Leaf if they truly thought he was a burden. Sora acknowledged that, and Burto urged him to let go of his fixation on vengeance. Sora replied that it had nothing to do with that, then told Burto the story of his father and how no one at the Fire Temple had ever explained what really happened the day his father died. After finishing the story, Sora walked away, speaking about seeking vengeance on the Leaf. Burto began to walk in the opposite direction but, curious about what Sora meant, decided to follow him. Burto searched the village and finally found Sora in a tense standoff with Akamaru. Kiba arrived, questioned Sora about bothering his dog, and a fight broke out between Kiba and Sora. Burto rushed in to try to break up the scuffle. They stopped for a moment until Shikamaru and Choji arrived, which sparked another fight after Sora insulted Burto by calling him fat. Shikamaru stayed out of the brawl. Burto tried to get them to stop, but they would not listen. Rock Lee then arrived and joined the fray. After a while, Shikamaru and Asuma managed to bring the confrontation to an end. Asuma took them all to get some barbecue. Sora attempted to ask Asuma about his father, but Asuma cut him off, saying that Chirku had trained him well. Sora insisted that he had to train himself. After they ate, Asuma demonstrated the technique of using wind energy. Burto and Sora spent hours practicing that method with knives and throwing stars. When the training ended, Asuma told Sora that he had known his father and that his father had died for what he believed in and with honor, then walked away. Obito's point of view. Obito was finishing training with Suigetsu and the two of them were eating ramen after leaving the training grounds when the power went out across the village. Someone announced that it was a state of emergency, and Obito and Suigetsu ran to the main gate to see what was happening. They found a massive barrier surrounding the village and learned that all of the teams had been sent away to the front lines. Obito told Suigetsu that he would try to break the barrier and warned him to stay back because it was a lightning barrier and therefore dangerous for Suigetsu. Suigetsu nodded in understanding. Obito walked the perimeter looking for a weak spot. He reasoned that earth was too weak and that fire and water would be ineffective, so he would have to use a lightning technique even though lightning was not his strongest element. When he found a weak point, he prepared a lightning attack that he judged to be sufficient to break the barrier. He released a lightning snake-like blast from his hand. The barrier began to crack and soon shattered entirely. After the barrier fell, Suigetsu suggested they check on Burto, since people had reported that Burto had run off somewhere. Obito agreed and they went to find him. They reached the area where Naruto was fighting Sora. Both fighters were wrapped in a glowing cloak of the nine-tailed fox's energy. Obito could not tell why Sora also bore that energy. Yamato was nearby but unable to intervene. Yamato explained that some external force was preventing him from suppressing the energy, and he could not restrain Sora either. Frustration built in Obito as he watched. Then Burto drove a kunai into his own leg in a desperate, non-graphic attempt to stop the nine-tailed fox's energy from spreading further through his body. The move shocked his system and helped him regain control. Burto shouted at Sora in an effort to reach him, and eventually his words broke through. The nine-tailed energy began to subside in Sora. Both Burto and Sora collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Obito ran over, patted Burto on the back, and praised his action, teasing that he would still be the village leader before Burto. Burto grinned and accepted the challenge. Obito's sister then came to heal Burto and Sora. The next day, they all gathered at the front gates to see Sora off as he prepared to travel the world. Obito commented that it had been an exhausting week and suggested they celebrate at his house. He offered to have his mother make a cake and noted that Sasuke rarely joined them, since all he seemed to think about was revenge. Burto wondered if Sasuke would ever start hanging out with them again. Obito admitted that he doubted it and confessed that he was surprised Sasuke had not already left to pursue his vendetta. They all headed to Obito's house to enjoy a short break from missions, mindful that in the ninja world nothing was certain. Later, Obito was at home with his sister after training when his father burst into the house, panting and announcing that Asuma had been killed. Obito was stunned and immediately worried about how Shikamaru would handle the news. They set out for Asuma's funeral. The funeral was attended by nearly everyone, except for Shikamaru and Sasuke. After the service, Obito went looking for Shikamaru and found him sitting alone on a small hill watching the sunset. Obito sat down beside him without speaking at first. Shikamaru finally confessed that he could not protect Asuma and felt it was all his fault. If he had been stronger, he believed he would have been able to protect him. Obito wrapped his arms around Shikamaru and held him as Shikamaru began to sob. Obito told him firmly that it was not his fault, that he was strong, and that Obito would help him seek justice. Shikamaru gave Obito a small, grateful smile and called him a great friend. Obito urged that Asuma would not have wanted to see him like this and reminded him they still had missions to do. Shikamaru managed a weak chuckle, and Obito took his hand and pulled him to his feet, knowing that his friend simply needed someone by his side. Some comfort. Someone to tell him that everything would be okay. Sato's point of view. Sato promised that he would always be there for the people he cared about, even for someone like Sasuke, and said he would become the village leader. Sato had been peacefully lying in his bed reading a book when his brother Obito called his name. Obito shouted for Sato to come because some of the guests were already arriving for their birthday party. Sato replied that he was coming and set his book on the desk before heading downstairs to greet the guests. When Sato reached the main room, Ken, his boyfriend, was already there, along with the Sand siblings. Sato was surprised that Gaara had been able to come given his responsibilities as the Wind Village leader. Sato greeted everyone, and Gaara expressed that he would not miss the birthday party, remembering that Sato and Obito had been among the first people not to be afraid of him. Sato recalled how Gaara had asked him why he had not been scared after they had bumped into each other during training for the Chunin exams. Obito asked if Father and Aunt Tsunade were coming to the party. Father confirmed that they were. A knock sounded at the door, and Sato went to answer it. Burto stood there holding a gift. Sato invited Burto in and asked him to put the present on the table. Burto wished them a happy birthday, and Sato thanked him, asking him not to shout so loudly. Most of the guests soon arrived except Grandpa Oreo and Aunt Tsunade. Sasuke was also expected but was unlikely to come because he had chosen to stay home and train after Sato and Obito cancelled training for the party. Kankuro asked who else was coming, and Obito explained they were still waiting for Grandpa Oreo and Aunt Tsunade, and possibly Sasuke. Mother clarified that Sasuke had said he preferred to stay home and train, which made Sakura and Burto look disappointed because they had hoped to spend time with him. Lee asked Namai what she was staring at. Sato noticed Namai smiling at Gaara and recognized that she still had a crush on him. Another knock came at the door. Mother answered it and returned with Grandpa Oreo and Aunt Tsunade following behind. Obito and Sato greeted them, and Grandpa Oreo smiled and wished the two siblings a happy birthday. With everyone present, the guests began talking and eating the food Mother had prepared, saving the cake for later. Niji asked how they had been doing after everything that had happened lately. Sato and Obito both said they were fine. Grandpa Oreo asked Obito about his new jutsu. Obito explained that he had mastered adding water chakra to his Rasengan but was looking for a good name for it. Burto expressed his excitement loudly, and Aunt Tsunade asked him to stop shouting since Obito was sitting right next to him. After a while, it was time for the cake. Sato noticed Namai looking at Gaara and decided he would speak to her about it later. Mother asked Sato and Obito to blow out the candles and make a wish. Both siblings blew out the candles. Sato wished to one day become a sannin or a well-known ninja, and Obito wished to become the village leader. They sat in comfortable silence and ate strawberry shortcake. Sato thought it was the most delicious cake he had ever tasted. Father suggested opening presents, and Grandpa Oreo handed Obito his gift. Obito unwrapped a branded sword similar to Grandpa Oreo's. Sato opened his gift from Aunt Tsunade, which was a book on medical jutsu. As they continued opening gifts, Sato appreciated them all. His favorite was a necklace from Ken, and his second favorite was a drawing made by Sai. After everyone had opened their presents and began getting ready to leave, Sato asked Namai if he could talk to her in private. She agreed and followed him to his room. Sato told Namai that he had seen her looking at Gaara and asked if she had a crush on him. Namai admitted that she did. Sato encouraged her to ask Gaara out, saying that if he did not like her there would be other great people, and that he believed Gaara liked her too. Namai resolved to ask Gaara out before he left to return home the next day and walked out of Sato's bedroom. A short, neutral pause followed as the house settled after the guests had departed. Namai POV. It was the day after Obito and Sato's birthday party. Namai left her apartment to see Gaara before he departed the village for his home. She ran to the inn where the Sans siblings were staying, hoping to arrive before they left. At the front desk she learned Gaara was in room 210 and hurried upstairs. When he opened the door, she felt nervous. Gaara asked how he could help Namai. She took a deep breath, remembering Sato's encouragement, and asked Gaara if he would go out with her. After a quiet moment, Gaara agreed and told Namai she was incredibly beautiful and that being around her made him happy, so he would love to go out with her. Namai smiled and hugged him, then said she needed to head home but that they should plan a date. Gaara suggested they go on a date the next time they saw each other, and Namai left, saying goodbye. Sot's POV. He had nothing more to learn from Kiko, the mother of Obito and Sato, and he was finally ready to leave to confront Ichai, but he needed to assemble a team first. He decided Suigetsu for fighting skills, Karen for sensory abilities, and Yugo for strength would be the best choices. The difficult part would be getting into Orochimaru and Tsunade's place to find them and to convince them to come. Arriving at the compound, he planned to get Suigetsu first. He had been here before and knew where the rooms were. Suigetsu demanded to know what Sasuke was doing in his room. Sasuke explained he wanted Suigetsu to come with him to gather the others and then leave the village. Suigetsu asked which others and why he should leave with him. Sasuke said they were getting Karen and Yugo and that he needed Suigetsu's skills. Suigetsu refused, saying he preferred to team with Kimimaro or his current teammates and that he would not take orders from Sasuke. Sasuke argued that Kimimaro would never come because he was too loyal to Orochimaru and that an ANBU would never leave the village. Suigetsu relented on one condition. Sasuke had to show him where they had buried Zabuza's sword, since his team had defeated Zabuza and Suigetsu wanted to collect all 7 swordsmen's blades. Sasuke agreed. Sasuke said it was time to get Karen. They arrived at Karen's room and opened it quietly, hoping not to wake Orochimaru, Tsunade, or Kimimaro if he was home. Karen said she had known it was them. Sasuke told her he needed her abilities and asked her to come. Karen refused, explaining she had duties at the hospital and owed Orochimaru her life. She could not betray him. Sasuke assured her they would only be gone until he accomplished his goal and asked Suigetsu to try to convince Karen and then Yugo. Suigetsu agreed but admitted he did not understand why Sasuke needed a team. Orochimaru's POV. Orochimaru was preparing for bed when he suddenly sensed Sasuke's chakra. He wondered what Sasuke was doing here at 10 p.m., and why Sasuke was in Karen's room with Suigetsu so close to Yugo's. He checked Tsunade. She was still asleep, so he decided to investigate on his own. He followed the chakra and saw them heading outside. He realized the boy was leaving the village to confront his brother and had convinced Suigetsu, Karen, and Yugo to go with him. Tsunade's POV. Tsunade woke to an unusual silence and noticed Orochimaru's side of the bed was empty. It was only 6:30 a.m., and he usually rose at 7. After completing her morning routine, she decided to check on him and went to Kimimara's room to ask if he had seen Orochimaru. Kimimaro opened the door and greeted her politely, explaining that he had not seen Orochimaru since the previous night. He relayed that Orochimaru had sent a message saying Sasuke had left the village, and that Orochimaru might still be out looking for him. Tsunade thanked him and hurried off, worried that Orochimaru had gone after Sasuke alone. While running, Tsunade sensed Orochimaru's chakra faintly emanating from the hospital. She rushed there and went straight to the room where the presence was strongest. Inside, she found Orochimaru lying in bed with an oxygen mask. He began to cough as she approached. Tsunade placed her hand on his chest to steady him and make breathing easier. Orochimaru indicated that he felt better, and Tsunade removed the mask, saying he should be able to breathe on his own now. Orochimaru expressed gratitude and asked how long he would be in the hospital. Tsunade told him he could check out the next day. Orochimaru accepted this and remarked that she would have to cover for him in the meantime. Tsunade said she would inform Burto, Sakura, and Jiraiya that Sasuke had left the village. Orochimaru added that Sujetsu, Karin, and Yugo had gone with Sasuke for their own reasons. Sujetsu to pursue the Seven Swordsman's blades, Karin because of her feelings for Sasuke, and Yugo out of curiosity to learn what kind of shinobi Sasuke was. Tsunade told him to rest and said she would come to pick him up for checkout the following day. Third POV. Burto and Sakura made their way to the Hokage's office. They were surprised to find Tsunade there instead of Orochimaru. Tsunade demanded to know what had taken them so long. Sakura explained that Burto had been eating what he called breakfast but was really lunch, and she bowed apologetically. Jiraiya stepped in to calm Tsunade. Burto turned and was surprised to see Jiraiya back in the village, excitedly greeting him. Jiraiya remarked that it had been a while, and Burto lamented that he had not been told Jiraiya had returned. Tsunade and Sakura grew annoyed at the pair's banter. Before Burto and Jiraiya could leave, both were lightly struck on the head by Tsunade and Sakura, prompting laughter from Sakura as she apologized for Burto's rowdiness. Sakura then playfully put Burto in a chokehold, demanding an apology. Tsunade informed them that Orochimaru was in the hospital. She explained that Sasuke had left the village the previous night, and Orochimaru had gone after him but had been injured in the attempt. Burto and Sakura reacted with alarm. Burto asked why Sasuke had left, and Jiraiya explained that Sasuke's obsession with revenge had likely driven him to seek out the Akatsuki in order to confront his older brother Itachi. Burto expressed frustration at the recurring issue. Tsunade confirmed that the operation to track the Akatsuki was still ongoing and that their immediate target now included members connected to the Uchiha. Third's POV. Namai had some time off from ANBU missions and decided to visit Gaara in the Sand Village to ask him out on a date. She walked to the Kazekage's office and knocked. Gaara invited her in and asked what had brought her there. Namai said she had a break from missions and wondered if he would like to go on a date that day. Gaara agreed and proposed meeting in an hour for a bowl of rice for lunch. Namai accepted and left, planning to rest at her hotel until the date. After a short nap, Namai headed to the restaurant and found Gaara already waiting. She sat down next to him, and the waiter took their orders. Namai chose a bowl of chicken fried rice with extra eggs and onions, while Gaara ordered a simple bowl of white rice. Namai mentioned that she had been well but that a lot was happening in the Leaf Village. The waiter then brought their food. They continued talking and eating their food. Gaara asked what Namai meant, and Namai explained that Sasuke had left the village and the Hokage was assembling a team to pursue him. Gaara said that was unfortunate, and Namai agreed. Namai added that the rice had been good and asked if they should keep talking or call it a day. Gaara suggested calling it a day and proposed they go on another date sometime so they could get to know each other better. Namai said she still had 4 days off from missions and they could hang out while she was on break. Gaara replied that sounded great and that he would contact her whenever he wanted to hang out. Namai nodded and left for her hotel. The scene shifted to the Hokage's office, where Tsunade was still discussing the plan to locate Sasuke. Tsunade said targeting the Akatsuki member most likely to lead them to Sasuke made sense and asked how they should approach Itachi. Sakura replied that if they managed to capture one of the Akatsuki, Ibiki might be able to get information from them. Tsunade explained she had already issued an order. Each team was to try to capture an Akatsuki member and bring them in if successful. A voice cautioned that would likely prove difficult. Everyone turned to see Kakashi standing at the door. Sakura greeted him. Kakashi warned that making the Akatsuki talk would not be easy. Even those they had already encountered were too dangerous to consider taking into custody. Boruto asked what they should do, and Kakashi advised patience and continued searching until they found Itachi. Jiraiya asked what they would do if they found Itachi, and Kakashi said he had an idea and asked if Jiraiya could spare time to discuss it. Boruto left the Hokage's office while Kakashi discussed plans with Tsunade. As Boruto walked away, Jiraiya touched his shoulder and remarked that Boruto did not look pleased. Boruto asked what Jiraiya was doing there, and Jiraiya said he thought he might share a meal with his apprentice. Boruto asked if Jiraiya was buying, and the two sat at Ichiraku Ramen eating together. Boruto complained about Kakashi stopping everything by appearing just as they were ready to go. Jiraiya explained that a mission like this required a lot of preparation and that one small team would not be enough. Boruto said he did not understand, and Jiraiya clarified that if Itachi were killed, Sasuke would have no reason to show up, so they needed a plan to detain Itachi rather than kill him. That required a coordinated effort, and Kakashi was busy assembling it. Obito, sitting nearby, confirmed this was the plan and noted that dealing with Itachi would require methods beyond ordinary ones. Jiraiya pointed out that simply following Itachi was not feasible. He reminded Boruto that Sasuke had grown powerful enough to seriously strike even formidable opponents like Orochimaru. Boruto replied that he knew and that he had promised Sakura he would bring Sasuke back from the darkness. Even if Sasuke had not left the village at first, he had withdrawn from them. Boruto then asked Obito whether he was joining the mission to find Sasuke. Obito replied that he was assigned a different, solo mission to find Kabuto and his associate Naruto Yashigoro. There were rumors Kabuto had gone on his own, and Obito intended to see what they were up to. Jiraiya wished him luck and said it would be difficult but manageable since Obito was essentially at ANBU level. Boruto protested that it was not fair, and Obito said he had to go pack. After talking for a while longer, Boruto and Jiraiya gathered at the gate to prepare to leave for the search for Sasuke. Tsunade expressed that she was impressed by how well the plan had been formed. Boruto wondered whether it would be better to include more people. Kakashi explained that it was not simply a matter of manpower. For this job, two teams working together would be ideal, targeting one or two specific objectives. Two teams provided the right balance of strength and flexibility, whereas more forces could be detected too easily and complicate command and mobility. Jiraiya added that restraining an enemy required more technique than killing one did, so the teams were assembled with ninja whose skills complemented each other and who were accustomed to working together. Tsunade praised the team choice, and Kakashi noted they were ready to set up despite miserable weather. Boruto urged everyone to move out, and Kiba quipped that the rain would cool down those who were fired up. Tsunade authorized the mission to locate and detain Itachi Uchiha and ordered everyone to be careful and complete the mission. The group affirmed their readiness. A medium-sized snake hissed nearby, and when everyone looked up, they saw Obito perched in a tree. Sakura asked whether Obito's snake was tracking their target. Obito explained that his snake, Luna, was tracking his target for the solo mission but appeared to have found only one. Sakura noted that Obito was going on a mission too. Obito said he needed to go before Luna lost the trail. Sakura urged him to be careful and to do his best to locate and capture Kabuto and Naruto Yashigoro. Tsunade ordered that they at least try to get Kabuto and, if they could not find Naruto Yashigoro, to retreat. She did not want anyone dying. Obito acknowledged and took off with Luna. Third's POV. Kakashi began to outline the plan for searching for Itachi Uchiha. He stated that their main objective was to find Itachi and take him into custody. Everyone responded in agreement. Kakashi explained that the Akatsuki were rounding up the tailed beasts and they believed the three tails was already in their hands. According to the intelligence Jiraiya had obtained, it was possible the Akatsuki had infiltrated the Land of Fire and were looking for Burto. Everyone listened closely. Kakashi reminded them that Itachi was originally from the Hidden Leaf Village and that 3 years ago he had returned searching for Burto. Sai suggested that Itachi was probably heading back to the Leaf Village this time as well, and Sakura added that Sasuke should be close by, following Itachi. Burto declared with confidence that he would find Sasuke. Yamato urged everyone to take it one step at a time. Kakashi nodded and then presented the search protocol. He explained that they would use the current location as the center point and search a 5-kilometer radius in all directions. If nothing was found, they would move the center point and search the next radius, repeating the strategy until success. Sakura raised a concern that spreading out that much would make the wireless comm units useless and that splits could be dangerous. Rules dictated a minimum of 2-person squads for patrols. Yamato advised her not to be overly worried. Kakashi then made hand signs and summoned his ninja hounds. Pakken explained that the hounds' voices could reach much farther than any comm unit and their noses could detect danger, promising protection. Kakashi assigned 2 ninja hounds to each team member to be safe. He announced that because Burto was a Jinchuriki and therefore a target, Burto would be escorted by Yamato and a sensory type like Hinata. Pakken added that Big Bark Bull would also be part of the escort. Hinata introduced herself quietly and Burto nodded. Kakashi assigned Kiba and his companion to have 1 dog each and emphasized that their highest priority was to track Itachi's and Sasuke's scents. If they encountered either of them, they were to verify the location and return to the central point. Kakashi warned Burto especially not to run off, and Burto acknowledged the warning. With the plan set, Kakashi ordered everyone to scatter and begin the search. The teams took off to look for Itachi and, hopefully, Sasuke. Obito's POV. Obito had been walking for a while and still had not found Kabuto or Naruto Yashigoro. Luna began hissing to indicate she had sensed something. Obito asked where Luna could sense Kabuto, and Luna led him toward a nearby chakra signature. Obito noticed 3 other chakra signatures along with Kabuto's and decided to follow through the trees so no one would notice him tailing them. As they got closer, Luna hissed more frequently. When Obito looked down from the trees, he saw Kabuto talking with Yamato, Burto, and Hinata. Kabuto seemed distracted, and Obito judged this his chance. He climbed down and approached quietly, then wrapped 3 snakes from his sleeve around Kabuto in a swift, controlled move to restrain him. Burto reacted with surprise at the sudden attack. Obito stated that Kabuto was coming with him for questioning and that he would be taken to prison. Kabuto responded with a creepy smile and identified Obito as the grandson of the 5th Hokage, which shocked Obito because Kabuto's face reminded him of Oryojiji's brother. Obito forced himself to focus. Obito demanded to know where Naruto Yashigoro was and what had happened to Kabuto's face. Kabuto explained that Naruto had suddenly disappeared one day and that, without him, Kabuto had lost himself. Kabuto said he decided to follow Burto and make his own path, even injecting some of Lord Yashigoro's DNA into himself in an attempt to surpass him, and that it had become a daily struggle to maintain control. Obito found the confession disturbing. Obito declared that Kabuto would spend the rest of his life behind bars in the Hidden Leaf Village. Kabuto declined and tossed a book containing intelligence on Akatsuki members at Obito. Obito then sent more snakes from his sleeve to keep Kabuto restrained while he tossed the book to Burto and instructed Burto to take the book and continue looking for Itachi so he could find Sasuke. Burto asked what would happen to Obito, and Obito told him that he had been given the mission to track and capture Kabuto and hopefully Naruto Yashigoro, and that he would be fine, so Burto should go. Yamato, Burto, and Hinata eventually left to continue their search. Obito watched them go and prepared to continue his efforts to capture Kabuto. I began running outside the house after Sasuke and his team. I shouted that I wanted to know where they were going at that hour. Sasuke replied in a frenzied voice that he was leaving because there was nothing left for him to learn here. I thought about how obsessed he had become with revenge. Even after the curse mark had supposedly been removed, he had fallen down a darker path. My son had said he removed it while I was in a coma, unless he still had it. I told him he was not going anywhere. Suigetsu called out to Lord Orochimaru. I asked why the 3 of them were going with Sasuke. Suigetsu explained that he planned to collect any swords from the 7 swordsmen he found along the way, and I nodded. I suggested that Karen had probably come because she cared about Sasuke, and Karen nodded in agreement. Yugo explained that he had come because Sasuke had been able to restrain his violent impulses without hurting him, and he was curious about what kind of shinobi Sasuke was. I sighed and realized this would be difficult. I would have to fight them, though Karen was not much of a fighter and likely would not be a problem. I told them I would have to fight. Sasuke declared that I would lose. I used wind-style Great Breakthrough to create a gust of wind. Sasuke countered with a stream of Chidori. The two techniques collided in a large explosion that sent both of us flying back. Karen watched as both Lord Orochimaru and Sasuke were thrown by the blast. She wanted to help Sasuke but could not bring herself to attack Orochimaru after he had saved her life. Orochimaru and Sasuke clashed again, this time using lightning-style techniques. Karen still did not understand why Sasuke had assembled a team. From Orochimaru's earlier words, it seemed to be about revenge. Her thoughts were broken when she heard a cough. Looking up, she saw both Sasuke and Orochimaru panting. The cough had come from Orochimaru, who looked shaken and unwell. Sasuke then told the others that they were done here and ordered them to leave. He said he would meet them outside the gate in a few seconds, and the others nodded. Karen walked over to Orochimaru and gave him some basic aid before taking him to the hospital, then left to rejoin the others. Suigetsu asked what she had been doing. She lied that she had been making it harder for anyone to track them. They all nodded and moved on. Suigetsu then asked why Sasuke had gathered a team. Sasuke explained that their group, Team Hibi, had a single goal: to find Itachi Uchiha and kill him. Suigetsu questioned why they would kill Itachi when he was Sasuke's brother. Sasuke declared that it was none of their concern and that all that mattered was finding their target. Suigetsu asked whether Sasuke would show him where Zabuza's sword was, and Sasuke replied that that was where they were heading. Kabuto charged at me with his chakra scalpel technique. I quickly created a snake clone to take the hit, and Kabuto struck the clone instead of me. Kabuto looked around for the real one and noted the substitution. I used water-style exploding Rasengan and tossed it. The resulting water explosion was powerful enough to damage some trees, though Kabuto managed to evade the worst of it and admitted the blast had been impressive. I needed to capture him somehow and considered my next technique. Kabuto charged again with his chakra scalpel. I restrained one of his hands with my striking shadow snake technique. Kabuto mimicked the technique, and we locked in a brief struggle. I closed in and attempted a physical strike, but my blow landed on a substitution instead of Kabuto. Kabuto commented that I was strong but asked why I had not used my Rinnegan powers. I answered that it was none of his business and that I wanted to prove I could fight without relying on those abilities. Kabuto laughed and suggested I did not know how to use my eyes. I insisted that whatever he thought, this was the end of the line and that he would be taken to jail. I performed a summoning technique and called forth a large snake, bigger than Luna but smaller than Manda. The summoned snake addressed me as Lord Obito, and I told the snake that I needed its help to capture Kabuto. Slithers moved toward Kabuto. Kabuto kept jumping back to avoid being caught by Slithers and Obito's striking shadow jutsu. Obito thought this was becoming a pain and looked for a way to slow Kabuto down. He noticed a tree to the left and hoped Kabuto would trip and fall if pushed that way. Obito quietly instructed Slithers to make Kabuto move more to the left so only Slithers could hear. Slithers closed in on Kabuto. Kabuto continued to jump backward, edging closer to the tree, and finally started to topple. Obito activated his striking shadow snake technique and shot a snake from his sleeve to grab Kabuto. Obito told Kabuto that he was captured and it was time to head back to the Hidden Leaf Village. Kabuto replied that Obito might have caught him off guard by chasing him in that direction, but he was not giving up easily as he tried to break free from Obito's hold. Obito instructed Slithers to carry Kabuto into his mouth while they headed back to the Hidden Leaf Village, waiting for Slithers to open his mouth. An explosion suddenly rang out. Obito and Kabuto both looked toward the source of the blast. Obito wondered what had caused it. Kabuto decided he was getting out of there and broke free from Obito's hold. Obito shouted that Kabuto was not going to get away and tried to recapture him, but Kabuto escaped. Obito resolved that he would have to track Kabuto again later and turned toward the explosion to investigate. Obito ran in the direction of the blast, thinking it must have been a strong battle to cause such damage. When he arrived, he saw the search team gathered around a large crater. They had likely seen the explosion as well. Obito asked what had happened. Everyone jumped and turned. Kiba asked where Obito had come from and commented that he had not even smelled him. Obito pointed out the direction from which he had come. Sakura said they had found evidence that Sasuke had been there before they arrived. Obito concluded that Sasuke had probably been involved in the explosion along with whoever he had been fighting. Kiba noted that Sasuke's scent was faint but definitely present and that he could also detect several other scents. Burto asked what that meant. Obito realized he needed to tell them about Sasuke's companions before returning to search for Kabuto. Shino observed from the crater that a battle had been fought there. One of the ninja hounds began to sniff the ground. The hound reported that one of the other scents matched the one it had detected in the city and that Sasuke was not traveling alone. 3 companions were with him. Obito decided to inform the others about who was traveling with Sasuke before he continued looking for Kabuto. Sakura suggested they must have been in the town. Obito agreed that Sasuke had probably formed a team and added that one of the scents at the scene belonged to Daidarda, a member of the Akatsuki. Sakura asked whether Daidarda had not previously self-destructed and been sent to another dimension by Kakashi's jutsu. Kakashi replied that Daidarda had likely faked his death as a way to escape. Obito confirmed that Sasuke was not traveling alone and identified his companions as Yugo, Suigetsu, and Karen. Remarked that he had wondered where Suigetsu had disappeared to and that he had been planning to use him as a model for a painting that morning before the mission began. Burto asked why Tsunade had not told them about the companions and why they would leave with Sasuke, and he asked who Karen and Yugo were. Kakashi explained that Karen was an Uzumaki and that both she and Yugo were orphans Orochimaru had saved. Obito said that Tsunade had not mentioned them because Orochimaru had said they would return eventually, and that Sasuke had left suddenly hoping to find swords for his collection. He added that Karen had likely left because of her crush on Sasuke, and that he did not know why Yugo had left. Obito reiterated that Karen was an Uzumaki. Burto said he did not care if Sasuke had a team and urged everyone to move and track down Sasuke's scent. Pakin interrupted and explained that they could not follow the trail because it went cold there. Kakashi clarified that a cold trail meant Sasuke had either been completely destroyed by the explosion or had used some kind of transportation technique. He then took off to continue searching for Kabuto. Orochimaru's point of view. Orochimaru sat in his office working on paperwork when a knock came at the door. Jiraiya announced that he was coming in, and Orochimaru looked up to see Jiraiya enter. Orochimaru asked what had brought him, and Jiraiya replied that he had located the leader of the Akatsuki. Shizune added that they could use the new information to plan a surprise attack, and Jiraiya urged Orochimaru to relax because he had only just recovered from Sasuke's attack. Orochimaru insisted they did not have time to waste and asked Jiraiya to tell him everything. Jiraiya proposed continuing the conversation over a meal instead of staying in the office, so they went to the Baroque restaurant. While they ate, Orochimaru worried that the Akatsuki leader might be one of the children Danzo had once wanted him to have Hanzo kill when Orochimaru had still worked for Danzo. Jiraiya teased him about choosing Baroque because it was Orochimaru's second favorite after eggs, and then confirmed that the leader was indeed in the Hidden Rain village. Orochimaru urged caution and said they should plan carefully before confronting anyone. Jiraiya argued that they would not know the leader's strengths without sending someone to test them and insisted that, as a Sannin, he was the best choice to go. Orochimaru agreed but insisted that Jiraiya take backup, suggesting Naruto because he was one of the strongest ANBU and could help. Jiraiya questioned why Orochimaru would risk Naruto, and Orochimaru replied that Naruto could handle it and would go if he knew Jiraiya was leaving. Jiraiya nodded. Before parting, Orochimaru told Jiraiya that Tsunade deserved him more and confessed his awareness of how much Jiraiya had loved her. Jiraiya responded that Orochimaru had won Tsunade's love fairly and that Orochimaru deserved her, too, even if he had not realized it yet. Jiraiya then left, and Orochimaru decided to go home to tell Tsunade about Jiraiya's departure. Tsunade's point of view. Tsunade was resting in the bedroom after finishing a shift at the hospital when Orochimaru called her name and told her to come out. Orochimaru entered the room and said that she should talk with Jiraiya. He explained that Jiraiya had been investigating the Akatsuki and had learned the leader was in the hidden rain village. Orochimaru admitted he had not wanted to approve the mission but had been persuaded that it was the only way to make a proper plan, and he had managed only to get Jiraiya to take backup. Orochimaru informed Tsunade that their son Naruto would be going with Jiraiya and suggested she should at least speak with him before he left. Tsunade asked if he thought Jiraiya would be all right, and Orochimaru said he had a bad feeling because the Akatsuki were strong, though he believed Jiraiya would protect Naruto. Tsunade agreed to see Jiraiya. Orochimaru kissed her cheek and reminded her that Jiraiya was leaving soon. Tsunade thanked him and went to find Jiraiya. After talking with Jiraiya, Tsunade began to share Orochimaru's concerns. Jiraiya was determined to go and was not listening to cautions, and Naruto also felt uneasy about the plan. Jiraiya said he would leave now and joked about taking a bet on whether he would die because he always seemed to lose those wagers. Naruto reacted that the joke was not funny. Tsunade urged Jiraiya to return for the people he loved, and Jiraiya admitted that his heart already belonged to a woman. He then left. Naruto told their mother that he would try his best to bring Jiraiya home in one piece. Tsunade sat with tears on her face and went home with a heavy heart. At home, Orochimaru had prepared a large meal, knowing she would need comfort food. Orochimaru asked what Jiraiya had said, and Tsunade confirmed that Orochimaru had been right to worry and that Naruto had promised to try to bring Jiraiya back. Orochimaru unexpectedly blurted out that he had always loved her. Tsunade asked incredulously if he truly meant it. Orochimaru admitted he had loved her since they first met and that although he had once been entangled with other feelings, his true love had always been Tsunade. He said he felt undeserving of her and of the son they had together. Tsunade's eyes filled with tears. She wrapped her arms around Orochimaru and rested his head on her chest. She told him that she loved him and had loved him since they first met, and that he deserved her love and the life they had built together. She kissed his face. Orochimaru thanked her and rested his head against her again, then expressed his worry about Jiraiya and whether Naruto would be enough to keep him safe. Tsunade noted that she had never heard Orochimaru speak like that before. He usually treated Jiraiya like a hopeless loser, not caring what happened to him. Obito's POV. Obito was heading back to the Hidden Leaf Village after spending almost a week searching for Kabuto with no luck. He decided to return home and report to Grandfather Oreo about how the mission had gone. He wondered if Burto had any luck finding Ichai and Sasuke. He had no luck finding Kabuto after the man had escaped the hold Obito had put on him. Obito ran at full speed to reach the village, eager to deliver his report and finally eat a home-cooked meal made by his mother. He hoped she had not prepared any of his favorites while he was gone. When he drew closer to the village gates, he saw an ANBU officer who matched Kimimura's masked appearance, lifting an unconscious man wearing a cloak that covered his face. From a distance, the cloaked figure was hard to identify, and he appeared to have collapsed from exhaustion. Obito pushed the thought aside and made his way to the Hokage office. Now was not the time to wonder who the man was. Kimimura could handle that. At the Hokage office, Obito knocked on the door. Grandfather Oreo invited him in a snake-like voice. Inside, Grandfather Oreo sat with both hands on his head, staring at papers on his desk and looking paler than usual. Obito recognized the posture as a sign of a headache brought on by stress. Obito announced his return. Grandfather Oreo asked how the mission had gone. Obito reported that he had failed to capture Kabuto and had no luck finding Naruto Yashigoro. He explained that the rumors were true. Naruto and Yashigoro were no longer working together, and Naruto Yashigoro had suddenly vanished. Kabuto had admitted to injecting his DNA into himself in an attempt to surpass Naruto. Grandfather Oreo acknowledged the report and told Obito he could go home, thanking him for trying. When Obito expressed concern about Oreo's condition, Grandfather Oreo said he was tired from the elders and Danzo asking what he planned to do about Sasuke. Obito advised him to try to get some rest and prepared to leave. A loud noise announced the opening of the door. Kimimura entered wearing his fish mask. Grandfather Oreo asked what had happened. Kimimura explained that they had found someone at the gate wearing a cloak and that the man had been unconscious. The person was now in the ANBU medical ward. Kimimura asked if Grandfather Oreo wanted to see who it was. Grandfather Oreo said he would be there in a few minutes. Obito watched as Grandfather Oreo stood and told him to go home and eat. Obito agreed and left the office, curious about the man Kimimaro had found. At home, the smell of cooking greeted him. He announced that he was home as he entered, and his mother called from the kitchen, asking how the mission had gone. Obito explained that he had failed to capture Kabuto, had no information on Naruto Yashigoro's whereabouts, and that Kabuto claimed Naruto had vanished without a trace. His mother mentioned that Kiyomi had come by the previous day and wanted to ask him something. Obito said he would talk to her after lunch. Once lunch was ready, Obito went upstairs to fetch Sato, as he did every day. Sato came downstairs quickly. Their mother had prepared spaghetti and meatballs, which delighted Obito. They ate quietly, and Obito asked about his father. His mother said his father had gone on a mission with Jiraiya and should be back soon, since Grandfather Oreo had recently received a message saying he was on his way back. After finishing his meal, Obito went to Kiyomi's house to see what she wanted. Her mother opened the door and invited him in, saying Kiyomi was in her room. Obito knocked and entered. Kiyomi greeted him and reminded him she had wanted to talk to him the day before. She then asked if he would be her boyfriend. Obito was surprised for a moment, then accepted. Kiyomi smiled broadly and reached for his hand. They agreed to be a couple. Orochimaru's POV. Orochimaru made his way to the ANBU medical ward, where wounded criminals were treated separately from the regular hospital. When he arrived, he asked an ANBU named Rabbit if anyone had seen Kimimaro, since Kimimaro had said he had someone Orochimaru needed to see. Rabbit replied that Kimimaro was in the back waiting for the person to wake. Orochimaru acknowledged this and walked toward the back to speak with Kimimaro. I saw Kimimaro sitting in a chair next to the bed with a man in a black cloak. Kimimaro bowed and informed that Lord Orochimaru had arrived. I asked who the man was. Kimimaro approached and removed the hood. When I looked at the face, my eyes widened. It was my older brother. I told Kimimaro that we would wait for him to wake, then I intended to question him before sending him to interrogation to learn why he was here, and I asked to be summoned when he awoke. Kimimaro acknowledged and promised to let me know when he woke. I returned to my office to continue paperwork. While I worked, Shiazan entered and left a cup of tea. I thanked her as she left. Nearing completion, I organized my papers into separate piles for complete and incomplete and decided to call it a day. Kimimaro's POV. I waited in the medical room, growing concerned that the man would not wake. Suddenly I heard a muffled sound from the bed and watched him try to sit up. His hood fell back. He asked where he was. I told him he was in the Hidden Leaf Village and that I would fetch the Hokage. I went to Lord Orochimaru's office and found him preparing to leave. I apologized for the interruption and explained that the man had woken. Orochimaru agreed to come and speak with him briefly, then have him sent to the Kanahagakure Intelligence Division. I led the way back to the medical ward. When we arrived, Naruto Yashigoro was attempting to sit up. Orochimaru warned him not to try to sit up as he was not fully healed. Naruto acknowledged this and said he had come seeking help to remove a genjutsu, offering information about the Akatsuki in return. Orochimaru said he would release the genjutsu but that Naruto Yashigoro would be sent to interrogation to verify his information. Naruto nodded. Orochimaru placed a hand to Naruto Yashigoro's forehead and after a few minutes the genjutsu was lifted. Orochimaru instructed that Naruto be taken to interrogation once he could move, then left the medical ward. Shortly afterward, I resumed my work in the office. Third's POV. Inside a dark hideout, Sasuke lay on a blanket with a pillow. A masked man with an orange mask bearing a single eye hole moved through the shadows. He had treated Sasuke's wounds and told him to rest. Sasuke sat up and scanned the path where the voice had come from. The masked man said that they had met before and that he did not hold Diodarta's death against Sasuke. He was not his enemy. He explained that he had nearly brought Sasuke to that place to tell him something important. Sasuke barely listened at first, but the masked man persisted and hinted that it was about Ichai Uchiha. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. The masked man removed his mask to reveal a Sharingan and part of his face, and then identified himself as Madara Uchiha, claiming to know the truth about Ichai. Sasuke's own eye reacted, and he felt a sudden, sharp pain. Dark flames flared. briefly around them, causing the masked man to cry out as they looked at him. The pain in Sasuke's eye subsided after a moment. The masked man explained that Ichai had implanted an Amaterasu-like technique inside Sasuke that reacted when it detected another Sharingan. The masked man said Ichai had set a trap even after his death and praised how thoroughly Ichai planned ahead. Sasuke demanded to know why Ichai would do such a thing. The masked man argued that Ichai had done it to protect Sasuke. Sasuke reacted with disbelief and anger, threatening that he would not hesitate to attack if the masked man continued. The masked man acknowledged how difficult it must be to accept such news from a stranger but insisted he was telling the truth and that he knew everything about Ichai. Madara said that he supposed Ichai had died without realizing it. Sasuke shouted at him to shut up and to get out of his sight, holding the blanket up to his face. Madara insisted that Sasuke must listen, that it was his obligation to hear the story of his brother who had risked everything for the shinobi world and for the Hidden Leaf Village, and most of all for him. Madara explained that Sasuke would learn how Ichai Uchiha had lived. Sasuke pulled the blanket closer and began to breathe rapidly. Madara asked whether Sasuke knew why Ichai had implanted the Amaterasu in his eye and added that it had been to prevent them from meeting and talking. He urged Sasuke to listen and the tale would make things clear. Sasuke sat quietly as Madara continued. Madara said that the only ones who truly knew the truth about Ichai were the Leaf Chief Danzo, the third Hokage, and the two advisors. He explained that with the third Hokage dead there were only 3 elders left who knew the secret, and they were unlikely to reveal the horrible truth they were hiding. Madara warned that the truth about Ichai might fade into darkness forever, just as Ichai himself had wished. Sasuke did not believe what Madara was saying, so Madara bound Sasuke with rope and began to tell the history. Madara recounted how the Uchiha clan and their rivals, the Senju, had once made a pact to unite their peoples and create the Hidden Leaf Village. He explained that afterwards the Senju secretly discriminated against the Uchiha, and distrust grew between the clans. Years later, after the nine-tailed fox attacked the village, tensions rose and some in the Uchiha considered a coup d'état. Madara said that the village leadership had placed a spy within the clan Ichai and that while the third Hokage had sought a peaceful solution, Danzo had persuaded him that harsher measures were necessary. When Madara finished, Sasuke did not know what to think about Ichai. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto Yashigoro sat bound in the interrogation unit, tied to a chair and waiting for his mind to be read. Orochimaru and Tsunade waited with the Yamanaka clans in Inoichi Yamanaka to begin the procedure. Inoichi entered the unit a few minutes later. Orochimaru requested that Inoichi look into Naruto Yashigoro's mind to discover why a genjutsu had been placed on him and why he had gone rogue. Inoichi agreed to take the task, and Tsunade urged them to begin before Naruto awoke. Inside Naruto Yashigoro's mind, memories unfolded. He remembered returning from training with his team to a dark house and calling out that he was home. A woman's voice from a bedroom had instructed him to check that his younger brother stayed inside, and Naruto had rushed to his brother's room to keep him safe. He had found his little brother trembling under the covers, and Naruto had reassured him that he would be there no matter what. When the house fell suddenly quiet, Naruto had gone outside to investigate. Upon his return he had told his little brother Orochimaru that their parents were dead. Orochimaru had broken down and cried. Years later, Naruto Yashigoro had become a Chunin and his little brother had become a Genin. Naruto had gone to fetch Orochimaru for a meeting with his new team and had watched his brother stare at a girl with 2 blonde ponytails. Naruto had teased that someone looked like they were in love. Orochimaru had acknowledged Naruto's arrival. A boy with spiky white hair had asked who Naruto was, noting a resemblance but different features, and a brown-haired Jonin had introduced Naruto as Orochimaru's older brother and a Chunin. Naruto had greeted the older man Sarutobi, and Sarutobi had explained that Naruto could be a Jonin if he accepted promotion, having reached Jonin-level skill at a young age. Naruto had asked Orochimaru what his goals were now that he was a Genin, and Orochimaru had declared that he would become Hokage one day so everyone would respect and acknowledge him. Naruto had smiled at his brother. During the Second Great Ninja War, now a Jonin, Naruto had been preparing for a mission to the Hidden Rain Village when he heard a desperate, panicked cry from Orochimaru's room. Orochimaru had burst out, hysterical and claiming responsibility for an attack that had killed Tsunade's brother and other students. The memory shifted to the battlefield. Naruto traveling with Orochimaru and their teammates to the Hidden Rain village to face the conflict, presented as fast-paced, stylized skirmishes and strategic clashes rather than explicit injury or gore. On a stormy night, Naruto had been making dinner and waiting for Orochimaru when the door had slammed open. Orochimaru had returned, upset and saying that Tsunade had called him a monster. Naruto had asked whether there was any real reason to call him that, and Orochimaru had insisted he had done nothing to deserve it, that people in the village labeled him cruelly and that he felt unloved. Naruto had told him dinner was ready and urged him to try again with others, reminding him that with Dan gone there might still be a chance at acceptance. Orochimaru had refused food, lamented their parents' deaths, and declared he would never be happy again, then had run off in tears. Naruto had stared at the spot where his brother had been and regretted having shouted earlier. He had said to himself that he was tired of seeing Orochimaru unhappy and decided to leave the village to find a way to create peace so that people would treat his brother with respect. As Naruto prepared to depart the village, the third Hokage called for him to stop. The third Hokage asked why Naruto was leaving. Naruto told the third Hokage that he could not stay any longer and said goodbye to the old man. The third Hokage asked whether Naruto would really leave his brother behind. Naruto insisted that his brother had grown and did not need him in the same way, and that he was leaving with the hope that by changing the world he would one day return and explain why he had left. The third Hokage admitted he did not understand Naruto's path but accepted his decision and bid him farewell. Sarutobi expressed hope that Naruto knew what he was doing. Naruto Yashigoro had been a rogue ninja for a couple of years. He was returning to his hideout after a late-night walk when he bumped into a man wearing an orange mask. The masked man offered Naruto a place in his organization, insisting they could use someone of his talent. Naruto asked why he should join. The masked man told Naruto that since he wanted to create peace in the world, he could not do it alone and would help if Naruto joined. Naruto agreed. Naruto remained with the organization for some time. One day the masked man, who called himself Madara, asked to speak with Naruto privately. Madara requested Naruto's help gathering information about the tailed beast Jinchuriki, explaining the information would allow them to capture them to achieve Akatsuki's goals. Naruto refused, saying he had joined to create peace, not to harm innocents. Madara accused Naruto of stealing food and making people disappear. Naruto explained that he had only done those things to find and meet his nephew, and that the people had been released once he had seen the child. Madara insisted there would never be true peace and pressured Naruto to join, but Naruto declared that peace was possible and that he was leaving. Madara then moved his mask to reveal a single eye bearing a Sharingan, and Naruto reacted with a loud scream. Soon after, Naruto was detained and brought to the interrogation room. Inoichi removed his hand from Naruto's head after finishing a mental examination and reported to Orochimaru that Naruto had never turned evil. Tsunade asked why Naruto had become a rogue in the first place. Inoichi explained that Naruto's actions had been driven by love for Orochimaru. He had left in part to make amends for past words and to try to create a world of peace where Orochimaru would be respected and acknowledged. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he realized Naruto had done all this to try to make him happy again. Tsunade asked why Naruto had been under a genjutsu. Inoichi answered that Naruto had joined the Akatsuki because of a masked man with an orange mask, and when Naruto refused to gather information about the Jinchuriki, the masked man had used his Sharingan to trap him in genjutsu. Tsunade noted that Itachi Uchiha was thought to be the only Uchiha in the Akatsuki so far. Orochimaru suggested that another Uchiha might still be alive, perhaps someone unexpected, and that they would need to consider every possibility. Tsunade agreed. Orochimaru ordered Inoichi to lock Naruto in a cell for the time being and said he would decide what to do later. Inoichi acknowledged the command and carried it out. Orochimaru used his ability to communicate with Luna without speaking to ask her to track Kabuto. Luna hissed and began to move, and Orochimaru followed her direction. Sai said that he would see Orochimaru later and hoped Kabuto would not escape this time. Orochimaru explained that it would not happen. Kabuto had only broken free because the explosion had caught them off guard. Orochimaru sat in his office, thinking about what to do with his brother. He read a report from Kakashi saying that Itachi was dead and that Sasuke had killed him. Sadly, they had not been able to find Sasuke in time. Tsunade asked Orochimaru if he had any idea what to do about his brother. Fukasaku then appeared in the office and solemnly apologized to the Godame, saying he had something important to tell him. Orochimaru, speaking in his usual emotionless tone while trying to hide his pain, said that he knew he was dead. Fukasaku looked worried, and Tsunade and Shizune had horrified expressions on their faces. Fukasaku confirmed the news and added that before Itachi had died, he had asked Fukasaku to tell Orochimaru that he was sorry for not being a better friend. Orochimaru did not respond, he simply did not know what to say. Shizune addressed Orochimaru with concern. She then asked about Naruto, Tsunade, and Orochimaru's son. Fukasaku explained that Naruto was fine, suffering only a broken arm, and that Jiraiya had helped him escape from one of the toads, preventing a worse outcome. Tsunade said they should summon Team 7 to tell them the news and asked Shizune to call them. Shizune agreed and went to have someone request their immediate presence. Orochimaru remained silent, feeling a growing headache. Tsunade urged him not to be sad, saying that Itachi would not have wanted him to be, and noting that Orochimaru always spoke in an emotionless tone when he tried to hide his feelings. After a long moment of silence, Orochimaru admitted that he should not have let Itachi go. A while later, Team 7 arrived. Everyone was present except Boruto. Sakura looked worried when she saw Orochimaru's expression. Tsunade plainly announced that Jiraiya was dead, and the revelation left them all shocked and speechless. Everyone remained silent, either unable or unwilling to speak, and they waited for Boruto to arrive. Boruto eventually arrived and noticed the somber faces. He asked what was wrong. Fukasaku told him that Jiraiya had been killed in battle. Boruto stared at them in disbelief, unable to accept that it could be true. Fukasaku added that before he died, Jiraiya had left a coded message for Boruto and that they would need to decipher it. Fukasaku removed his cloak to reveal numbers inscribed on his back. Orochimaru examined the numbers closely. They read 9, 31, 8, 106, 7, 207, 15. Orochimaru stared at the sequence for a full minute, trying to determine what the code could mean. Nothing came to mind. He asked Fukasaku if Jiraiya had said anything that might help them decipher the code, and Fukasaku apologized that he had not. Orochimaru said that they would take several photographs to study the code more carefully. Fukasaku nodded in agreement. Tsunade instructed Shizune to inform the cryptanalysis team about the message and asked Tsunaheim to tighten security so that if an enemy tried to interfere, it would not be easy for them to get in. Meanwhile, Orochimaru took photographs of the numbers for further study. Both women nodded and left quickly, as they did not have a minute to waste. Tsunade said that she would need everyone's help to decipher the code and asked them to begin immediately. Sakura agreed, and she, Sai, and Yamato hurried off to get to work. Boruto remained frozen in place, completely prostrate and unable to accept his master's death. Orochimaru asked Kakashi to take Boruto with him, and Kakashi obliged, leading Boruto out of the office. Orochimaru went to retrieve a camera, took photographs of the scene, and delivered them to the cryptanalysis team. When that was done, he returned to Fukasaku's side and asked the Toad to describe the fight in every detail, hoping for a clue that might help decipher the code. Fukasaku agreed and recounted everything he had witnessed, the words Jiraiya had spoken, the flow of the battle, and the moment Jiraiya fell. Orochimaru listened attentively while sipping his tea. Fukasaku finished by saying that he had given every detail he could and hoped it would be useful. As Orochimaru considered the account, nothing obvious presented itself, but one comment caught his attention. Fukasaku added that none of the 6 pains had looked like Nagato. The name Nagato stirred a memory in Orochimaru, and he thanked the Toad for his help. Fukasaku nodded and said he would join his wife and the others to assist. Tsunade entered the office just after Orochimaru had finished speaking. Orochimaru asked Tsunade if she remembered a boy named Nagato with unusual eyes, someone who had reportedly died years before. Tsunade confirmed that Nagato had been one of the 3 AIM orphans Jiraiya had stayed to train. A flashback came to Orochimaru. 3 AIM orphans had asked to be trained. In that memory, Orochimaru had suggested that the war orphans be dealt with, but his companion had silenced him and insisted on staying to train them, sending Orochimaru back to the hidden leaf with Tsunade. Orochimaru recalled that Nagato had red hair that had concealed his eyes. Tsunade added that the other two orphans had been a girl with lavender hair and a boy with orange hair. Orochimaru noted that most of the Pains had orange hair except for one, and he admitted that he sensed a memory that might be useful but could not fully recall it. Another, sharper memory struck him. Danzo had come with a mission designed to manipulate Hanzo by making it appear that the Akatsuki had slaughtered his men. In that account, the orange-haired boy was struck down, and the red-haired boy reacted violently, killing Danzo. In the aftermath, the red-haired boy's eyes had revealed a powerful dojutsu, the Rinnegan. Orochimaru's hand knocked over his tea mug at that recollection. Tsunade and Fukasaku turned to look, and Orochimaru waved it off, saying they would discuss it later. A few hours later, Shikamaru entered Orochimaru's office and asked him to consider the string of numbers they had found, reminding him that he had been close to Jiraiya. Orochimaru replayed memories of their time together until their final farewell and proposed that the numbers were likely page references from one of Jiraiya's books, though one digit that appeared to be a 9 might actually be something else. Shikamaru had not considered that angle and thanked Orochimaru for the insight. Orochimaru replied in his customary calm tone that there was no need to thank him and that he was simply doing his job. Shikamaru gave the matter a concerned look but decided to leave him be. Later, Tsunade returned to the Hokage office to check on Orochimaru. She stood beside him as he sat at his desk with his head bowed and told him not to blame himself for Jiraiya's death, reminding him that Jiraiya had known the danger and might not return. Orochimaru snapped back angrily that it was his fault and that he should have gone instead. He lashed out at himself, saying that if he had acted differently, Jiraiya might still be alive. Tsunade, already upset, felt tears welling and attempted to comfort him, insisting that Jiraiya had wanted to protect everyone. Orochimaru remained overwhelmed with guilt, and Tsunade stayed close, worried for her husband as he struggled with the loss. So Orochimaru and Tsunade went home for the night. The following day, Burto left his apartment early. He took one of Jiraiya's books that Orochimaru had once shown him, the book that had inspired his name, and went to sit in a quiet spot to read. He had not yet had the chance to open it, and thought it would keep him busy. He examined the cover carefully before opening the book and began to leaf through it slowly. He expected to be alone, but Orochimaru soon appeared and sat beside him. Burto noticed him and remained silent. Orochimaru remarked that Burto had taken his book. Burto admitted he had and asked if that was a problem, worried he might be scolded. Orochimaru said it was not a problem and that he had another copy at home. Orochimaru asked if Burto had found anything. Burto said he had not been looking for anything in particular and had only been reading out of nostalgia. Orochimaru explained that he had come to the conclusion that the numbers they had found corresponded to book pages and asked if he could take a look. Burto handed the book over. Orochimaru flipped through the book, checking pages that matched the numbers: first page 9, then 31, 8, 106, 7, 207, and 15, but nothing seemed to fit. He expressed frustration at the lack of results. Burto asked if there was a photograph of the code, and Orochimaru agreed. They went straight to the Konoha cryptanalysis team, where Shiho and Shikamaru were working. Shiho expressed surprise at their sudden arrival. Shikamaru noticed the book in Orochimaru's hands and asked whether they had found anything. Orochimaru replied that not yet. Shikamaru asked Shiho to give a photo of the code to Burto so he could examine it. Shiho quickly produced a photo and handed it to Burto. Burto studied the photo carefully and suggested that the symbol they had taken for a 9 was not a 9 at all if one examined Jiraiya's handwriting closely. Orochimaru interrupted to say that the mark was the syllable ta. He added that he had read Jiraiya's novels many times, including that one, and that he had even edited the book for him, so he should have noticed the detail sooner. He also said he disliked the series and was not the sort to pry on others. Burto looked at the editor credit and read the name labeled as editor, edited by Orochimaru Yashigoro. Shikamaru questioned the identification of the ta syllable, and Orochimaru confirmed it. Shiho fetched a sheet of paper while Burto demonstrated how Jiraiya had used the character. Shikamaru asked why Burto had not pointed this out sooner. Burto said he had not thought the character significant. Shiho agreed with Orochimaru's page number hypothesis and said the message was likely meant for both of them. Orochimaru examined the book again, this time avoiding the page that had been mistaken for a 9 and searching instead for the Ta character. He still could not find a match and shook his head. Shikamaru insisted they could not be wrong and asked Burto if he remembered which book it had been. Burto guessed the title, and Orochimaru identified it as the Playful Romance series. At that moment, Kakashi appeared at the window and indicated the book they needed. Burto approached, and Kakashi confirmed he had the correct volume. Kakashi handed the book to Orochimaru, and Orochimaru in turn gave Kakashi the other book, Tales of a Gutsy Ninja. Orochimaru flipped to page 31 and read aloud the passages from each of the numbered pages. Shiho wrote everything down. Shikamaru asked whether they had found anything, and Shiho said she had. The decoded phrase read, "The real one is not among them." Burto wondered aloud what that meant. Orochimaru suddenly realized what the phrase implied and announced that the other pain bodies were fakes being controlled remotely, while the true one remained elsewhere. Everyone looked puzzled by his sudden realization. Orochimaru concluded that before they could locate the real one, they would have to deal with the controlled bodies first. Orochimaru immediately left the room, setting the Playful Romance book down on a table, and hurried back to his office to summon Fukasaku and share the discovery, leaving the others baffled. Naruto called after him, but Orochimaru did not stop. When Orochimaru reached his office, he noticed Shizune and Tsunade there. He did not even take the time to let her recover and instead did what was necessary to summon Fukasaku back. Soon the Toad Sage arrived. Orochimaru told Fukasaku that he had figured everything out. They had deciphered the code and it said the real one was not among them, which meant that Nagato was alive and the one controlling all the pain. Fukasaku responded that he understood. Fukasaku then asked Orochimaru for a favor. He requested permission to bring Burto to Mount Myaboku so Burto could learn Sage Jutsu. Orochimaru granted the request. Orochimaru then summoned Nagini and told her that he needed Obito brought to him. Before Orochimaru could elaborate further, Burto burst into the office, followed by Kakashi and Shikamaru. Burto scolded Obito for running off like that, frowning. Orochimaru did not get a chance to reply before Obito himself arrived with Nagini. Obito asked why Orochimaru had summoned him. Orochimaru apologized for the haste and explained the plan. Burto would go to Mount Myaboku with Lord Fukasaku to learn Sage Jutsu, and Obito would travel to Ryuchi Cave with Nagini to train in the same art. Burto and Obito reacted with surprise at the proposal. Nagini asked Orochimaru why he wanted Obito to learn Sage Jutsu. Orochimaru explained his concern. He had the feeling Nagato would come to Konoha soon. Nagato had already sent Itachi and Kisame once and they had failed. Kazu and Haiden had also been stopped. With Jiraiya gone, Orochimaru judged it inevitable that Nagato himself would come for Naruto and Namai. If Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, Obito would be the best ninja to oppose him, so Orochimaru wanted Obito to become stronger. Everyone except Fukasaku and Nagini looked worried. Nagini agreed that because Obito also had the Rinnegan, he would be a good match for Pain. Orochimaru nodded. With the decision made, Fukasaku told Burto they should leave immediately. Burto answered affirmatively, newly determined. Nagini said they should depart as well, and Obito nodded. The four of them left to begin training. After they left, Orochimaru said he should find Namai so she could grow stronger in case Nagato came. Tsunade offered to find Namai and have her train with Katsuyu in the Shikatsu forest to work on chakra control and aim for the strength of 100 seal. Orochimaru said he would make sure the guards kept watch for Pain and monitored the prisoner. Obito and Nagini later arrived at a vast cave where stone snake statues stood everywhere. Obito admired the place. Nagini led him deeper, explaining that they were going to meet the White Snake Sage, the elder of Ryuchi Cave who would teach Snake Sage mode. When Obito entered the main chamber, he was struck by the sight of a huge white snake with flowing hair. The elder snake scolded him for being loud and asked Nagini what the child was doing there. Nagini introduced Obito as Obito Senju, Orochimaru's grandson, and explained that Orochimaru wanted him to learn Snake Sage mode. The elder acknowledged Orochimaru's name with mild surprise and said she would teach Obito, but first they needed to eat. They followed the white snake sage into an area that resembled a kitchen, where the sage transformed to appear human. Obito, curious, questioned how she had changed form. Nagini explained that all the female snakes could take human form with the proper training. The sage prepared food and returned with a plate of rat sandwiches and rabbit salad. Obito reacted with disgust, and the sage laughed, noting that Obito's father had disliked the food at first, while his grandfather had enjoyed the rabbit salad. Obito ate despite feeling queasy. Later, back in the training room where he had first met the white snake sage, Obito received the explanation of sage jutsu. The white snake sage explained to him that, unlike ninjutsu, which relied on internal energy, sage jutsu required the use of external natural energy as well. She warned that mastering it carried risks and that a body unprepared for the strain might suffer greatly or even die. She clarified that sage jutsu combined internal chakra with outside nature energy to create far stronger chakra, enhancing ninjutsu, genjutsu, and other abilities. To initiate the process, the white snake sage administered a bite to Obito. He cried out in pain, fell to his knees, and eventually passed out. When he regained consciousness about 30 minutes later, Nagini was watching over him and noted that he had survived the bite and had fainted for far less time than his father had on his own attempt. Nagini said they had to begin the practical work of learning to become one with nature, explaining that Obito must first learn to sense and see natural energy and remain perfectly still to do so. Obito understood and prepared to begin. Obito reminded himself that he needed to remember all the techniques Oryojiji had taught him to keep his mind clear. He sat still and took several deep breaths to keep his body and mind relaxed. Obito had been training for several days, sneaking out every night to work on sensing natural energy, sharpening his ninja techniques, and refining his use of his eyes. His training was complete now. The sage had taught him how to fight using Snake Sage mode, and it was time to leave. Smoke cleared and revealed the scene before him. Obito's eyes widened at the devastation. Obito and Nagini turned to see Burto arriving through the smoke. They stood in Konoha amid widespread ruin. Buildings had collapsed, water pipes ruptured, and people were injured and scattered. Smoke and dust filled the air, making it difficult to breathe. Their home was gone. Obito stared at a figure in the distance and recognized Pain standing there. Pain noted that one of the Nine Tails hosts and a younger version of Orochimaru were present, and he added that he would not need to hunt down at least one of them alone. Then the other paths descended to join him. The frog sage observed that all six had assembled. Tsunade stepped forward to confront them. Obito was shocked to see her. Tsunade declared that she would not forgive the destruction of the village and that she would settle this matter as Hokage, explaining that her husband had already exhausted much of his energy fighting them. When one of the paths lunged forward, Obito moved in front of Tsunade and used his Rinnegan to push the attacker away from her. He glared at Pain with his Rinnegan and demanded to know what had happened to his grandfather. Pain replied dismissively that the Leaf's temporary fifth Hokage need not concern herself with the likes of them, and told Obito to sit back and recover. Burto ordered that Tsunade be escorted to safety and checked on, and an Anbyu moved her away. Sakura, watching from a distance, asked a Hyuga member what he saw. The Hyuga member reported that Obito had taken down one of the Pain paths in a single strike and that Burto had also returned. Both were together confronting Pain. Sakura registered the names Burto and Obito with wide eyes. Obito instructed Nagini to make sure the remaining villagers stayed away from the battlefield. Burto said they would take over from here, and both of them turned their attention to Pain. They advanced. One of the paths performed a summoning technique, and a giant rhino and a wolf emerged from the smoke. The sage companions produced a frog-style sound technique that sent yellow sound waves toward the summoned beasts. Burto and Obito used the distraction to press forward. Obito entered his Snake Sage mode and kept moving while Burto unleashed two massive wind-style rotating shuriken techniques against the wolf and the rhino. A path that absorbed ninja techniques charged at Obito. Obito told Burto to go ahead while he handled the absorber path. Drawing on the taijutsu training he had received from Tsunade, Obito traded blows directly with the path, landed a solid strike, and then formed hand signs to create a clone that finished the engagement with a kicking strike that sent the path away. Obito rejoined Burto after defeating the first path. Burto urged them to finish the fight with a new combined technique. Pain acknowledged that Obito and Burto were both sages, now Obito a snake sage, and mentioned hearing of them as descendants or students of familiar names. Burto and Obito exchanged information about Jiraiya and the training lineage that linked some of them to the same master. Obito grew impatient and silently completed his hand signs, building an enormous rotating energy sphere infused by sage power, while Burto prepared his wind-style rotating shuriken. Observers noted the vast amounts of spiritual energy both were producing. A Hyuga member used his insight to identify the two new techniques, one resembling a shuriken with a core, the other a powerful sphere surrounded by swirling energy. Sakura watched in shock as the two sage-powered attacks came together against Pain's paths. Obito and Burto shouted in unison that everything Pain had done here, the destruction and suffering, could not be called peace. Burto launched his wind-style rotating shuriken while Obito released his massive sage-enhanced sphere. One of the long-haired paths pushed another out of the way to shield them, and Obito aimed at the path that had been shoved aside. Obito's technique struck with an enormous burst of energy and water-like force that engulfed the area, while Burto's technique collided with the other path with overwhelming power. The combined assaults produced huge, non-graphic explosions that sent the paths flying and neutralized their immediate threat without any graphic detail. On the other side of the village, Shikamaru asked who could be fighting Pain. Katsuya reported that Burto and Obito had returned and were fighting Pain alone, having mastered sage techniques. Shikamaru expressed concern and reluctance to intervene, while others reminded him that Obito had asked everyone to stay back and that the two sages had risen to a level of their own. They watched as Obito and Burto continued to carry the battle forward. His temper and strength were like the Hokage's and his grandmother's, and he still dreamed of becoming the strongest Hokage. Shika chuckled at the idea that Obito might be furious with Pain. Burto's and his sage mode had reached their limit. They could only enter sage mode 2 more times, he thought. The main Pain advanced on them, engaging both of them directly. He fought with taijutsu while Naruto tried to recover his sage mode. When Pain lunged to punch him, he ducked. He attempted a counterpunch but Pain caught his hand. He flipped over and kicked Pain away. Pain landed in a crater. He panted on his knees and watched Pain stand and approach. He got into a stance and met Pain's advance, blocking the opponent's arm movements with his own. He shouted that now would be a good time for Burto to go into sage mode as he dodged Pain's attacks. Pain finally managed to kick him. He flew back, but Burto intercepted and caught him. He groaned and clutched his stomach in pain. Burto flashed forward and struck Pain with sage chakra. While Burto attacked, he ran to Nagini and released his clone from a summoning, putting his hands together to restore his sage mode. He returned to stand beside Burto. Burto formed a Rasen Shuriken and launched it at Pain, but the ninjutsu absorber appeared and neutralized the technique. He observed that this was the absorber's ability and that he had thought he had already taken care of him. They both looked toward another path standing beside a huge machine. Burto identified the machine's purpose. He explained that the ability was to bring back the dead. Nagini and Katsuya confirmed. Nagini added that the most troublesome Pain was the one Obito had fought earlier, the one who could repel all jutsu and attacks and pull objects toward him, a power that had not yet been shown. He quickly outlined a plan. First, take out the Pain in the back using smoke bombs. Burto would disguise himself and strike the front while he headed for the rear target. Burto nodded and threw red smoke bombs. He leapt out of the smoke while the paths were distracted. A Rasen Shuriken was thrown at the front path. It turned out to be Burto in disguise. He quietly vaulted onto the back Pain and crashed into him, holding a Rasengan in one hand and his sword in the other. The main Pain snapped his head toward him. He glared up as his attack struck the back path. Using the cover of the smoke, Obito had taken the rear Pain, he realized. As Naruto and he prepared to strike, the main Pain activated Almighty Push. The force slammed them into Burto and sent them sliding into the dirt, landing near Ma, Pa, and Nagini. Ma asked if they were all right. They stood and nodded. Only 2 paths remained. He told Naruto that the main path's power had returned and that the interval between each attack had shortened to 5 seconds. The giant toads rushed in but were repelled in the same way. They stared down the remaining pains. Pa suggested attempting the genjutsu they had used with Jiraiya's apprentice. He stepped forward. The main Pain remarked that this was the farthest they had pushed Pain. He then activated Universal Pull and drew him toward him. The other ninjutsu Pain lunged from behind and locked him in a headlock. He felt his chakra being drained. All of his sage techniques were being absorbed and disappeared. He struggled to breathe. He whispered that it was not yet over, addressing Pain as Big Brother. Pain looked surprised. For a moment his features softened. That moment gave him an idea. He concentrated, sensing for natural energy and calling it to himself. He felt it flow inward and absorb into him. He opened his eyes with a smirk. The hand holding him began to change. The Pain behind him developed snake-like features and started to harden, gradually becoming stone. It eventually resembled a statue. He clenched his fists and fought until he finally broke free and fell to the ground, gasping. Burto rose beside him and remarked that it was now down to just the main Pain. Pain replied that Burto was mistaken. He explained that these pains were like puppets being manipulated by the true Pain. Pa started to say that the genjutsu was re-established, but he was suddenly hurled toward them. Pain produced a rod and struck Pa with it. They watched in shock and called out to the geezer sage for aid. Pain then grabbed him and drove him to the ground, using the rod to pin him in place and cause sharp pain. He cried out. Pain moved to Burto and used the rod similarly to pin Burto's hands, holding him fast. Both of them lay there in agony as Pain began to tell the story of his village. Pain explained that they were all driven by similar desires for peace and justice, that they had all lost someone dear, and that their motivations were aligned with the memory of Jiraiya's wishes. He said that their pursuit of justice could lead to vengeance and create a vicious cycle of hatred. He emphasized that the shinobi world was ruled by hatred. He spoke up and argued that justice would seek out vengeance as they were doing now for their lost mentor and village, and that this cycle would only breed more hatred. Pain listened and nodded. He agreed that the shinobi world was indeed ruled by hatred. Pain knelt to the narrator's level and stroked his cheek. The gesture was soft and unexpected. The narrator met Pain's eyes without replying. Pain went on to explain that he intended to create an ultimate jutsu to end the cycle of hatred and demonstrate what true pain meant. While Pain spoke to Naruto, he quietly reached down and removed the rod from his side, biting his lip to keep from crying out. He pulled it free and exhaled. Pain began to move toward Burto with his hand out. The scene tensed as everyone braced for what might come next. Obito's eyes widened and he flashed in front of Burto. He drew his arm back and struck the ground with chakra. Burto looked at him wide-eyed as Obito took a fighting stance. Obito declared that he would not allow Burto to be hurt anymore. He glared at Pain and explained that he had made a promise to become Hokage, to protect those he cared about and everyone in the village, and that he would fulfill that promise by defeating him. Obito stared at Pain and glanced at the chakra rods on Burto's hands. He jumped and kicked away part of the chakra rods on Burto's wrists. Both of them looked surprised. Obito was about to strike again when Pain shoved him away with his power. Obito staggered to his feet and brushed at his cheek. Obito rushed forward and engaged Pain in close combat. He threw punches that Pain dodged. He stepped back and struck the ground with chakra. As the earth began to rumble, he formed a series of hand seals and unleashed a lightning-style snake lightning. Pain repelled the bolt. With Pain's abilities momentarily stalled, Obito formed an exploding Rasengan and teleported behind Pain to land a blow. Obito slammed his hand into Pain's back and Pain was sent flying to the far side of the cliff by a massive water explosion, leaving a large crater. Obito ran back to Burto and kicked another chakra rod off of his hands. Then Pain abruptly pulled him in. Obito looked down as a chakra rod pierced his midsection. He dropped to the ground in pain as his chakra was forcibly drawn away. He had to act and wished he could use his Rinnegan more effectively. He needed a plan. With his chakra depleted, Obito summoned a snake that bit his arm, channeling its energy into him. He infused chakra into his sword and threw it at Pain's chest. Pain doubled over but recovered, and the fight continued as Obito tried to disrupt Pain's chakra system. Pain flashed around him, and another chakra rod struck Obito's abdomen. He cried out. Pain grabbed Obito by the throat and tossed him through the air. Obito landed in front of Burto, who was still pinned down. Pain moved to Obito, sat on his stomach, and began squeezing his neck. Obito struggled desperately to break free. Burto shouted Obito's name. The cry gave Obito the strength to kick pain off of him. He attempted to stand, but his body was too weak. Obito told Burto that he needed to finish the fight without him because Obito had no strength left to continue. Obito felt his eyes closing. He feared he might die before becoming Hokage and resolved to get up, but that resolve was his final thought before everything went black. Later, Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes. He was no longer in Konoha. He took in his surroundings. The sky was dark and cloudy with only a sliver of moonlight. Orochimaru wondered whether he was dreaming or dead. There was dead silence afterwards. Orochimaru could no longer pretend to be emotionless. The pain he had been holding in was too strong, and tears blurred his vision. He pleaded in a low voice for someone to protect him. He insisted that he did not deserve protection, confessing that he had been selfish and cruel, that he had taken Tsunade away from someone else and always insulted that person. He blamed himself for that person's death and snapped that it was his fault. Rage and regret burned through him. He questioned how he could call himself Hokage if he could not protect the people he cared about. Tsunade stepped forward and told him to calm down, insisting that it was not his fault. She reminded him that even a great Hokage could not save everyone, that he had not stolen her from anyone, she had chosen him because she loved him. She looked into his eyes as she spoke. Orochimaru then poured out more of his guilt, explaining that it had been a mission for Danzo that set so many things in motion. He admitted he had lied to Hanzo, called the Akatsuki evil, and that those lies had enraged Nagato. He blamed himself for how events had spiraled and said he had buried the memory until Nagato's name resurfaced. Tsunade rejected his self-blame and pointed to Danzo as the one who had given the order to deceive Hanzo, and to the painful circumstances that had shaped Nagato's choices. She urged him not to carry all the responsibility. Orochimaru acknowledged her words and thanked her. She suggested they go home for the night. A voice calling him by the old nickname, Little Serpent, made him flinch. He turned and saw two figures he had thought he would never see again, his mother and his father. They smiled at him. He embraced them both, holding them as if he never wanted to let go. He said he was sorry and that he must be a huge disappointment. He felt both joy at seeing them and a deep disappointment in himself. His mother and father hugged him back. His mother told him that they were proud of him, that he had become an incredible shinobi and that they had been watching him all along. His father reminded him that, though he had made terrible choices and experimented on people, their love for him remained. They believed a kinder heart still existed inside him. His mother said that he needed to learn to show his true emotions. His father told him not to accept that he was beyond hope. Orochimaru protested that it might be too late, that he felt dead inside and did not want to feel the pain of losing people anymore. For a long moment his parents said nothing, letting him speak and feel. His father finally told him that he was not dead, that this was only a dream, and that when he woke he would still have a chance to open up to others. His mother agreed, smiling and urging him to believe in that new chance. Orochimaru admitted he feared he would always be a monster in everyone's eyes, that even his older brother had seemed indifferent to him. His mother insisted that no matter what, they loved him. She said his brother had left only to find a way to end his suffering and loved him just as much as they did. His father grinned and told him he was proud of him as the fifth Hokage. Orochimaru struggled to find words. He confessed that he had never expected to achieve his dream of becoming Hokage, that he had feared the village would never acknowledge or respect him. His mother said once more that they were proud of him and that their love endured even after his mistakes and the dark path he had once followed. His vision blurred again as tears gathered. Without warning, he hugged his parents even more tightly and let the tears fall. His nose began to run, and for a long while they stood together in silence as his parents let him sob. When he finally wiped his eyes, his father said they were so happy to have seen him one last time. Orochimaru smiled through his tear-stained cheeks. He told them he had thought he would never see them again. Even with the desire to bring back the dead, he had believed it was impossible. Now, seeing them, he felt a small, painful hope that things could be different. His parents frowned after hearing that. His mother told him that even if they never saw each other again, that did not mean they had been forgotten. Orochimaru looked thoughtful and managed a sad smile. His father said they would always be there inside his heart. His mother added that he should not be sad when he thought of them, he should look up at the stars and know they were watching him. Orochimaru's smile brightened. For him, his parents' words were pure gold, and he would remember them for the rest of his life. After a while of silence, the sky began to brighten. His mother told him it looked like it was time to wake up and return to the real world. He protested that he did not want to be alone anymore. His father reassured him that his wife, son, and grandchildren would be by his side and that they would also be with him in his heart, pointing to his chest. Accepting this, Orochimaru hugged his parents one last time. They said goodbye and reminded him to remember everything they had told him before he vanished into a blinding white light. His parents stood smiling, satisfied, knowing they would watch him from above. A sudden voice pulled him back to consciousness. Someone called his name repeatedly as everything around him remained dark, the sound echoing like it came from a cave. He struggled to open his eyes and felt a hard surface beneath him. When his eyelids finally lifted, he saw a blue sky. The voice was familiar, and he froze. Sato smiled at him softly and expressed relief that he was alive. She explained that she had thought he was dead because his pulse had been almost imperceptible, and then there had been a bright light and people who had been out of reach were alive again. Orochimaru realized it had only been a dream and felt some comfort that he had been able to see his parents. He asked what had happened. Sato explained that Burto and Obito had defeated pain, with Namai helping with the healing. Orochimaru felt proud at how strong those three had become. He suggested to Sato that she go check on Obito, reminding her that Obito was her brother. When Sato asked about him, he said he would come in a few minutes and needed to do something first. Sato nodded and went to find Obito, Burto, and Namai. Orochimaru walked through the battlefield and saw that everything was in ruins. He wondered where Tsunade was and tried to sense her chakra. It was very faint. He sprinted until he found her, with Namai and Sakura already at her side. He called out for Tsunade and saw that she was unconscious and her chakra dangerously low. Namai reacted as if she had seen a ghost. Orochimaru pushed aside his shock and focused on helping his wife. When he asked what had happened, Namai explained that Tsunade had overused her chakra while trying to heal too many people. Orochimaru's regret was sharp. He had been too busy fighting pain and protecting the village to be there for Tsunade. He rushed to apply the medical techniques he knew in an attempt to help, but it felt like there was little immediate effect. Namai told him that they had been working to heal her and that she would need time to recover. All he wanted now was to stay by his wife's side. Namai reassured him that they would take care of Tsunade and urged him to check on Naruto and Obito. He remained crouched, silently watching Tsunade for a few moments longer, then looked at Namai. She gently removed the forehead protector to reveal a purple, diamond-shaped mark. Orochimaru smiled proudly at the sight and noted that she had succeeded. Namai added that Burto had also managed to master Senjutsu and had done much of the work against pain. She suggested he congratulate Burto as well. When Orochimaru asked about Obito, Namai said that Obito was okay but had sustained injuries and would recover after receiving medical treatment. Orochimaru nodded and went to look for Burto and Obito. He found them amid a crowd celebrating. People were tossing Burto into the air and cheering, and Obito was being called a hero. After a while watching the celebrations, Orochimaru decided to check on the prison to see if his brother remained there and to speak with him. At the prison, an ANBU operative named Kimno approached wearing a mask and informed Orochimaru that his brother had escaped his cell. Orochimaru expressed frustration that he had missed the chance to ask more questions. Kimno apologized for letting him get away. Orochimaru sighed and turned back to make sure Tsunade was still being cared for. It had been a few days since pain attacked the village. Naruto and Yamato were using their wood style to help rebuild. Orochimaru was occupying the temporary Hokage tent until a new Hokage building could be completed, working through paperwork while Kiko stood nearby ready to assist. As Orochimaru reviewed documents, a DLVRY arrived. He opened the letter from the rackage and read with a growing frown. The message said that Sasuke had kidnapped his brother and had joined the Akatsuki, and the Raikage demanded free rein for Kumogakure to handle him. Orochimaru, however, felt that Sasuke, his former student and a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, was his responsibility. He prepared a refusal, and Kiko, standing close enough to see the letter, did not object. She felt the same way about Sasuke as someone of the Uchiha clan. When he finished writing, Orochimaru folded the reply, sealed it in an envelope, and handed it back to the Jonin who had delivered the original message. He did not expect Sasuke to join the Akatsuki so quickly, and the thought that Sasuke might not return after killing his brother weighed on him. He regretted not fighting harder the night Sasuke left the village and pushed himself to forget revenge. With Sasuke now aligned with the Akatsuki, Orochimaru could not simply do nothing. A Kage summit would be held in the Land of Iron in a few days, and he needed 2 shinobi to escort him there. He first asked his daughter-in-law if she would accompany him, but she declined, saying she should stay and ensure that Obito did not worsen his injuries. Orochimaru planned to check on Tsunade before arranging escorts, and on his way he nearly collided with Sai. Sai hurried over and told Orochimaru that he had been looking for him urgently, explaining that Boruto was being badly beaten by shinobi from Kumogakure. Orochimaru seized Sai's sleeve and moved at once, intent on finding the blonde boy. Sai protested that Orochimaru would not lead properly if he pulled him like that, but he sighed and allowed himself to be pulled along. They found Boruto being confronted by 3 Kumo shinobi, 1 man and 2 women. The 2 women were striking Boruto, and Orochimaru felt his temper flare. He forced himself to control the urge to retaliate violently. In a swift movement, Orochimaru appeared beside Boruto and summoned a snake to restrain one of the attackers, stopping her aggression. The other 2 looked surprised by the sudden intervention. Orochimaru released the restrained shinobi and demanded to know who they were and what they were doing. The leader identified herself as Samui and introduced her companions, Karui and Omoi, saying they had been sent by the Raikage. Orochimaru told them that their mission did not give them the right to attack a Konoha shinobi. Samui explained that Boruto had agreed to something and that they had come because Orochimaru supposedly knew Sasuke well and could provide information to find him. Orochimaru replied that he had already informed the Raikage he would handle Sasuke personally and that there was nothing he could tell them that would help locate him. Samui then said that the Raikage had torn up Orochimaru's letter in anger before sending them. Orochimaru pressed the point that he would not allow them to harm Konoha's people and that they should leave. Samui considered this for a moment and then announced that they would return to Kumogakure and let the Raikage deal with his fury. Karui and Omoi departed with her. After they left, Orochimaru asked Sai to tend to Boruto's injuries. Sai explained that he had intervened because Boruto was a friend and he could not allow him to be hurt for that reason. Orochimaru advised that if Boruto planned to approach the Raikage, Kakashi and Yamato should accompany him. He said he would first check on Tsunade and then join them. Boruto said there was something he wanted to ask but that he would wait until Orochimaru finished visiting Tsunade. When Orochimaru reached Tsunade's quarters, Shizen, Namai, and Sakura were already at her side, kneeling. The black-haired woman shook her head sadly when her eyes met Orochimaru's. Orochimaru knelt before them and his wife, growing more worried with each passing day. He had no way of knowing how long it would take for her to wake, and the uncertainty was nearly unbearable. He felt a sharp regret for not being there to protect her. He apologized to Princess Tsuna, saying he should have been there to keep her safe. Naruto entered the small grouping of Sakura, Namai, and Shizen with Yamato and Kakashi at his side. Orochimaru took a last look at her mother, then rose to leave the little building. Orochimaru instructed Yamato and Kakashi to escort Burto to see the Raikage before the summit began. Kakashi asked what would happen to Orochimaru himself. Orochimaru said he planned to ask someone else to escort him. Burto suggested going along, and Orochimaru explained that he could only bring 2 people and that Kakashi and Yamato could take Burto to try to convince the Raikage before the meeting. Burto nodded and accepted this. Orochimaru told them that when he had fought pain with Obito he had met his father, who had said something interesting, and he smiled as he shared the memory. Orochimaru listened and returned the smile. Orochimaru then said he needed to ask someone to escort him and hinted that he already knew who he would ask. They were walking quietly toward the Land of Iron. Orochimaru had asked Kimimaro and Naruto to escort him, Kimimaro for his combat skill, Naruto for his sensory ability and wood-style technique. The three of them moved without haste, alert and focused. Everything was calm until Orochimaru suddenly stopped near the border of the Land of Fire. Kimimaro asked what was wrong, confused. Orochimaru was listening and observing his surroundings carefully, then put his ear to the ground and closed his eyes. Naruto followed his example and did the same. Naruto reported that they were surrounded by ninjas and asked his father how many. Orochimaru estimated about 40. Kimimaro wondered if they were from one of the other villages, and Naruto said it seemed unlikely that any Kage would order an attack right before the summit. Orochimaru agreed that such an attack did not make sense. Orochimaru sent a small green snake to scout. The snake returned and confirmed they were not enemy forces from another village. Then the snake warned that an attack was imminent. With Ebony's warning, Orochimaru anticipated the assault. He moved through a series of hand seals and formed a dome of hardened earth and mud around the three of them, stopping the incoming weapons and keeping them safe. Kimimaro asked who would attack if they were not enemies of the villages. Orochimaru did not answer at once. He told Kimimaro and Naruto to prepare to fight, warning that the attackers would not stop until they reached their goal and that being outnumbered required extra caution. Both men nodded and readied themselves. Orochimaru used earth-style techniques to prevent most of the attackers from moving, intending to interrogate them and press on to the summit rather than waste time on a prolonged battle. When he released the barrier, he challenged the hidden foes to come out and face them directly like real fighters. There was only silence and tension in the trees. Kimimaro said he did not like the feel of the situation. Orochimaru suggested the attackers might be trying to delay them and find a backup plan. Naruto argued that the attackers had tried to kill them, and Orochimaru acknowledged that but maintained that the attackers were likely seeking something. They resolved to stay on guard. The attackers struck again. Orochimaru, Kimimaro, and Naruto met them with coordinated, fast-paced moves that felt like an animated clash rather than a brutal exchange. Orochimaru wove precise techniques, Kimimaro flowed through powerful close combat strikes, and Naruto used his wood style to shield and control the battlefield. The assault was fierce but stylized, with rapid counters and defensive maneuvers that neutralized threats without graphic injury. Thanks to Kimimaro's skillful taijutsu, Orochimaru's seasoned techniques, and Naruto's protective wood style, they drove the attackers back and subdued them. The last of the assailants fled or were contained, and the three of them took a moment to steady themselves before continuing toward the summit. But much to his dismay, the delay stretched on because none of the captives would reveal why they had been sent, no matter how hard he pressed them. He wanted to know their purpose, but there was nothing to be done and they were already running late. They could not be executed, since they were indeed Konoha shinobi, even though they had tried to kill them and had been defeated. Orochimaru sighed in defeat and announced that there was nothing more to learn from them and that they should be returned to the village for him to deal with later. Kimimaro protested that returning them to the village would make them arrive even later, but Orochimaru insisted he would not leave them behind. Naruto pointed out that the captives wanted them to return to delay their mission further, having failed to kill Orochimaru. Orochimaru agreed but refused to let them escape. He ordered them locked up until he made a decision and noted that Manda could speed their return. It took a while to secure the prisoners and even longer to reach the summit. At the Kage summit, the council was in session when Ao objected to the apparent Godame Hokage. His Byakugan had revealed something suspicious about the figure at the head of the table. The Mizukage demanded clarification, and Ao declared that the person was an impostor who had been manipulating them. At that moment the doors opened and the real Orochimaru entered, flanked by Kimimaro and Naruto. They moved swiftly to where Mifune was seated, and only Orochimaru's resigned sigh broke the stunned silence as everyone watched them approach. Orochimaru apologized solemnly for the delay, explaining that something unexpected had detained them on the way. Mifune turned to the impostor and demanded an explanation. Orochimaru, with a dry remark about Danzo's admiration for him, accused the man of impersonation. Danzo reacted angrily as Orochimaru glared at him and taunted his choice of subterfuge and the weakness of the forces he had sent. Orochimaru noted that he had been disappointed by their performance and hoped his two companions would fare better, and he advised Danzo to stop relying on that particular eye now that he was present. Mifune and the other Kage demanded to know how they had been deceived. Danzo ceased concealing the Sharingan he had hidden beneath his bandages, and Toryun and Fu revealed themselves as well. The Tsuchikage rued that they had been deceived, and the Reikage exploded in anger. Before anyone could react further, Zestu erupted upwards from the floor, appearing with a smug greeting. In an instant the bodyguards who had accompanied the Kage sprang onto the table, poised to attack, including Toryun and Fu. The room erupted into chaos. Zestu announced that Sasuke Uchiha had infiltrated the summit, a smirk on his face. The Reikage demanded to know where Sasuke was and, in a flash of fury, seized Zestu by the collar and slammed him hard against the table. Zestu fell, unresponsive. The council recoiled at the violence. Mei intervened, urging restraint and saying the situation was not the Hokage's fault. Orochimaru, thinking inwardly that he bore some responsibility as Sasuke's former teacher, nevertheless refused the Reikage's vow to find and kill the Uchiha on the spot. The Reikage berated him and stormed off to pursue Sasuke, with Darui and C quickly following. Danzo tried to use the distraction to slip away, but Orochimaru blocked his path and accused him of sending weak assassins instead of doing the job himself. Danzo said nothing, simply glaring. Orochimaru mocked the idea that Danzo planned to replace him as Hokage after impersonating him and continued to taunt him in his usual biting manner. Mei suggested to the Hokage that he should go join the Reikage and that she, Chojuro and Ao would watch Danzo to prevent his escape. Orochimaru declined her offer, stating that Kimimaro and Naruto would keep an eye on Danzo. He gestured to the two of them to ensure Danzo remained isolated from the others. Mei called after him with a question about the Kaguya, and Orochimaru explained that he had found one alone during a mission in the village and that the creature had come with him. Mei expressed relief that one of them had survived. Gaara asked to accompany Orochimaru to help deal with Sasuke, and Orochimaru agreed. Kankuro announced that he and others would go as well. Orochimaru nodded, and they moved toward the unfolding battle. They arrived where the Reikage, Darui and C were already engaged with the intruder. Orochimaru called out for Sasuke. Sasuke turned and glared at him, the tension thick as the summit teetered on the edge of open conflict. The Reikage asked why Orochimaru had joined the Akatsuki. Orochimaru replied sharply that it was none of his business, go dame. The Reikage seized the opportunity to strike again, but Orochimaru stepped forward to stop him. He wanted to talk before any more violence and would no longer allow the Reikage to intervene. Orochimaru blocked the Reikage's fist with his left hand. Though the Reikage was larger and stronger, Orochimaru used his opponent's momentum against him. Orochimaru said sternly that he would deal with the matter himself. The Reikage, displeased by the sudden intervention, demanded that the Hokage get out of his way immediately. He aimed another blow, but Orochimaru blocked it easily, and the Reikage grew angrier. Orochimaru explained that he would not let the Reikage touch the boy because he had once been his student, and he questioned whether the Reikage stood a chance against an Uchiha. The Reikage trembled with anger and spat that he was uncertain whether Orochimaru was still a monster siding with Sasuke. Karen watched from the shadows, frowning and trying to remain hidden, and wondered why Orochimaru would still defend Sasuke after what he had done. Orochimaru acknowledged that Burto had tried to speak before the summit and said that, since the Reikage had not listened to Burto, he had no choice but to act as he thought best. He warned that if the Reikage wished to fight him, he would not hold back even though he did not want to hurt him. Orochimaru asked to be allowed to talk to Sasuke first, insisting that he needed answers and that violence only made things worse. He spoke from experience, recalling the loss of his parents and how the desire for revenge had consumed him, turning him into someone he did not want to be. He admitted he had also lost his best friend and had been tempted by the same darkness, but he had learned that revenge was not the right path. The Reikage considered Orochimaru's words and then accused him of still being a monster who might be on Sasuke's side. Orochimaru replied that he defended Sasuke only because he had been his student. The Reikage retorted that this made Orochimaru even more likely to side with him, and angrily insisted that Orochimaru was unable to control his traitorous pupil. As Orochimaru and the Reikage argued, Sasuke grew impatient. At first he had been surprised that the Hokage would defend him, but his hatred was stronger than the shock, and he acted without warning. He drove his sword into Orochimaru's back, taking him by surprise. The Raikage watched in shock. Orochimaru had been wounded, but the scene was not spoken of in detail. Sasuke told Orochimaru that he was as pathetic as Burto. Orochimaru reminded Sasuke that he had once said revenge was not the answer and warned that the path Sasuke had chosen was destroying him. Orochimaru added that Burto had been willing to endure harm to protect Sasuke and asked why Sasuke was doing this to him. Sasuke kept his sword lodged and glared, declaring that he did not care if Burto was hurt or died. Burto meant nothing to him. Orochimaru sighed as the Raikage shouted that Sasuke's empty words had led to this situation. Suigetsu, standing beside Yugo, condemned the act of stabbing the Hokage as wrong. Karen whispered Sasuke's name and wondered why he had become like this. Orochimaru remarked that he was glad Suigetsu had not changed. Suigetsu looked away with regret. Kankuro frowned and urged intervention before things worsened. Temari expressed disbelief that Sasuke had the audacity to stab the Hokage and called on Gaara to act. Orochimaru warned Sasuke that there would come a time when neither he nor Burto could save him and urged him to stop while he still could. He mentioned being upset about the attack on Manda but said that Manda's daughter had informed him Manda had been weakened and that he had healed him. Sasuke told Orochimaru he was wasting his time and that Orochimaru should fear for his life instead of worrying about him. He taunted Orochimaru about his condition and challenged where the old Sasuke had gone. Orochimaru replied that he was the Hokage and Sasuke's sensei and that Sasuke should not be worrying about him. With an ironic smirk he added that he would not die now, not with the healing power of the White Snake. Surprised by that declaration, Sasuke eventually withdrew his sword, and Orochimaru sank to his knees. The Raikage, fury rising, called Orochimaru a contemptible title and charged at Sasuke, leaping above Orochimaru to strike and seizing the moment while the Hokage could not intervene. Orochimaru panted as dark purple chakra began to swirl around him, aiding his recovery, and the fight between Sasuke and the Raikage resumed. He vowed not to fail. An unfamiliar voice urged the Hokage to hold on. Orochimaru could not see who spoke because his head was lowered from pain and the effects of the chakra, but he knew the voice did not belong to anyone from Konoha or Suna. The stranger called for someone named C to heal Orochimaru so the Hokage would not die. A man nodded, approached quickly, and began to heal the wound. Orochimaru grabbed the man's hand and ordered him not to touch him. A tense silence fell as everyone watched. Orochimaru explained that it was dangerous to touch him with his chakra and that he could heal on his own. The narrator noted that his chakra could burn or poison anything that got too close, and that he could not give up or die yet. He would live and keep fighting. C moved away from Orochimaru once he saw the powerful chakra swirling around and scorching parts of the area where Orochimaru had been sitting. After the dark purple chakra vanished, C stood and looked up, his gaze landing on the blonde boy. Orochimaru thanked him for the attempt to heal and added that it had not been necessary. C replied that it was all right, suddenly intimidated by Orochimaru. Dori explained that a shinobi from Kumo had rushed to help the Hokage because his son had saved Karen some time ago, and the least they could do in return was to keep the father alive. Orochimaru acknowledged the gesture and thanked them again. The group fell silent for a moment. Someone apologized to Burto, acknowledging that Burto did not want anyone to harm Sasuke, but added that there was no other choice now and that a fight with Sasuke was unavoidable. That person quickly stepped beside the Raikage, who had been about to attack again, and put a hand on his forearm to get his attention. He asked the Raikage to leave Sasuke to him, admitting that he had done little so far but that it was time he dealt with Sasuke. The Raikage looked surprised at the sudden change. Only minutes earlier the man had seemed on the verge of death, and now he appeared uninjured. Karen wondered why the strange purple aura had surrounded him and realized, with shock, that the White Snake's healing power had restored him. She observed Orochimaru closely and asked why it appeared different from how Sasuke had been after absorbing some of Orochimaru's power. Suigetsu warned Yugo that he thought Orochimaru was going to attack Sasuke and worried that if both the Raikage and Orochimaru attacked, Sasuke would be in twice as much trouble. He also wondered how the chakra had been strong enough to scorch the area. Yugo remained silent, staring at Suigetsu's back. When Suigetsu asked if he was afraid of Orochimaru, Yugo admitted that he was reluctant to fight him because Orochimaru reminded him of a snake ready to strike when angered and because Yugo felt indebted to Orochimaru for what he had done. Despite their fear and reservations about fighting someone who had helped them, Yugo insisted that they had to help Sasuke. Orochimaru prepared to confront Sasuke. He asked why Sasuke had come here and whether Sasuke cared that he should not even have been present. Sasuke responded that he had not come to discuss matters with the Godame and accused the Godame of surviving Danzo's attempt on his life. Since Danzo had failed to have him killed, Sasuke declared that he would kill him himself. Sasuke boasted that, while the Godame may have survived the blade of his sword, he would not stand a chance against Sasuke's Susanoo and that the Godame's strength was nothing compared to the Uchiha's powers. Orochimaru countered that, although Sasuke had left the village after winning the night, he would not win again this time. Sasuke activated his Susanoo and launched an arrow imbued with Amaterasu. Orochimaru dodged the attack just in time and then used Earth-style techniques to shield himself from the black flames. Sasuke's presence here suggested to bystanders that he had anticipated Danzo's plan and perhaps even discovered something about what had happened to his clan. Sasuke reflected privately that the truth was complicated and remembered how Danzo had been involved with his clan's fate. Orochimaru accused Sasuke of having achieved what he intended, avenging his parents and clan and killing his older brother. Sasuke reacted angrily, forbidding anyone to speak of his brother, his parents, or his clan. Sasuke's Susanoo surged forward, intent on crushing Orochimaru. Orochimaru acknowledged the gravity of the situation and, though he could feel a consuming dark chakra within Sasuke, he refused to let Sasuke kill him. He launched himself like the Raikage had done earlier and leaped forward to strike the Susanoo with a powerful punch honed through training with Tsunade. Though not as fast as the Raikage, Orochimaru moved faster than the Susanoo, and his blow cracked the armor of the giant form. The impact worked. The Susanoo fractured and fell. Observers expressed astonishment, with Temari murmuring that it was unbelievable and even the Raikage looking impressed despite his frown. Sujetsu exclaimed to Yugo that the strength displayed was monstrous. Karen whispered her worry and wonder at where Sasuke had gained such power. Sasuke's Susan deactivated and he regained his footing, but Orochimaru moved in a flash and struck from behind, constricting him with a snake to prevent escape. Orochimaru demanded that Sasuke stop and said that he did not want to fight him, urging Sasuke to explain why he had come here. Sasuke demanded to know the meaning of the situation as a medium-sized snake was wrapped tightly around his body. He fought the serpent's hold with all his strength but could not break free. Orochimaru explained that Sasuke could not overcome the strength of his snake, Amber, and that it was pointless to struggle. Orochimaru warned that Sasuke had better answer his questions. He told Sasuke he would not kill him because Burto would never forgive him and because Sasuke remained his student no matter what. Orochimaru said he could not allow Sasuke to go on and kill everyone, and that his patience had limits. Sasuke demanded to be released and spat an insult at the snake. Orochimaru warned him not to push him and noted that Amber disliked being called filthy. The snake tightened its grip as Sasuke struggled harder. Orochimaru asked why Sasuke had come there, suggesting that Sasuke could not have come to kill him since Danzo's men were believed to have already taken care of him. He asked directly whether Sasuke had come for Danzo. As Orochimaru questioned him, he suspected that Sasuke already knew what had really happened to his clan but wanted to be certain. Meanwhile, Yugo's curse mark activated and he began to move toward a violent outburst. A subordinate shouted to the Raikage that a man was sprinting toward them. The Raikage turned, saw the attacker, and moved to intercept him while Orochimaru remained occupied with Sasuke. Sasuke demanded to know why Orochimaru cared so much about Burto, insisting that Burto was not part of Orochimaru's family. Orochimaru replied harshly that although they did not share blood, he considered Burto part of his family like a grandson because Burto's parents had once been his students, and he had failed to protect them. Orochimaru explained that his wife's clan had ties to the Uzumaki and that his son was their godfather, so they felt like family. He told Sasuke that they both knew the unbearable guilt of failing to protect loved ones and how that guilt could breed hatred and vindictiveness. Sasuke countered angrily that his brother had never been a traitor and had loved Konoha, perhaps even more than others. When Orochimaru asked what he meant, Sasuke declared that his brother had been forced to destroy his clan and his parents under orders meant to protect the village. Sasuke insisted that it had been done in the hope of protecting Konoha and the villagers from those who despised his brother and labeled him an outcast. Orochimaru was stunned to hear that Sasuke already knew the truth. He realized Sasuke had come to kill Danzo. Sasuke confirmed that he intended to kill Danzo now and that he would return for Orochimaru afterward. The revelation hit Orochimaru hard. Amber loosened her grip enough for Sasuke to slip free and leave, since killing Danzo was clearly Sasuke's top priority. Amber moved to Orochimaru's side to calm him. Karen watched the exchange closely from a distance but could not hear what had been said. She wondered why Sasuke had suddenly stopped and what had been told to him. No one else heard the small conversation, as Gaara and his siblings were focused on assisting the Raikage and his men against Yugo and Suigetsu. Orochimaru had no idea how Sasuke had learned the truth. The only lead he could think of was the masked person who had stopped Kakashi from reaching Sasuke and who had a Sharingan. He resolved that he needed to find that masked individual and learn their identity and motives, especially regarding the Biju. If Burto and the others had not been able to defeat that person, Orochimaru planned to face them himself. The thought of that unknown figure angered him and sharpened his determination. By the time Orochimaru recovered from the shock, the Raikage, the Kazekage, and the others had managed to subdue Yugo. Temari called to Orochimaru, and he had Amber step back. He pressed his ear to the ground to sense the surrounding chakra, unconcerned that Sasuke intended to kill Danzo since Orochimaru believed it would have happened eventually. Temari and Kankuro moved close to him. While sensing the area, Orochimaru detected another powerful and familiar chakra nearby. He deduced it must be Karen, given Yugo and Suigetsu's presence. He straightened and looked toward a red-haired figure. Karen immediately hid herself, sitting down and hugging her knees against the wall as panic set in. She realized that Orochimaru had sensed her chakra and tried to remain out of sight. Temari asked Orochimaru what was happening, and Orochimaru considered his next move in silence. Temari demanded to know why Orochimaru had let Sasuke escape. Orochimaru answered plainly that there was nothing to explain and that Sasuke would not go far now that he was here. He added that he did not have to justify his actions and disliked being told what to do, then moved toward Sasuke. Orochimaru wondered if the masked Uchiha would appear to rescue Sasuke if he were truly in danger. If Sasuke tried to kill Danzo and everyone else sought to kill him, things would only become more complicated. Everything felt unbearably tense. Orochimaru returned to the room where the other Kage had been staying and found the corridor blocked. He did not want to destroy everything but had no choice but to force his way through the wall. He had been so focused on Sasuke and the masked man that he had not noticed Kimimaro and Naruto fighting Danzo's men alongside Chojuro and Ao, or that several white Zetsu were attacking many of those present, or that Karen had followed Sasuke. Before he could break through, the wall was consumed by Amaterasu and Sasuke entered the room. Orochimaru prepared to attack again, but the Tsuchikage intervened and unleashed his dust release, detachment of the primitive world. Orochimaru's eyes widened as the situation spiraled out of control. The Tsuchikage announced that he was getting rid of Sasuke and that there would soon be nothing left of him. Orochimaru panicked inwardly, thinking of how Burto would never forgive him if this happened. Karen registered in disbelief that Sasuke's chakra was gone. The Tsuchikage explained calmly that he had used a dust release technique that dispersed Sasuke's form at an almost molecular scale. Orochimaru was as stunned as Karen, though for different reasons. Everything had happened too quickly. The Tsuchikage turned his head toward Orochimaru and warned that he really should not have done that. The Raikage then arrived with the Kazekage and their bodyguards. The Raikage demanded where Sasuke was, and the Tsuchikage replied plainly that he had turned him into dust. The Raikage protested loudly that he had intended to do that himself and that the Tsuchikage had no right to act unilaterally. Before tension could escalate further, a presence interrupted the room. Orochimaru froze at a voice that felt both new and oddly familiar. All eyes turned to the person who had spoken. The masked man stood on the large table where the Kage had been seated moments earlier and announced that his name was Madara Uchiha. Karen reacted with relief and happiness at seeing Sasuke. Orochimaru stared at the masked man and at Sasuke, incredulous and wondering how Sasuke had been saved. The masked man said that he had something to explain and that if they wanted to bring Sasuke back, they should listen. Orochimaru noted the Sharingan in the masked man's right eye through a hole in the bright orange mask. The eye shone red. The Raikage moved in a flash to strike, but his blow passed through the masked man as if the man were a shadow, leaving only a mark on the wall behind him. The masked man demonstrated by making Sasuke disappear in an instant, showing a power that the Raikage could not touch. Orochimaru thought that the man could not be the Madara Uchiha he had read about. He looked far too young and wore an odd orange mask, yet the chakra felt familiar in a way that nagged at him. He was pulled out of his thoughts when the masked man addressed the gathered leaders. The masked man said that he had sent Sasuke to weaken the 5 Kage and take them hostage, all to carry out his plan, the Tsuki-no-Mi project. He claimed that his injuries from battling the first Hokage, Hashirama, had been too severe and that he currently lacked the strength he once had. Orochimaru responded with bitter disbelief, pointing out that decades had passed since the fight with Hashirama and that anyone should have had time to regenerate. He observed that the masked man's appearance did not match someone rumored to have lived so long and that it was odd to see such dark hair and vitality after so many years. The room filled with tension as the masked man prepared to explain further. Orochimaru urged them to reveal their secret, speaking like the logical man he was and ending the sentence with a trace of irony. Everyone fell silent, clearly surprised that he would argue so coolly. The masked Uchiha studied Orochimaru for a few moments with his visible Sharingan. He recited Orochimaru's full name and his connections to Naruto Yashigoro and Tsunade Senju, and the mention sent a strange nod of recognition through Orochimaru's gut. It unsettled him that this man knew his full name and referred to Tsunade as his wife. The familiarity did not sit right. Tobi observed him and remarked that Orochimaru was surely the genius of the Sannin, not only for his fighting ability but for his sharp mind. Orochimaru continued to study the newcomer in silence, scanning him from head to toe for any clue to his identity. Frustration grew as no clear answer surfaced. Orochimaru demanded that they stop playing games and tell the truth. He insisted this man could not be the real Madara Uchiha and that no one could fool a genius like him. Tobi responded with a barely impressed air, and Orochimaru thought about removing the mask to see the face hidden beneath, but he knew he would need a careful plan. This man could not be taken lightly. Tobi asked whether the real Madara would truly need a mask and wondered what the mask was meant to hide. If the man was concealing his face, he must not want to be recognized. Orochimaru suspected that the visible single Sharingan might mean the other eye was gone, which only deepened his sense that this person was someone he ought to know but could not place. Suddenly Tobi reappeared in front of Orochimaru in an instant, surprising everyone, and he gripped Orochimaru's shoulders with gloved hands, freezing him. Tobi told Orochimaru that he was talking too much and that he should be quiet and listen. Orochimaru warned that he should not be forced into silence, while a strange, nagging sensation of familiarity tugged at him. His wide golden eyes locked on the Sharingan as if drawn in, and though he felt mesmerized, Tobi had not placed him under a genjutsu. After a few moments, Tobi released Orochimaru's shoulders and returned to his previous position to sit. He announced that he would take his time to explain. Everything would become one with him, resulting in a completed form of unified possession. The Tsuchikage demanded clarification about what becoming one and uniting all meant, and Orochimaru shared that he was puzzled as well and growing angrier at his inability to gauge this man's intentions. He also remained bothered by the persistent sense of familiarity. Tobi continued, telling them that secrets were engraved upon the stone tablet in the Uchiha shrine by the sage of the Six Paths himself. The Tsuchikage dismissed that as legend, but Tobi insisted it was truth. When the Raikage asked what the sage had to do with his plan, Tobi explained that the link lay there. The sage had once saved the world from a certain monster. Tobi spoke of the Ten Tails, the creature formed from the combined power of all the tailed beasts, and its immense chakra. He described how the one-tail Shikaku was only the first, and that the more tails a beast had, the more powerful it was, making the 9 tails the most potent among them. Orochimaru's concern grew as he realized what Tobi was implying. The plan required the 9 tails, which in turn would put Burto and Namai at grave risk. He bristled inwardly at the thought and thought that if this man threatened them, he would respond without mercy. Toby went on to describe a sealed technique developed by the Sage of the Six Paths to protect the world from the Ten Tails, a technique that had been passed down in secret and that the sage had used to seal the Ten Tails' body and bury it in the sky, where it became the moon. Mifune observed that Toby sought inhuman power by gathering the chakra of all nine-tailed beasts. Toby confirmed that he would use that power to strengthen his ocular abilities and activate a certain jutsu. When the Tsuchikage pressed for details, Toby explained that he intended to cast a genjutsu over all humanity and control everyone in order to unify the world. He named his project Tsuki no Mi. The Raikage reacted angrily, refusing to hand the world over to Toby, and Orochimaru frowned, calling the plan mad. The Mizukage argued that a genjutsu offered no hope or dreams, only escape. The Tsuchikage accused Toby of wanting to make the world his own. Everyone wondered why Toby would reveal such true intentions to them. Orochimaru suspected it was part of some manipulation. The revelation sounded reckless, but Toby's demeanor left no doubt that he was deadly serious. To Orochimaru, the masked man now clearly seemed to be a manipulator. The masked man declared that hope did not exist, calling it the greatest deception and equivalent to giving up. Orochimaru suddenly realized something. He remembered that this man had been the one responsible for Minato and Kushina's deaths and for releasing the Nine Tails in order to use it. He also recalled people saying an Uchiha must have been controlling the Nine Tails, which had never made sense because the Uchiha had also lost people to the attack and had been helping evacuate everyone. The conclusion formed in his mind. This masked man had to be the culprit. The masked man advised that they surrender both the Eight Tails and the Nine Tails to him. The Raikage questioned what he meant by the Eight Tails and pointed out that they believed B had already been secured. The masked man replied that the attempt to capture the Eight Tails had failed and that B had escaped. The Raikage reacted with outrage at that news. Orochimaru half listened, his memories of Minato and Kushina flooding his mind and making him almost oblivious to the room around him for a few moments. He watched the masked man, thinking of the murders of his students and of all the chaos this figure had caused in the village. The idea that this man spoke casually about plans to destroy the world enraged him. Orochimaru bristled and glared at the masked man, accusing him of killing his students and vowing that they would never allow him to seize control of the world or harm the children. He declared that he would kill the masked man himself if given the chance. The masked man responded dismissively, and Orochimaru, venom in his tone, said he no longer cared about the man's true identity but that he would not allow the masked man to take Burto or Namai or the Eight Tails, nor would they let his plan proceed. The masked man then declared the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War and disappeared in a flash. Orochimaru muttered an insult through gritted teeth. The man's ability to vanish and to make others disappear at will made the situation much more complicated. Orochimaru knew he had to find a way to counter it. Gaara stated that they needed to form an allied shinobi force, asserting it was the only way to counter the power of the tailed beasts. The Raikage agreed and urged immediate action. The Mizukage also urged haste. The Raikage ordered C to send word to the village to assemble a tracking unit and begin the search for B immediately. The Tsuchikage asked Orochimaru what he meant when he claimed the masked man had killed his students and who the man could be if not the real Madara Uchiha, noting that Orochimaru seemed to know more about the situation than the others. Orochimaru admitted he had no concrete proof, but explained his reasoning. He had drawn conclusions from the masked man's words and from what had happened in Konoha in the past. Orochimaru believed the masked man had been responsible for the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife, and that the man had tried to use the birth of the fourth Hokage's children as an opportunity to release the Nine Tails. The fourth Hokage had sealed the Nine Tails into the two children to save the village, so that attempt had failed. The Mizukage frowned and remarked that the masked man would now need to sacrifice the two children to obtain the Nine Tails. Orochimaru agreed. He admitted he did not know the masked man's true identity. He had only known a few members of the Uchiha clan personally. The Tsuchikage argued that, even if the man was not the real Madara Uchiha, he must have some link to Madara to have devised such a plan. Orochimaru agreed that such a connection was likely, but emphasized that the immediate concern was the masked man's power and the need to prepare for the worst. The Mizukage suggested that the allied shinobi forces must find the two children first. Orochimaru drifted into thought, torn between curiosity about the masked man's identity and the pressing need to stop him. He could not let the man escape, not with Sasuke having somehow survived and with Danzo and his men still at large. Looking around the room, he noticed that Danzo and his two men were gone. Orochimaru suspected the masked man might possess a jutsu or a trump card for controlling the tailed beasts. He also expected that Danzo would attempt to have him killed again on his way home, likely through his bodyguards. Orochimaru loathed cowards and resolved that he would go after Danzo. Orochimaru thought that someone needed to stop Sasuke from going any further down his dark path. Gaara argued that they could not let that happen and reminded the assembly that this war was also meant to protect those three. Gaara warned that, from what they had been told, Madara was weakened and it would be difficult for Madara and the Akatsuki to capture the 8 tails and 9 tails. The Mizukage agreed with Gaara. The Raikage concurred with the Kazekage. Mei turned to Orochimaru and asked for his view as Hokage. Orochimaru admitted that he had not been listening closely and asked for clarification. Gaara explained that Naruto, and Akira must not be told about the impending war. Gaara emphasized that revealing the plan would be too dangerous for them because the enemy might target them directly and they could not be put on the front line. Orochimaru asked why they would be kept in the dark. Gaara repeated that it was a matter of protecting those the enemy wanted. The Raikage pointed out that B in particular was unpredictable and might create chaos on the battlefield. Another voice noted that Burto and Namai had been trained to face threats like the Akatsuki and were unlikely to act recklessly, but cautioned that they could not take any risks. Orochimaru countered that if Madara were truly weakened as he claimed, Burto and Namai might be able to face and even defeat him more easily than the others expected. He praised their abilities and experience. Gaara acknowledged Orochimaru's trust but insisted that it would be better to keep the war a secret from them for now. Orochimaru warned that they could not fool Namai for long. She was sharp and perceptive. Gaara conceded that they would do what was necessary and the others accepted his decision. Orochimaru, aware that he would not change Gaara's mind and mindful of his relationship with Namai, agreed to comply. He had enough problems already and did not want to start an argument with the other Kage. The Raikage announced that intelligence about Killer Bee would be shared with the Stone, Mist, Sand, and Leaf villages. Orochimaru said that he would provide information about Burto and Namai as well. He fell into thought, replaying every moment he had shared with the mysterious Uchiha man and reanalyzing each detail. He felt there was something familiar about that man but could not place it. Mifune observed that at that moment the world's first allied shinobi force was being formed and that its power was unknown. The question of who would lead the allied shinobi forces remained open. Orochimaru recalled that the Uchiha they had encountered might be missing an eye. Gaara proposed that Lord A should be appointed to lead, reasoning that the 8-tail was alive and that Lord A alone could control it, making him key to the war. The Raikage accepted the responsibility and agreed to lead the allied forces. Orochimaru reminded himself that Burto and Namai still had to learn to master the 9-tailed fox chakra, but he decided to worry about that later. His immediate priority was to find Sasuke and pull him back from this path. Dealing with Danzo could wait until Sasuke was safe. The Raikage requested any intelligence Orochimaru could provide about Madara Uchiha. The Raikage stressed that if they did not act, the ninja world as they knew it could disappear, and urged them to put aside personal differences. Orochimaru agreed that unity was essential and that they could not afford disunity with so much at stake. The Tsuchikage confirmed his cooperation. A small, genuine smile crossed Orochimaru's face. The formation of a true allied shinobi force felt real at last, a hopeful step toward a lasting peace after years of bloodshed and rivalry between the great nations. Orochimaru allowed himself the thought that he might finally find peace and happiness in this world and would no longer have to suffer from pain and loneliness. He acknowledged silently that much of this was happening because of the Uchiha man. The Tsuchikage formally declared the allied shinobi forces formed. Orochimaru then informed the assembly that Danzo had taken the opportunity to escape with his men while Sasuke had been present and that Danzo had tried to kill him, so he needed to deal with that threat immediately. Gaara and the others understood. The Mizukage, Mei, offered to send Ao and Chojuro to help Orochimaru because the man they sought was dangerous, and because they did not want anything to happen to Orochimaru now that the Fourth Great Ninja War had been declared. Orochimaru thanked the Mizukage but assured her that he and his men were strong enough to handle Danzo. That Tsuchikage warned him not to underestimate Danzo. Orochimaru insisted that Danzo was an internal matter and that he would handle it himself. Naruto and Kimimaro stepped forward to flank Orochimaru as he prepared to leave. Orochimaru told them that he would return in short order after resolving the situation. As they departed, everyone watched them in silence. Once outside, Kimimaro asked if they should seek additional backup given the danger of facing Danzo and the possibility of Madara returning to ambush them. Orochimaru considered the risk and decided that Danzo would likely be too occupied fighting Sasuke to ambush them. He reassured Kimimaro that they would be fine and urged them to pursue Danzo and Sasuke immediately, certain that they could not have gone far and that a confrontation would occur soon. The protagonists said that they did not want any more delay and needed to reach them before they were gone. Little did they know what was going to happen once they found Danzo. Sasuke turned his gaze from Orochimaru back to Danzo and saw a massive fusion of elephant and tiger chakra forming nearby. Orochimaru moved aside as the creature prepared to unleash a powerful gust of wind. Orochimaru regretted having implanted the Sharingan and given Shodai cells to this arm. For someone who prided himself on caution, he judged himself a fool for those choices. When Orochimaru snapped out of his thoughts, he saw Danzo holding Karin. Sasuke ordered Karin to hold still. Orochimaru's eyes widened when he saw Sasuke lunge past Karin to reach Danzo. Sasuke murmured that one was down and the rest would follow, his smile dark and determined. Orochimaru thought that Sasuke had completely lost himself and resolved to stop him before he went any further down that path. Orochimaru called for Karin to hang on, then ran to pull her out of harm's way. Once he had moved her to safety, he let out a relieved breath just in time for Danzo's body to erupt in a huge black explosion. Orochimaru quickly reverse summoned himself and Karin to Ryuchi Cave. They took a brief moment to regroup. Orochimaru sat up and muttered that it had been close. He looked around and realized he had landed in a large purple cavern, Manda's domain. Manda lay behind him with one eye open, watching Karin, who was barely conscious. Manda demanded to know what Orochimaru was doing in his cave. Orochimaru apologized and explained that he had reverse summoned to avoid the blast. Manda commanded him to be quieter next time. Orochimaru agreed and prepared to leave, but then he worried about Karin's injuries and decided it would be better to have Manda watch her while he dealt with Sasuke. Orochimaru asked Manda to watch Karin and to return her once he had taken care of the matter. Manda grumbled that the girl had better not disturb his sleep or he would eat her for lunch. Orochimaru nodded and completed the reverse summon. A voice called out Sasuke's name. Sasuke had managed to shield himself and now confronted Orochimaru, declaring that it was Orochimaru's turn. Orochimaru sighed and began to plead, knowing it might be impossible to reason with him. Orochimaru told Sasuke that he understood the anger at what Danzo had done and that those feelings were legitimate. Sasuke interrupted, insisting that Orochimaru could not possibly understand because his own brother had not been forced to betray him, that betrayal, Sasuke spat, had been by choice. Sasuke accused Orochimaru of not understanding the depth of his loss. Orochimaru attempted to explain that he had never despised Sasuke's brother and that he had been one of the few who doubted the official story. Sasuke countered by accusing the Hokage and the leadership of sending others to do dirty work while they sat safely at their desks. The exchange grew heated. Orochimaru's face crumpled inward with the weight of memories and regret. Suddenly, Sasuke aimed his Chidori at Orochimaru and shouted a command to strike. Orochimaru made hand signs with a single hand, and Sasuke's attack passed through nothing but a flurry of snakes. Orochimaru had used a snake clone technique. Sasuke's expression shifted from rage to stunned surprise at the unexpected substitution. Orochimaru remarked that Sasuke had been so intent on killing him that he had not noticed the hand signs. Sasuke recovered, drew his sword, and turned to finish the attack, but Orochimaru's kunai was already pressed to his throat as a warning to stay still. Orochimaru urged Sasuke to calm down and said he would not kill him, though he could still inflict harm if forced. Sasuke challenged him to do it, But Orochimaru warned that he should not be forgotten either. It would not be easy to kill him, because his healing abilities born of the White Snake's power made him difficult to finish off. Sasuke pushed Orochimaru's hand away and lunged with his blade. Orochimaru intercepted and blocked the attack with his hand, preventing further injury. The two stood locked in tense restraint, the conflict between them unresolved but paused by Orochimaru's refusal to let the violence escalate into something final. Orochimaru told Sasuke that the other had absorbed some of the power, but Orochimaru claimed to possess all of it, the white snake inside him like a living host. Sasuke replied that when his Chidori struck true in Orochimaru's heart, any healing would be useless. The Uchiha teenager tried to withdraw his sword, but Orochimaru held the blade unyieldingly so that it would not move. Orochimaru then sensed several familiar chakras approaching them. Orochimaru spoke to Sasuke, acknowledging his pain and admitting that he had once been consumed by a similar hatred of the shinobi system. He related that as a child he had been obsessed with bringing his parents back through forbidden jutsu and that he might have continued down a dark path if others had not helped him see a different way. Sasuke snapped back that it was easy for Orochimaru to say when his family was still alive and reminded him that he had no one left. Orochimaru pleaded for a chance to change things and argued that real change took time. Sasuke dismissed him, calling him useless and venomous. Orochimaru insisted that Sasuke's brother would not have wanted him to continue down a path of vengeance, that his brother had wanted him to live on in a better way. Sasuke roared that they should not speak of his brother anymore. Sakura cried out urgently, and Orochimaru glanced at her before finally releasing his hold on Sasuke's sword. Sasuke immediately lunged again, aiming for the heart, but his blade only struck his left hand, ending up a few centimeters from his chest. Sakura was terrified by the scene unfolding before her and shouted for him to stop. She moved quickly, intent on stopping Sasuke before he could kill Orochimaru. Sasuke attempted another strike, but Orochimaru blocked him with a kunai. Orochimaru warned that he did not intend to die. Sakura then rushed forward, producing a small vial of poison and moving to use it against Sasuke. Orochimaru intervened and stopped her, taking hold of her hand as they struggled. He told her that this was not who she was and that he did not want her to become a murderer. Sakura recoiled at his words and the look on his face. She was upset and afraid, driven by her love and desperation but shaken by the thought of becoming someone she was not. As the confrontation continued, Sasuke prepared to strike again with lightning. Orochimaru reacted faster, pulling Sakura out of the way so that Sasuke's attack hit him instead. Orochimaru staggered and coughed, dropping his kunai. Once Sasuke had withdrawn, Orochimaru drew on the white snake's chakra and quickly healed himself. At that moment Kimimaro appeared behind Sasuke and pressed a bone close to his neck, warning him not to move or he would be killed. Kimimaro declared that Sakura was not suited to be a killer, but that he was. He said he had killed many people and did not care if Sasuke died, especially after dragging their friend Yugo down a dangerous path. Kakashi arrived with Naruto and Namai, and they all rushed to Orochimaru's side. Naruto asked if Orochimaru was all right. Orochimaru told them he was fine, that he could take care of himself and that the white snake's power could heal even serious wounds, so they should not worry. Sasuke accused Orochimaru that Boruto, or Burto as he called him, would never forgive him if he died. Orochimaru responded that he did not care about forgiveness. He claimed he was acting for the village and argued that he would not let Sasuke walk free after attempting to kill Sakura and Orochimaru himself. He reminded Sasuke that he and Burto hardly knew each other. Sasuke muttered that he should have killed Orochimaru when he had the chance at their first meeting. Orochimaru said it was too late now and that Sasuke had no way to prevent his own fate if he did not change his ways. Before Kimimaro could press his advantage, Burto arrived and grabbed the arm holding the bone, restraining it. Burto spoke to Kimimaro in a tone that was unusually serious and commanding, and Kimimaro flinched. Kimimaro stated that Sasuke had tried to kill Orochimaru and that, without the white snake's power, Orochimaru could have been dead. Burto said that he would be the one to deal with Sasuke. Orochimaru instructed Kimimaro to let go, and Kimimaro obeyed, bound by Orochimaru's orders. As tensions shifted and control momentarily slipped, Sasuke seized the opportunity. He lunged and struck Kimimaro with his blade, a sudden, decisive action taken when no one could hold him back. Kimimaro reacted to the blow, the battle erupting into a tense and dangerous stalemate. Sasuke warned that there would be no one left of Burto's clan and that Burto would soon learn what it felt like to lose someone he cared about. Kimimaro whispered his own name in shock and urged Burto to deal with Sasuke, insisting that Burto should not worry about him. Sasuke withdrew his sword, Kimimaro sank to his knees and Burto hurried to support him. Burto apologized that he had not wanted this to happen, and Kimimaro reassured him that his dense bones had spared him the worst and that Naruto would be able to heal him. Kimimaro insisted that Burto handle Sasuke for the sake of Kami. Sakura reacted with anger and disbelief at the turn of events. She had grown close to Kimimaro after learning about the orphans in the Godame's care and could not allow him to be harmed. She launched a powerful punch at Sasuke, but he dodged. Her strike smashed into the ground instead, causing the earth to crumble and forcing everyone toward the nearby river beside the bridge. Burto asked Kimimaro if he was all right, and Kimimaro told him to stop worrying. Burto apologized again, but Kimimaro cut him off, insisting that apologies did not matter and ordering Burto to let him go. Naruto and Namai stepped forward and began to heal Kimimaro. Namai assured Burto that Kimimaro would recover and that Burto should focus on confronting Sasuke. Burto told Sasuke angrily that he should not have pushed things so far. Sasuke taunted him, daring him to come and finish the job. Sakura considered using poison despite Orochimaru's objections. She wanted to avoid a fight between Burto and Sasuke and believed she could heal Sasuke afterward, but Burto stopped her before she could act. Naruto asked Orochimaru where the masked man had gone. Orochimaru shrugged and said he had no idea. The masked man had vanished after the fight and, in Orochimaru's estimation, was unlikely to return. Sasuke then declared that before he dealt with Burto he would kill the Godame. Kakashi stepped forward and blocked Sasuke, saying he would not allow that to happen. Naruto thanked Kakashi for protecting his father, and Orochimaru offered an awkward thanks as well. Kakashi told Naruto to continue healing Kimimaro while he protected him. Sasuke threatened that he would kill Kakashi first and reclaim the Sharingan he claimed had been taken from his clan. Orochimaru protested that Kakashi had not stolen it, and Kakashi tried to calm the situation. Sasuke challenged Kakashi further, asking why he would care so much when most of the people important to him were supposedly gone. The question froze Orochimaru in place. Burto could not stand it and, crying out, charged at Sasuke to defend the Godame. Tobi reappeared at that moment with a white Zetsu beside him and moved between them, preventing the clash. Naruto called out to Tobi and urged Sasuke not to waste time on the others and to leave. Sasuke asked Burto why he had risked himself to save him. Burto replied that it was because Sasuke was his friend, a statement that took Sasuke aback. After a brief silence, Tobi warned them to stay alert and said they would meet again soon. Then Sasuke, Tobi, and the Zetsu disappeared. Sakura murmured the Godame's name, and Orochimaru decided it was best to return to Konoha rather than remain. They began to walk back along the bridge. Midway, Orochimaru performed a summoning jutsu. Manda answered the call. Orochimaru ordered Manda to return Karen to him. Manda bowed and lowered his head so Orochimaru could take Karen off him. Orochimaru explained that he had healed her with herbs from the White Snake Sage Cave. Orochimaru thanked Manda and the summon vanished. Karen weakly trailed off, calling Orochimaru Lord. Orochimaru told her not to try to speak and that she was still too weak, then placed her on his back and led the way. As they headed back, Naruto filled the others in on how Danzo had tried to kill Orochimaru and had sent men after him, forcing them into fights. He did not mention Tobi's declaration of war. Burto reacted with outrage at Danzo's audacity. Kakashi remarked that it was not surprising, since Danzo had attempted to kill the third Hokage in the past. Naruto added that Danzo had publicly criticized Orochimaru's performance as Hokage and suggested she did not deserve the position, a comment that only inflamed Burto's temper. Burto declared that neither the old man nor the Godame had failed as Hokage and accused Danzo of jealousy. Orochimaru and Karen heard the exchange. Orochimaru acknowledged silently that, in some respects, Danzo had a point. He had been failing until now. A new war was unfolding on the horizon, and even if the nations had formed an alliance, it did not lessen the danger. Deep down, Orochimaru did not want this war to happen and had a very bad feeling about what was coming, but there was nothing he could do about it in that moment. He groaned in frustration and continued on. Orochimaru was so frustrated that it was giving him a headache. He wondered if there was anything he could do to prevent the war. Once they returned to Konoha, Orochimaru brought Karen to the home he shared with Tsunade, which had recently been repaired. He made the girl sit on their bed and left her alone for a while. Karen did not move, she simply observed the room in silence, afraid and uncertain about what Orochimaru might do. She still could not accept that Sasuke had nearly taken her life during their confrontation. The betrayal cut deep. She had cared for him deeply, had tended to his wounds many times, and had joined his group Taka, and now she felt discarded. Orochimaru eventually returned with a cup of tea. He handed the cup to Karen and told her it was for her. Karen stared at the cup with suspicion, as though she feared it might be poisoned. Orochimaru assured her that it was not poisoned and placed the cup on the nightstand. Karen, feeling uneasy under Orochimaru's steady gaze, asked what he wanted. Orochimaru said nothing but reminded her of what he had told her the day they first met, that he would protect her. He explained that this was why he had brought her home, that she was not in trouble, and that he understood why she had left with Sasuke. Orochimaru stated that he would not allow anything to happen to her. He offered to give her time to decide whether she could trust him again and said there was still a room for her. He smiled before leaving the room and going downstairs. Kimimaro had been leaning against the wall by the door, listening to the entire exchange. He followed Orochimaru downstairs and confronted him sharply, arguing that they could not trust Karen and that she should be taken to Ibiki for interrogation to determine whether she knew anything about the masked man or the Akatsuki. Orochimaru frowned and refused. He said he would not have her imprisoned and interrogated like a criminal, pointing out that Kimimaro would not suggest such treatment if it were Yugo. He then forbade anyone from harming or touching Karen and warned Kimimaro in a menacing tone that he would regret it if he disobeyed. With that, Orochimaru left to see the elders and inform them about Danzo's death. Karen had overheard the conversation and stood in the room utterly confused. She felt she should escape, but after everything Orochimaru had said, she found herself torn. That night, Orochimaru sat in his office, thinking not about the war or the mysterious masked man but about what Sasuke had said earlier. He questioned whether his brother had truly betrayed him of his own free will. The uncertainty weighed on him. Orochimaru picked up a photo from his desk that showed his parents and his brother wearing a new genin headband from the day his brother became a genin. The image strengthened his resolve. He needed to find his brother. He could not bear the inner conflict any longer. He wrote a brief note explaining that he had left the village to search for his brother and left it on his desk so no one would worry, then departed. Kimimaro returned to Orochimaru's office intending to apologize for losing his temper. Orochimaru was not there, but a folded piece of paper lay on the desk. Kimimaro unfolded it and read the note. Orochimaru had explained that he had left to search for his brother because the stress of the war and the turmoil within him would not ease unless he sought him out. He had added that Tsunade should be informed when she woke and that someone should make sure Karen was not locked up in his absence. After reading the note, Kimimaro sighed and left Orochimaru's office. Kimimaro headed back to the house and, upon arriving, went straight to look for Karen. Kimimaro entered Karen's room and found that she was already asleep. He resolved to talk to her in the morning, then left and went to his own room to sleep. He regretted not having taken the note from the office. He worried that if the elders saw it they would try to lock Karen up. He told himself he would deal with it in the morning, apologize to Karen for what he had said earlier, and let her know that Lord Orochimaru had gone away for a while so she would not panic about his absence. Exhausted, Kimimaro fell asleep without a plan for how to tell Lady Tsunade the news. The next morning Kimimaro prepared breakfast and went to wake Karen, only to discover that her room was empty. He worried that she had run off, afraid he might have her confined because Orochimaru was not present. He ate quickly and then went to the Hokage's office to retrieve the note, not wanting the elders to find it and preferring them to see the original instead of a picture. When he arrived at the office, the note was still where it had been, and Kimimaro silently hoped the elders had not read it. His search was interrupted by a sudden scream that sounded like Karen's, coming from the tent where Lady Tsunade still lay quiet. Kimimaro ran toward the sound. At the tent he saw Sakura lunging at Karen with a kunai blade. In an anime-style burst of motion, Kimimaro sent one of his bone projectiles to knock the kunai out of Sakura's hand and defuse the situation. Both Sakura and Karen turned toward him. Karen moved to hide behind Kimimaro. Sakura shouted at Kimimaro, calling him Four Eyes and insisting she was not finished with him. Kimimaro demanded to know what was happening. Karen explained that Sakura had tried to attack her for no reason. Sakura countered that Karen had tried to harm Lady Tsunade and had also attempted to take Sasuke from her. Kimimaro defended Karen, stating that she would not kill and that he did not believe she had tried to hurt Lady Tsunade. Sakura insisted that Sasuke belonged to her, while Karen insisted she had only been helping Sasuke and was not trying to steal him. The two argued, voices rising until Kimimaro angrily interrupted and insisted that Sasuke did not care for either of them in the way they imagined, silencing them both. Karen looked away, clearly hurt. Kimimaro told Karen that he knew she longed for love and suggested that someone who cared for her was nearby, if only she stopped focusing on Sasuke. Karen looked at him in confusion, not yet understanding whom he meant. At that moment Shizune ran up, saying she had been looking for Lord Orochimaru and could not find him. Sakura informed Shizune that Lady Tsunade had woken up, and Shizune hurried to her side. Tsunade, now awake, asked where her husband was. Kimimaro explained that Orochimaru had left the village and that he had found a note indicating Orochimaru had gone away for a time. Sakura asked why Orochimaru would leave. Kimimaro listed the recent turmoil: a village attack, Tsunade's coma, the Kage Summit, the declaration of the Fourth Great Ninja War and a looming ninja alliance, and Orochimaru's brother's revelations. He suggested that Orochimaru must have been stressed and needed to leave, though Kimimaro himself did not know all the reasons. Tsunade and Shizune exchanged a weary sigh. Tsunade said she would need to act as Hokage until Orochimaru returned, and the others nodded in agreement. Kimimaro worried to himself that he wanted to search for Orochimaru but could not leave Karen alone, fearing the elders might try to imprison her in Orochimaru's absence. It had been a couple of days since Kimimaro had told Tsunade about Orochimaru leaving the village. Orochimaru had also informed Tsunade about the Fourth Great Ninja War the day after. Tsunade felt a mix of worry and anger at his sudden departure. Her first instinct was to search for him and bring him back to the village. Shizune tried to calm her, though it was a difficult task. Kimimaro reminded Tsunade that someone would need to replace Orochimaru as Hokage. Tsunade considered the point and decided she would temporarily fill in until he returned. Karen was placed in jail in the meantime because Orochimaru was not there to prevent it. Tsunade had wanted to honor Orochimaru's request not to incarcerate her, but the elders refused. When the Kage met again, Tsunade attended with Shikaku as her advisor. She informed the assembled leaders that Orochimaru had left the village and that she would act as Hokage in his absence. The other Kage were shocked by the announcement but agreed they had to remain strong and united. The Tsuchikage remarked that Orochimaru's sudden departure was a dangerous weakening of their position with the war approaching. Everyone agreed that Orochimaru's abilities made him uniquely valuable to the war effort. Kimimaro wanted to set out to find him, but Tsunade forbade it. She acknowledged she should have gone herself but could not, and instead she and the other Kage approved sending a special team composed of shinobi from the 5 nations to search for him. While the meeting continued, a small red snake slithered onto the table and delivered a scroll addressed to Tsunade. The snake explained that it had been ordered only to deliver the scroll and offered it to her. Tsunade took it, unrolled it, and her eyes widened when she read the hurried note in Orochimaru's handwriting. "Search for me. I don't know when I'll return. Or if I should." The Tsuchikage asked Tsunade what the message was. Tsunade hoped it did not mean what she feared. She began to tremble with dread and stood frozen, leaving the other Kage concerned. She told Shikaku to fetch Kimimaro and asked that he be told she wished to see him later. Shikaku complied and left quickly. Kimimaro went to visit Karen in custody and brought her a bowl of ramen because the prison food was poor. Karen smiled and thanked him, saying the ramen was much better than the dry sandwiches she had been given. Kimimaro seemed withdrawn, and Karen asked what was wrong. He explained that a war was about to begin and Orochimaru still had not been found. Karen encouraged him to hope that Orochimaru would return, and Kimimaro admitted that he felt lonely without Orochimaru's presence and influence. Karen's reassurance helped him feel a little calmer, and he left soon after. Later, Kimimaro went to find Tsunade, who sat alone after the Kage meeting had ended. Tsunade accused him of not telling her the whole truth and moved the scroll toward him. Kimimaro caught it before it hit the floor, unrolled it, and reacted with the same shock she had shown. Kimimaro told Tsunade that he had not known about Orochimaru's search for his brother or that Orochimaru had written he might not return. He swore he had not known and pleaded as he explained. Tsunade accused him of hiding things to avoid worrying her. Kimimaro tried to answer, saying that Orochimaru had fought Uchiha Sasuke and that after the confrontation there had been sharp criticism from Danzo, who had labeled Orochimaru a failed Hokage. He said he did not know all the details of what had followed. He only knew there had been tense talk about brothers and that Orochimaru seemed strained and had left in distress. Kimimaro admitted he had not thought deeply about it at the time. Tsunade's anger flared at learning Kimimaro had not shared everything. He protested, pleading to be allowed to go search for Orochimaru, but Tsunade refused. She said that a search team was already on the way and insisted he remain to serve as co-leader of the 3rd Division for the Allied Shinobi Forces, given his experience as one of the survivors of the Kagaya coup in the Hidden Mist. Kimimaro objected fiercely, saying that he cared only about Orochimaru and did not want to be assigned to a division while Orochimaru was out there, possibly in danger. Tsunade responded firmly that Orochimaru was not necessarily dead and that, since he could not fulfill his role as Hokage, she would give the orders. She demanded that Kimimaro accept the situation, trust the allied shinobi forces, and carry out his duties. Kimimaro, tormented by fear for the man he cared about deeply, struggled to reconcile that fear with the responsibility Tsunade placed on him. He watched Tsunade try to remain composed and wondered how she could stay and manage so much while Orochimaru was missing. He did not know how he himself could remain there much longer without losing control. That was probably because of her own words. A subordinate acknowledged Lady Tsunade and said he understood. He hoped his team would be competent enough to find him before he was seriously hurt or, worse, killed. Tsunade shared that hope and kept telling herself that her husband could not be dead and that she would be all right in the end. He had no idea when he would see him again or if he would ever see him again. The thought was agonizing. He could not bear the idea of losing the one person who had treated him as more than a weapon and as a reason to keep living. Suddenly a small lizard burst into the room Kiko's pet. Kimimaro decided it was better to find Kiko and see what was wrong, so he left the room quickly. After Kimimaro left, she whispered Orochimaru's name and swore quietly, trying not to cry. She had already lost her grandfather, her granduncle, her grandmother, her parents, her brother, and the man she had once loved. More recently she had lost Jiraiya, the man who had always cared for her, and now she could not bear the thought of losing her husband, the person she loved above all else. If he was gone, she felt she might do something she would regret. She imagined taking fierce, immediate action against the man who had dared to kill her husband, even if he was his brother. Both Burto and Namai felt the red presence of the Nine Tails pressing against them. As they linked in their subconscious for the first time, a red-haired woman appeared before them. The woman addressed them by name. Burto asked warily who she was and why she knew their names, insisting they had never seen her before. Namai said nothing and studied the woman carefully. A small smile softened the woman's features. She invited Burto to guess who she was. The sight of her smile and crimson hair made Namai instantly recognize her as their mother. Burto realized it too and accused the figure of being the Nine Tails' true form, trying to trick them by appearing as a woman. Kushina laughed, then playfully smacked Burto on the head. She apologized with an awkward smile while scratching the back of her own head. Even Namai felt a little intimidated by her presence. Kushina asked how they had been and teased that she hoped they had not picked up any strange way of speaking like she had. Namai noted that Burto used a distinctive verbal tic much like their father's and understood where he had inherited it. Namai wondered whether Minato had said anything. She could not confront him, but apparently he had not warned Naruto either. Burto's lower lip began to tremble as the realization sank in. Kushina started to explain, But Burto suddenly hugged her tightly, surprising her. Namai remained frozen with shock. Burto admitted that he had always wanted to meet their mother. Kushina returned his warmth and acknowledged that he truly was her child. Namai's lower lip trembled as well. She had rarely shown emotion, but meeting her mother overwhelmed her. She slid into a side hug with them both, tears forming and her eyes returning to their usual purple. Kushina softened and said she was finally meeting both of her children, telling them they were handsome and beautiful. Burto found it hard to believe how beautiful his mother was. Her hair was a deeper crimson than Namai's and fell even longer. Kushina's eyes were a darker shade of purple and her features were distinct in their own way. She commented that they had grown so much. After a moment, Burto pulled back and said he had many questions. Kushina promised to answer them but explained that first they needed to calm the two halves of the nine tails. Minato had sealed some of her chakra within them so she could help when the time came for them to control the beast's power. Kushina told Namai that, unlike Burto, she had inherited a special ability, adamantine sealing chains. Namai did not understand at first, but Kushina said she would demonstrate so Namai could learn to use it and help Naruto with his own half of the nine tails. She encouraged Namai to relax, trust herself, and watch as she guided Burto. Even with only half of the Uzumaki chakra, Kushina insisted Namai could do it. Nervous but guided by Kushina, Namai managed to manifest her own adamantine sealing chains and control the nine tails' power as if she had practiced it many times. When they finished, Burto grinned like an idiot while Namai remained stunned at seeing their mother for the first time. Both twins sat on either side of Kushina. Burto marveled that their mother was so beautiful and said he now understood why Namai was so lovely. Kushina smiled and examined Namai's face, noting that Namai's purple eyes and features resembled their father and that she looked like a female version of him with Kushina's eye color. She teased that it was amusing. She told Burto that he had inherited his hair from their father but carried Kushina's facial features, and added that their father had been handsome as well. Burto imagined how he might look with his mother's crimson hair or with Namai's hair color. He pictured how Namai would have appeared with their father's blonde hair and blue eyes and called her a female version of their father. Namai went pale at the thought and preferred her current hair color, though she did not mind having blue eyes instead. Kushina smiled and agreed that Namai would have been beautiful in any case. Kushina told Burto that he was the second man to compliment her hair. Burto asked who the first had been. Kushina grinned and, holding back a laugh, told them that their father had been the first as she put a hand on Burto's shoulder. Kushina then recounted how she and their father had met and how they had died. When she finished, she placed a hand on Burto's shoulder again, then on Namai's, and looked at both of them with a soft smile. Kushina told them that she loved them both. Namai and Burto returned her smile. Kushina asked what the result would be when Minato, the yellow flash of Konoha, was combined with her own fiery nature. Burto stood up quickly and said that the result would be Konoha's orange Hokage. He promised that he would never let their parents' dream end. Kushina smiled warmly, but the smile faded after a moment. Kushina noticed that Namai had not yet spoken and asked her about it. Namai said that had always been Burto's dream, not hers. Kushina listened intently and then smiled. Burto's face fell. A short silence followed. Burto asked where she would go now. Kushina said that she could finally go to where Minato was. Namai's expression grew sad and she muttered that it was already time. Kushina apologized for making them hosts of the Nine Tails and for not having been able to shower them with love. Burto told her not to apologize, explaining that although Namai and he had endured hardship as Nine Tails hosts, he had never blamed her or their father. Namai added that she did not blame them either, and that they were heroes who had protected the village. Kushina realized that they understood the sacrifice she and their father had made. Tears began to roll down her face. She told them she was glad they were her children, and, thinking of Minato, felt that their love had reached both of them. Kushina drew the twins into a final embrace and thanked them for being her children before she disappeared. After Kushina left, Burto and Namai burst into tears. Namai hugged Burto tightly to fill the void their mother had left, and Burto hugged her back with equal force. That was how the Uzumaki twins met their mother for the first and last time. Orochimaru had been traveling for about a week or two after sending Amber's sister Ruby to deliver a scroll on his behalf. He needed to find his older brother. Orochimaru summoned his snake Nagini and explained that he wanted Nagini to locate his brother by sensing his chakra signature. Nagini confirmed that she understood and promised to handle the search. When Nagini detected his brother's chakra, she instructed Orochimaru to follow her. Orochimaru followed in the direction she led, worrying privately about how Tsunade might have reacted to the message he had left in blood because he had nothing else to write with. After several hours of walking, Orochimaru stopped to rest and eat. He opened his bag and took out hard-boiled eggs and rice ball. Nagini reported that the brother's chakra was nearby and that it would probably take another day or two to reach him. Orochimaru decided they would travel a little more after lunch and then stop to rest for the night. After finishing their meal and traveling further, Orochimaru and Nagini slept. 2 days later, Orochimaru stood outside a cave. Nagini confirmed that his brother's chakra was coming from inside. They entered the cave and found a door with snake-shaped handles. A voice from behind the door told Orochimaru that it had been a while. Orochimaru saw the shadow of his brother sitting in a chair. Orochimaru asked what his brother was doing in a cave. His brother explained that this cave was his new hideout because the Akatsuki had destroyed most of the hidden Sound Village, and he did not know who had survived. He said that the area they were in served as a library. Orochimaru acknowledged this. Burto then raised an eyebrow and asked Orochimaru why he had come. Orochimaru replied that he had left to look for a solution to create peace in the world. He admitted that he could not stand seeing his brother suffer from loneliness after losing their parents and the cruel comments that followed. He wanted to end that by pursuing peace. Orochimaru said that even if his brother felt he had failed, unable to stop a student from going down a dark path or prevent the Akatsuki's attacks, he was not a failure. Orochimaru reminded him that no one accomplishes everything alone, that he had followers and a village to help, and that he would find a way to end the war with the support of his wife, son, granddaughter, grandson, daughter-in-law, and everyone who cared about him. Orochimaru told his brother that, no matter what happened, he would always love him. Orochimaru's brother was surprised and did not know how to respond. Orochimaru said he would leave to search for any remaining people from Sound who might still be alive, and then he departed from the room. Orochimaru headed back. It was uncertain whether he would be sent to assist the division or whether he would run into Sasuke while already on the road, after Sasuke and his brother had stopped the reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru remained motionless for several minutes, stunned by his brother's words before he left. He could not believe his brother had gone to such lengths to try to make him happy again, or that he loved him no matter what he did. When he finally recovered, he left the cave. He felt many chakra signatures. A war must be underway. He decided to summon Ruby, whom he had asked to stay in the village after delivering his scroll to keep watch. Orochimaru summoned Ruby. Ruby answered that she had been summoned. Orochimaru asked Ruby to report what had happened while he was gone. Ruby explained that Tsunade had finally awakened and the war had begun, with shinobi battling reanimated fighters and white Zetsu clones in stylized, non-graphic combat. Orochimaru said he would go to help and told Ruby she could return home. Ruby acknowledged him and departed. Orochimaru moved toward the strongest chakra signatures, thinking that Tsunade's chakra was weakening and that she seemed to be fighting a very powerful opponent. As he approached, he sensed Sasuke's chakra nearby and wondered why Sasuke was in the area. He decided he might speak to him once more about the way his brother wanted him to destroy the hidden Leaf Village. When he reached the source, Sasuke stood alone. Sasuke drew his sword and demanded to know why Orochimaru had come, addressing him as Godiem. Orochimaru put his hands up to show he meant no harm and explained that he only wanted to talk and was not there to capture him. Sasuke asked what he wanted. Orochimaru said he wanted to talk about Ichai. Sasuke scoffed and challenged the idea that Ichai had been a traitor like Orochimaru's older brother. Orochimaru said he only wanted Sasuke to know that Ichai would not want him to destroy the Leaf Village because of what had been done to him. Sasuke replied that Orochimaru could not understand his brother, that Ichai was dead and could not tell him what to do, and that the village must be punished for what they had done. Orochimaru insisted that Ichai would have echoed the same message his brother had told him, that they shared similar personalities and that Ichai would want Sasuke to find happiness and return to the village, because destroying it would not bring him peace. Orochimaru added that Ichai would always care for him and be there for him as a protective older brother would. Sasuke turned away when he saw someone familiar at the edge of his vision. He rejected the lecture, declared he had more important things to do, and walked away after the person he had seen. Orochimaru watched him go and decided to move on. Tsunade's chakra was weakening and he needed to reach her quickly, since her opponent's chakra felt almost like an Uchiha. Orochimaru summoned Ruby again and asked if she knew who Tsunade had been fighting. Ruby replied that Tsunade had been battling a reanimated Madara Uchiha, and that the masked figure they had faced earlier was apparently not the real Madara. Orochimaru admitted he had suspected as much but still did not know who the masked figure truly was, only that the chakra felt familiar. He pressed onward toward Tsunade and the other Kage, trying to place the chakra signature he had sensed before. A memory flashed through him. In the memory, Orochimaru had been sitting at Ichiraka Ramen, enjoying his favorite bowl with an extra egg. He stopped eating when someone sat beside him. A boy wearing orange goggles had greeted him as Orochimaru, the snake Sannin. The boy explained that he had heard Orochimaru was a genius and wanted training to become stronger. Orochimaru asked why, and the boy declared he would become Hokage one day to be acknowledged by everyone, including his clan. Orochimaru looked into the boy's eyes and saw echoes of his own childhood. He realized the boy was the son of Jean, a woman who had been his old comrade in Anbu before she had died on a mission. Orochimaru agreed to teach the boy after he finished his lunch. The boy was thrilled to be trained by a Sannin. The memory ended. Orochimaru realized that the boy had survived the dockside incident and must be the masked man after all. He shook the thought away and noted that he was now very close to the Kage's location. On the battlefield, Burto and Namai had been fighting Obito for some time, and they had learned his true identity alongside Kakashi, Guy, Obito Senju, and Sato Senju. Allied shinobi forces had arrived to assist them. Burto worried about Tsunade and the other Kage. Using his safe mode, he could sense their chakra reserves had been greatly depleted, and he feared Tsunade might still be facing the real Madara. He then detected a chakra signature moving in Tsunade's direction and hoped it belonged to an ally. Madara appeared beside Obito and commented that Obito seemed to be having fun. Burto demanded to know why Madara had come and what had happened to Tsunade and the other Kage. Madara shrugged and suggested they were probably dead. Burto reacted with outrage, but Photo Senju urged him to calm down and insisted they would be fine. Namai volunteered that she could fly to heal them quickly using her Flying Thunder God technique, and Burto urged her to go. Before she could move, Dark interjected that help was already on the way, because he felt a familiar chakra approaching. Namai and Burto relaxed and trusted Sato's assessment. A tense moment followed as everyone braced for what would come next. Madara observed the boy's eyes and noted that he had the Rinnegan, finding the development intriguing. Obito said nothing. Madara asked who the boy was. A bystander explained that the boy was Obito Senju, half Uchiha on his mother's side and descended from the line of the first Hokage through his father. The girl with blue hair beside him was his twin sister, Sato Senju. Madara confirmed that both were partly Uchiha and descended from Hiroshima, then inquired about the girl with pinkish-red hair. The same bystander identified her as Namai, half Uzumaki on her mother's side and a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. The young half of the beast was sealed within her. Madara noted that the boy had a sister and considered it fortunate that she contained the other half of the Kyuubi. The Ten Tails formed a massive tailed beast ball aimed at everyone on the field. Shinobi with Earth Release began acting walls to try to stop it. Several wooden hands erupted from the ground and grasped at the Ten Tails, a technique created by Sato's father, but it would not be enough to prevent the attack. Madara arrogantly challenged the defenders as the Ten Tails released the tailed beast ball. Naruto cursed under his breath, but the attack was slowed by the newly formed earth walls and Hachibi intercepted it before it could strike anyone directly. Naruto breathed a quiet expression of relief. Shortly afterward, Madara and Photo decided to destroy the allied shinobi forces' general headquarters, recognizing that Shikaku Nara's leadership there was coordinating support across the battlefield. Naruto understood the implication and the threat to those he cared about. He thought urgently of his wife Kiko and feared she might not escape. Kiko, using an eye technique that allowed her to vanish and reappear in a different location, told Naruto that if she could not make it out in time, she wanted him to take care of Obito and Sato and help them grow into capable adults. Naruto promised that he would try to do so and asked her to try to survive. Kiko replied that she would try and expressed her love for him. Naruto closed his eyes and prayed that she would make it out safely. Burto glared angrily at the Obito who stood beside Madara and vowed that he would not allow any more of his comrades to be killed. Namai looked at her twin brother with a silent, steady gaze. The Ten Tails prepared another tailed beast ball. Ino, regaining her composure after mourning her father's death, used her mother's transfer technique on Photo to divert the attack's course. Burto readied himself to counterattack, determined to keep his promise not to let others die. Suddenly, the Ten Tails unleashed a sudden barrage of spike-like projectiles that swept the battlefield, causing many casualties and throwing the front lines into chaos. Several of the projectiles were heading straight for Burto. Hinata positioned herself to shield him, and Niji leapt forward to protect Hinata as she would have been struck. Obito Senju moved his hand forward and used a powerful repulsive force, the almighty push, to clear the incoming projectiles. Everyone stared at the display of power. One of the onlookers whispered Obito's name softly and allowed a genuine smile to appear. Niji rose to his feet, angry and bewildered, and demanded to know why Obito had intervened. Obito glanced briefly at Niji and then looked away, solemnly announcing that he had realized something important. He could not become a great Hokage if he did not protect the people. Even if he did not personally like everyone, the duty of a Hokage was to protect, and he would prove his worth by protecting as many people as he could in this war. Hashi murmured that no one would have expected Senju Obito to grow from a jokester into someone so composed. Hizashi admitted that he had failed to protect his son but that Obito had done so, and he expressed gratitude. Turning to Niji, Obito told him that he was too young to die and that he deserved to live a happy life despite beliefs about curses. Hinata thanked Obito quietly. The Ten Tails readied another attack, but Hachibi intercepted it once more. Naruto watched Obito with pride, feeling that Obito would make a great Hokage and had come to understand the true responsibilities better than Naruto's old students. Namai chastised Burto for letting his emotions rule him, urging him to act swiftly so many would not die and to stop behaving like a child. Burto answered defiantly that he would not let anyone else be harmed and challenged their enemies to try to take another life. The scolding filled Burto with renewed determination. He smirked at his sister, activated Kurama Chakra mode, and extended Kurama's chakra to shield Hinata by taking her hands so she would be protected. Hinata smiled, her resolve hardening, and prepared to fight alongside Burto. Namai lent some of her chakra to Niji and issued tactical instructions. Burto would take the right side while she took the left. Niji acknowledged the plan. Soon, many on the battlefield were covered by Kurama's chakra shields, providing protection against the Ten Tails' assaults. The Ten Tails grew angrier and formed another massive tailed beast ball, but the shields held and the attack did not break their defenses. The troops cheered for the Uzumaki twins and their allies, but the war was far from over and the Ten Tails still had to be stopped. The Jubi continued to hurl failed beast ball, relentless and difficult to contain. The situation grew more desperate, but Obito immobilized the tailed beast with a paralysis genjutsu while Namai bound it with adamantine chains. Obito explained that his paralysis might not hold for long but would buy them time. Namai added that her chains would help for a little while, though she could not be sure how long. Back with Orochimaru, he surveyed widespread destruction and hurried toward Tsunade's body, with Suigetsu and Karen close behind. Orochimaru noted Tsunade's condition and asked the others to ignore the shock and focus on helping. Suigetsu made a crude remark about Tsunade's appearance, and Orochimaru replied that the slug present was only one fragment of Katsuyu, summoned from the woods, and that it was relatively small. Karen, blunt as ever, said they had come because she had sensed Orochimaru's chakra nearby and was ready to help. Orochimaru pointed out that Karen had been upset about not being able to stay with Sasuke, and Suigetsu muttered that Karen seemed obsessed with Sasuke. Orochimaru watched them with a private thought that Suigetsu cared more than he let on, but he steered the group back to the urgent task. Katsuyu reacted defensively at first, wary of Orochimaru. Orochimaru proved his identity by mentioning a private memory, which calmed the slug. Katsuyu explained that the Kage were being healed within her fragments but that Tsunade was currently too weak for Katsuyu to restore them fully. Orochimaru noted that he had never seen Tsunade this weakened before, and he gave a brief command. Suigetsu should reattach Tsunade's lower and upper halves so Katsuyu could perform her healing. Suigetsu protested that he was better at slicing things than reconnecting them, but he set to work anyway. Karin complained that she would prefer Sasuke to be the one to bite her in gratitude, but Orochimaru urged cooperation. Kiko reminded them to get to work, and the group focused on the healing. Suigetsu handled the slimy fragments carefully while Katsuyu prepared to transfer healing to Tsunade. Karin allowed the slug to draw a bit of chakra from her arm to accelerate Tsunade's recovery, despite her earlier reluctance. After the procedure, Tsunade gradually regained strength. Karin helped her into a sitting position, and Suigetsu and Karin stepped back to give her space. Tsunade squinted and recognized Orochimaru. Katsuyu reassured her that she would be all right. Orochimaru, visibly relieved, told Tsunade that her wounded appearance had been worrying. Tsunade, still raw with emotion, struck Orochimaru in anger and accused him of abandoning the village. Orochimaru expressed regret and explained that he had needed time away to relieve stress. The tension eased when Tsunade hugged him, admitting that she had been terrified he might never return. Orochimaru apologized for ever implying he might not come back and said his actions had been the result of stress and poor judgment. Once calm returned, Tsunade thanked them for the healing. Orochimaru suggested she focus on restoring the other Kage while he and his team rejoined the battle. He collected his cloak from Tsunade and prepared to depart with Suigetsu, Karin, and Kiko. Orochimaru and his team made their way toward the battlefield. When Orochimaru suddenly stopped running, he turned to see Tsunade and the Kages approaching. Orochimaru announced that since the Kages had been healed, they would all head to the battlefield. Kiko said she would take Karin and Suigetsu with her using her vanishing eye technique to transport them to the battlefield. Orochimaru said he would travel underground on Manda's back with Tsunade. Gaara said he and the other Kage would travel by sand. Orochimaru then ordered everyone to get ready, and they prepared to depart for the battlefield. Meanwhile, Namai and Obito Senju were still restraining the Ten Tails and trying to find a way to seal it. Namai did not know any sealing jutsu. Obito knew a single sealing technique, the 9 Phantom Dragon sealing jutsu, thanks to his Rinnegan, but it would be risky to use it alone. He wanted others to help, but they had to keep a close watch on the corrupted Obito and Madara to prevent them from trying to control the Ten Tails again. Obito thought that he could not keep the paralysis genjutsu up much longer and that Namai's chains would not last forever. He realized he needed to attempt the seal immediately. Obito declared that if he was going to seal the beast, he had to do it at once. Namai warned that the jutsu would consume a great deal of chakra and normally required many people, and he scolded Obito for considering it alone. Obito insisted that he would not allow anyone else to die. Namai begged him to stop, saying that attempting to seal the creature alone could kill him and that they should hold it off until someone capable of sealing it without dying arrived. Obito argued there was no time to wait. The beast would break free eventually, and his genjutsu was weakening. The Ten Tails struggling only grew, making the monster more dangerous. Reinforced by Kurama's chakra, Namai's adamantine chains trembled as Obito pushed more chakra into the paralysis. The creature replied with a deep, terrifying roar that filled everyone with dread. By that point, the chakra overcoats that had been protecting the allies had dissipated and could no longer shield them. Naruto stepped forward and told Kakashi to deal with the enemy Obito. Kakashi placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, worried, and asked what he planned to do. Naruto said he intended to protect his son. Kakashi insisted he would help, but Naruto told him someone had to confront the enemy and that he would be fine. Kakashi agreed to handle Obito. As Naruto prepared to move, a sudden sensation froze him in place. Kakashi gave him a questioning look, and Naruto set his hands on the ground to verify what he felt. His eyes widened after a few seconds. He sensed familiar chakra sources in the distance: Sasuke's, Orochimaru's, and Tsunade's. More surprisingly, he felt Kiko's, the Sandame's, and the Yandame's. 3 more sources were unfamiliar at first: One belonged to Suigetsu, another to Yugo, and the last chakra felt similar to his own but warmer and more friendly. Naruto realized Kiko had survived, and though he could not immediately identify the others, the chakra signatures were drawing closer. Kakashi asked Naruto what was happening, but Naruto could not find the words right away. The chakra sources continued to approach. After regaining his composure, Naruto ordered Kakashi to deal with Obito and to try to bring him back to reason if possible, while Naruto himself rushed to help Namai and his son, who were straining to hold the Ten Tails in check. Kakashi moved to confront Obito. Naruto called to Namai and his son as he arrived. They addressed him with formal respect, calling him the fifth Hokage and, in another voice, father. Namai told Naruto they could not restrain the creature much longer. Naruto assured them he would handle it and asked them to hold it back a little longer. Obito watched with a frown and remembered the Oryojiji clan's 8-serpent sealing jutsu, which was similar to the 9 phantom dragon technique. He protested that Naruto could not use such a technique because it would cost a tremendous amount of chakra and risk his life. Naruto countered that he had a duty to protect the next generation and that he would not let youth be the reason others lived or died. Obito could not accept that Naruto would sacrifice himself. Naruto remained resolute, saying that the idea of Obito dying was unacceptable. Obito was too young to die and needed to grow into the role he was meant to hold. Naruto asserted that it was his responsibility, as a former ANBU commander and as someone charged with protecting the village, to face the danger. Obito's disbelief turned to tears as he watched the adamantine chains and the genjutsu falter. The Ten Tails strained with all its might, preparing to launch another massive chakra attack that could devastate the battlefield. Naruto began to form the hand signs for the 8-serpent. Sealing jutsu. Obito shouted, begging him not to proceed. Naruto glanced at him and said they had no time to delay and that he had to act now. Obito, desperate and terrified of losing his father, pounced on Naruto to stop him before he could complete the technique, catching him off guard and pleading that he needed Naruto's guidance to become Hokage. The Ten Tails broke free from the paralysis genjutsu and surged forward, the air itself charged with its energy, about to strike Naruto, Obito, and Namai. With a gigantic ball looming, Naruto saw it aimed at them and feared it would be the end for all of them. Before it could reach them, the ball vanished, and a distant boom announced that it had been teleported away. Everyone was amazed and puzzled by what had just happened, everyone except Burto, who was being healed by Sakura. In a flash, his and Namai's father appeared in front of them. Sakura looked with wide eyes and asked who the newcomer was. Minato introduced himself and glanced at his son. Burto smiled and told his father that he had arrived just in time. Sakura reacted with an annoyed scowl and lightly smacked Burto on the head, making him yelp. Minato's expression softened as he searched the battlefield for his daughter. He asked where his daughter was, and Burto explained that she was holding the Ten Tails back with her sealing chains. Minato's surprise was not that Namai could use adamantine sealing chains but that she was using them to restrain the Ten Tails itself. He turned and spotted the monster and the golden chains woven through the air, frowning at the sight and knowing he had to help. Soon the other Hokage arrived on the battlefield, followed by Sasuke, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Kiko, Suigetsu, Yugo, and Karen, who had escaped her cell in Konoha. Tobirama acknowledged Minato's Flying Thunder God technique as the fastest among them with a small smirk. Hashirama scanned the battlefield carefully, looking for his granddaughter, her husband, and his grandson. Minato told the other Hokage that they needed to move. His daughter needed help with the Ten Tails. The other Hokage looked intent and ready. Tobirama rallied them to action. Before they could proceed, Madara appeared on a cliff wearing a devilish smirk. Hashirama declared that they would deal with the Ten Tails first and only then face Madara. Madara's smirk disappeared as he commented on Hashirama's unchanged nature and on the resemblance of Hashirama's great-grandson. Hashirama frowned at the remark. Naruto felt the nearby chakra and sensed Namai growing more and more exhausted. With Obito's genjutsu broken, she had been restraining the Ten Tails alone. Even with powerful reserves, she had already expended much of her strength since the beginning of the war. Naruto decided to use his Byakugo to help. He placed a hand on her shoulders and began to heal her as she knelt. Namai asked what he was doing, surprised by his sudden initiative. Naruto reassured her by explaining that she needed the chakra more than he did and that he had promised her parents he would keep her and her brother safe. He told her that she was too young to die and urged her to conserve her strength. Namai said nothing and instead looked up at the Ten Tails, which still struggled against the grip of her chains. Kurama observed the situation and commented that it was fortunate the Golden Fox's chakra was aiding them now. He also detected a familiar chakra and spat the name Yondaime with venom. Namai flinched at the name because her father had appeared in her mindscape, and the presence made her eyes widen with confusion. In Namai's mind, Kurama explained how Minato had split his chakra. The yang half had been sealed into her brother and the yin half into her, and Minato had used the dead demon-consuming seal to take some of Kurama's yin chakra into himself. Because yin was the darker part, Minato believed it safer not to seal all of Kurama's yin into Namai, which was why some of it remained within Minato. As Naruto continued to transfer chakra to Namai, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Minato offered reassurance that they were going to handle the threat. Naruto kept his focus on healing and, when Minato suggested that Namai could stop maintaining the adamantine sealing chains, Namai turned her head toward him and addressed him as Dad for the first time since seeing him. Minato smiled and stepped forward to stand with them. The three other Hokage also noticed the golden chains binding the Ten Tails and recognized the technique. Tobirama observed that, aside from Mito, he had never seen anyone else use the adamantine sealing chains. The first Fire Shadow noted that it was impressive. His younger brother also seemed taken by the feat. Namai's adamantine sealing chains vanished and she returned to her normal state. Immediately afterward, the four previous Fire Shadows formed the Ram Hand sign and unleashed the four Red Yang formation. Most of the ninja present were stunned as the gigantic red barrier entrapped the Ten Tails. Guy explained that the technique could only be used by ninja of leader rank. Hashirama announced that it was his turn to help, activated Sage Mode, and formed the Ram Hand sign. He then used the Sage technique, Gate of the Great God. Namai and Naruto watched the Ten Tails being immobilized, eyes wide with awe. Namai thought that her use of wood release was nothing compared to Hashirama's. When they finished, the three other Fire Shadows moved back toward Naruto, Namai, and Minato. Minato turned to face both his daughter and Naruto. Naruto finally made eye contact with him and trailed off in shock, beginning to say forth before stopping. Minato stared at Naruto in awe, noting how much his hair had grown and how he had come to resemble his father. Minato himself had not changed, which felt strange to Naruto. Minato then chided Naruto about addressing him as fourth Fire Shadow. Hashirama stared at Naruto's back, taking in the snake sword and the long black hair tied in a ponytail. Naruto flinched when an unfamiliar voice called his name. The speaker's chakra felt warm, powerful, and friendly, reminiscent of Boruto's. Naruto did not turn around at first and stayed focused on his healing, while everyone else watched him expectantly. Namai had also turned her head to look. The second Fire Shadow glared at Naruto and his brother, more judgmental than attentive. They were in the middle of a war and could not indulge in sentimentality. Minato offered a sheepish smile, but it did not ease the tension. Naruto asked why they were all. Minato explained that Naruto Yashigoro had revived them and informed them about the war and Madara. Naruto noted that he sensed another chakra but did not feel it nearby. He wondered why Naruto Yashigoro had revived them and why he had not come along. Hashirama replied that it had been done because Sasuke needed answers and because Naruto Yashigoro was searching for his brother. Naruto repeated the question about answers with a raised brow and stopped his healing to face his ancestor, asking what answers were meant. Kiko announced that her father and mother had just arrived and were standing behind them. Everyone turned to see Orochimaru riding on Mando with Tsunade, and Kiko standing beside them with Suigetsu and Karen. Hashirama examined Orochimaru now that he could see his face, taking in pale skin, vertical golden snake-like eyes, purple markings above the eyes, long black hair, and sharp cheekbones beneath a fire shadow cloak. He then studied his great-grandson, noticing golden eyes reminiscent of Tsunade, long black hair in a ponytail, a strength of 100 seal on the forehead like Mito's, and facial features that combined both parents' traits. Hashirama estimated the great-grandson to be in his late 30s or early 40s, though Senju often looked younger than their true age. Naruto also examined the man, noting his tall stature, long straight dark brown hair, dark brown eyes, and tan skin qualities that made him look different from Naruto. He had seen that man only in an old photograph his mother had kept. Naruto reflected that he inherited much of his appearance from his father but his mother's eye shape, and that he and his brother looked nothing alike. The second fire shadow had short spiky silver hair and crimson red eyes, quite distinct. Hashirama explained that Naruto Yashigoro wanted to know what a ninja truly was, what role he fulfilled, and why the system of villages and nations had been created. Naruto held Hashirama's gaze as he spoke. Naruto had never imagined meeting the man known as the god of shinobi, the legendary founder of the Hidden Leaf Village, the one who had brokered a truce with the Uchiha after decades of conflict, someone even Madara Uchiha had not defeated in his lifetime, and the one who carried the will of fire. Hashirama wanted to know Naruto as well, but he was acutely aware of the war around them and that there was no time for a long conversation. He also noticed his brother's hard stare, disapproving of his passive stance, and sighed in frustration. Orochimaru noted that his brother had stayed back with the other shadows and should arrive soon. Naruto acknowledged this. Naruto then spoke with quiet determination that it was time to end the war. There was no more time to waste. He nodded at Hashirama and declared that they should move out. Someone in the crowd announced that the 4 previous Hokage had arrived to help. The gathered shinobi took in the sight and felt their hope and determination renewed. Naruto acknowledged that with the 5 Hokage united, defeat was no longer an option. Naruto, Namai, Obito Senju, and the Hokage returned to where Burto, Sakura, and the others were standing. Burto smirked at his sister and father, praising his sister for her efforts. Namai returned the smile with a small, satisfied expression. Naruto could feel his uncle's chakra and the other Kage drawing nearer. Sasuke appeared on the battlefield with Yugo, surprising most of the shinobi, including the members of the Konoha 11 and Burto. Obito immediately fixed him with a glare, remembering their fraught history and the rivalry that had grown between them. Sakura reacted in shocked silence when she saw Sasuke. Sasuke glanced at her briefly, then announced that many things had happened and that he had come to protect the village. He added that he intended to become Hokage. Those words stunned the crowd, and even Orochimaru registered his surprise. Kiba frowned at the declaration, Hinata responded with conflicted hesitation, and Neji made it clear that they believed Burto and Obito were better suited to the role. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, sensing the same dark aura around Sasuke that he had felt before, and he watched the young man warily. Sasuke briefly met Orochimaru's gaze before looking away, and Orochimaru understood that the old enmity had not been fully resolved. The conversation among the gathered shinobi shifted to ambitions of who might become Hokage, but Hashirama reminded everyone that they had a war to win first. Tsunade snapped out of her reverie when she realized this was no time to be distracted. Naruto informed them that Uncle Naruto and the other Kage should be joining them soon, which brought Hashirama's attention back to the larger threats they faced. Hashirama reflected on stories he had heard of past battles and acknowledged that more fighters on their side could only help. But his attention was drawn to a new and alarming development. Despite the barrier and the Mokutan bindings he had used, numerous small copies of the Jubi were advancing toward them. Naruto and Hashirama exchanged incredulous looks at how those creatures had appeared despite their efforts. Hashirama ordered everyone to prepare for battle and called for the elimination of the mini-Jubi. Burto, freshly tended by Sakura's healing, answered with determination and urged Sakura, Sasuke, and Namai to show what they could do. The young fighters steeled themselves and moved to face the swarm. Sasuke began to move forward, but Orochimaru stepped up and placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Orochimaru warned that killing him would prevent Sasuke from ever becoming Hokage, speaking solemnly and with a visible frown. Sasuke responded with impatience, rejecting the lecture and declaring that, though they were allies for the moment, he would be merciless toward Orochimaru once the war ended. He shrugged the hand away and walked to rejoin his former comrades. Orochimaru watched Sasuke go for a few seconds, still troubled, then joined the others. Tsunade used her chakra to heal Orochimaru despite his protests that he had enough and wanted others healed first. She insisted, and he accepted her aid. On the battlefield, Sakura finally manifested the strength of 100 seals, a milestone she had achieved after 4 years of training with Tsunade. Those present, including Tsunade and Orochimaru, were surprised and proud. Namai smiled at Sakura's success, and Naruto expressed his pride, noting that their teacher's choice to accept Sakura had been wise. Sakura responded modestly, acknowledging that she had also learned from a Senju. The moment of acknowledgement was brief, as the mini-jubi were closing in and the battle resumed. Naruto called for Namai and Sakura to prepare, and everyone moved to engage the advancing threats in a coordinated, high-energy confrontation. The fight unfolded in swift, anime-style maneuvers, with each shinobi using their skills and teamwork to drive the mini-jubi back and protect the village. Naruto urged his allies to demonstrate the combined power of the Senju and Uzumaki. Both Sakura and Namai answered yes in unison. Sakura stood to Naruto's right and Namai to his left, and all three activated the strength of 100 seals at the same time. Both girls nodded with determined expressions, and Naruto signaled them to move. The two women and the young man slammed their fists into the ground together, their combined force shattering the miniature ten-tails and unleashing an immense earthquake followed by a massive shockwave that stunned everyone nearby. The crowd watched in silence, mouths agape. Hashirama wore a wide smirk, while Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged satisfied smiles. Hashirama observed that their combined power was far greater than Tsunade's. Even Sasuke looked impressed. Boruto privately worried that one day they might end up killing him. Madara noted that the two women and the young man all displayed the same remarkable regenerative ability as Mito and Hashirama, even the one who did not come from the Senju or Uzumaki clans. Hashirama watched their backs for a few moments, thinking that he was proud to call Naruto his great-grandson and glad to see how well Tsunade and Naruto had trained the two girls. After that, Sasuke, Sakura, and Boruto went into action, supported by Namai and Naruto. Orochimaru watched his son with a proud smile, thinking that his son had grown a great deal and might even have made a better Hokage than him. Once fully healed, the black-haired man moved to stand at his son's side and join the fight. Even though Naruto was strong enough to defend himself, Orochimaru wanted to help. As a father, he felt it was his duty to protect his child. Orochimaru struck one of the remaining miniature ten-tails, and Naruto looked on, surprised, before smiling at his father. Naruto thought that his mother had done an excellent job helping his father improve his taijutsu. Orochimaru reassured his son that he had his back, and Naruto replied that he knew his father always had. Naruto remembered his father's promise to always protect him, even at the cost of his own life, and to never forget how much he was loved. He had always admired his father's strength, intelligence, and hidden kindness. Despite wishing the war had never happened, Naruto felt glad to be fighting alongside his family in a real battle. Once Obito returned to the battlefield, he absorbed the ten-tails and sealed it within himself to become its tailed beast host. Naruto sensed Obito's chakra as soon as his feet hit the ground, but Obito was too fast to stop. Naruto and Minato were both stunned at the sight of Obito's new form. Hashirama saw the distress in their faces and was reminded of his past friendship and rivalry with Madara, and of the guilt he still carried from those events. The fight between the former Hokage and Obito began. The real Hashirama created several shadow clones that eventually had to confront the real Madara, leaving the other Hokage, Boruto, Sasuke, and Namai to engage Obito. Naruto watched Hashirama fight, speechless and unable to believe what was happening. He could not sense Kakashi's chakra or find him anywhere on the battlefield and feared that Kakashi might still be trapped in Obito's dimension and in an unknown condition. Naruto shouted for Obito to stop, trying to reach him. Obito looked back, his face devoid of emotion and seeming truly monstrous. Obito then spoke to Naruto, arguing that Naruto's path was wrong and criticizing his choices. Obito accused Naruto of forcing himself into a job he did not truly want as an ANBU captain, of having lost many precious people and failed to protect them, and suggested that Naruto would end up like those he had lost. Everyone fell silent, waiting for Naruto's response. Naruto responded determinedly that he may have lost some of his loved ones, but he would not have his life any other way. Everyone appeared surprised by his response, except Orochimaru and Tsunade. Naruto asserted that he was not forcing himself into a job he did not like. He had chosen it and was proud of it. He explained that the role had been his dream since childhood and that he had always had the right people at the right time. Minato, Tobirama, Yugo, Namai, Sasuke, and Burto all fixed their gazes on Naruto. Obito glared at him and accused him of being pathetic and a failure, even more so than his father, the Hokage. Naruto could not believe what he was hearing. This man, this thing, this was not the child he had once trained alongside Minato. He clenched his fists and teeth. Naruto declared that his great-grandfather had died protecting the village, his great-granduncle had died protecting the village, and his great-grandmother had sacrificed herself to seal the demon fox to protect everyone. He reminded them that his grandparents and his clan had sacrificed themselves, that his mother had been ready to die to protect the village, and that his father would give his life for the kind of Hokage he wanted to be. Naruto insisted that he would be willing to die to protect not only the village but the whole world if necessary, and he was determined not to let those sacrifices be made meaningless. Everyone around him was left speechless. Orochimaru reflected that Naruto was thoughtful and that it had been a great speech. Naruto admitted that he might be a failure, but he reminded Obito that Obito had once been a failure too, and he said he would rather be a failure than become heartless like Obito. Obito remained unimpressed, pointing out that even Kakashi had been unable to kill him in his former state and insisting that any sacrifice would be in vain, citing Minato's past failure to protect the ones he loved. Burto, angered by Obito's insults toward the Hokage, protested and prepared a Rasengan, insisting they should not badmouth the Hokage, especially his father and Godame Snake Eyes who had actually become Hokage. Tobirama teleported Burto with his Flying Thunder God technique so Burto could strike Obito with the Rasengan, declaring that Obito could not measure up to them before hitting the Uchiha. Naruto watched with widened eyes, struck by how the moment echoed the reaction the young Obito might have had. His expression shifted as he saw a vision of the young Obito in place of the current Burto, the Uchiha symbol seeming to replace the Uzumaki mark. He blinked back, tears welling in his eyes, and whispered that at least Burto would not end up like Obito. He wondered why Obito had become this way, feeling that things were not supposed to turn out like this. Burto told Naruto not to worry and that they would deal with Obito, insisting that Naruto had done enough. The words snapped Naruto back to reality and he lifted his head to meet Burto's cerulean eyes, falling silent for a moment. Burto then activated Kurama's chakra mode and shared some of the Nine-Tails chakra with Naruto to shield him. Namai followed by offering some of her Yin chakra to Yugo and Sasuke. The battle intensified. Burto and Sasuke fought Obito with support from Namai, Minato, and Tobirama, who used their respective Flying Thunder God techniques, while Yugo and Naruto watched from nearby. Naruto had never felt so useless in his life, feeling far from the level of the previous Hokage and the ancestors who had come before. Unable to join the front line, Naruto focused on what he could do best, heal. He bit his thumb to summon Katsuyu while Yugo watched the process. Numerous mini Katsuyu then scattered across the battlefield to tend to the injured shinobi. Naruto's thoughts drifted to Kakashi. He hoped Kakashi was all right, because he could not forgive himself if anything had happened to him. Yugo noticed Naruto's worry but said nothing. At a critical moment, Obito unleashed the 6 Red Yang formation to trap the Shinobi Alliance and threatened to overwhelm them. Naruto panicked at what Obito was about to do, but Namai, Burto, and Minato combined the Nine-Tails chakra sealed within them and managed to teleport the entire alliance out of the formation just in time. Naruto sighed in relief at their narrow escape. Obito, realizing he was no longer in a position of strength, began the preliminary steps toward activating the infinite Tsukuyomi. Naruto, Sasuke, and Namai had managed to weaken him, largely thanks to Burto's sage arts. The divine tree then appeared and began drawing chakra from shinobi with its roots. Both Naruto and Namai were ensnared and could not break free. Tobirama and others tried to help, but their efforts were initially in vain. Hiruzen freed both Naruto and Namai with the help of Enma. Burto exclaimed in gratitude that the third Hokage had saved them both. Naruto sighed once more in relief and, seeing that many shinobi had been affected by the divine tree, summoned Katsuyu again and used his strength of 100 seal to heal those who needed it. To Naruto's great relief, his uncle and the other Ka finally arrived on the battlefield. Tsunade approached Naruto after tending to Orochimaru and helping Shikamaru, expressing relief that Naruto was all right. Naruto greeted Tsunade and realized he had almost forgotten that she had arrived with Otosan. He nodded, then pointed out that many shinobi were still not safe. Tsunade then called for Sakura to assist. Sakura suggested that they help Naruto now. Tsunade answered yes, and the two women and an allied shinobi used their strength of 100 seal and Katsuyu to heal the injured fighters. While Naruto continued to help where he could not stop thinking about Obito and how powerless he had felt. A sudden resolve came over him. He had to stop Obito before it was too late. Now that Sakura and Tsunade were there, they no longer needed his help with the wounded, they were skilled enough to handle it. Naruto told Sakura and Tsunade that he would leave them to finish healing everyone. Both Sakura and Tsunade stared at him, surprised. Naruto insisted that he had to go. He began walking away. Tsunade called after him in worry. Naruto told his mother that he understood her fears but he was not alone and asked her to let him go help. Orochimaru approached Tsunade and reassured her that Naruto knew what he was doing, which persuaded her to let him go. Tsunade warned him to be careful. Naruto thanked her and joined Burto and Sasuke, who were still fighting Obito alongside Minato, Tobirama, and Yugo. By then the Shinobi Alliance had decided to destroy the Divine Tree, and Namai prepared a tailed beast ball to aid in that effort. Naruto approached Obito ready to strike, but Obito was suddenly in front of him and gripped his throat with a free hand while drawing on the Kyuubi's chakra shield. Burto shouted in alarm at the sight. Naruto, struggling under Obito's hold, tried to reason with him. He reminded Obito of Rin and of what she would have wanted. From where they were standing, neither Burto nor Sasuke, nor anyone else could hear the words clearly. Burto and Sasuke agreed they had to help. Naruto told Obito that love should make someone better, not destroy who they are. Obito responded with a fierce glare and then hit Naruto with black receivers. Naruto went pale, coughing and weakened, and he was lifted into the air as he fought to stay conscious. Naruto Yashigoro rushed forward, caught Naruto before he hit the ground, and carried him away towards Tsunade to get medical help. He moved quickly, knowing time was critical. He found Tsunade before Naruto lost consciousness. Naruto Yashigoro urgently demanded that Tsunade heal Naruto, saying the boy was close to death. Tsunade froze at the sight of her injured son, overwhelmed by panic and painful memories of past failures. Sakura, shocked as well, called for help. Naruto Yashigoro explained that Obito had struck Naruto and that urgent treatment was needed. Naruto Yashigoro pushed Tsunade to focus, reminding her that now was not the time to falter. Sakura offered to help, but Tsunade steadied herself and took charge. She found her determination and began to heal Naruto with all her will. She silently promised Orochimaru that she would save their son, urging him to continue dealing with the threat to the tree. Tsunade worked with fierce resolve and would not let Naruto die. Naruto Yashigoro watched her with sympathy, seeing in her the same strength and devotion that their mother had once shown as the clan's greatest medical kunoichi. He remembered how she had done anything to protect her sons and had paid a heavy price for their safety. Naruto Yashigoro begged Naruto not to give up, reminding him of his role as NBU captain and how much the village still needed. Sakura told him that his children needed him and watched them with teary eyes. She did not want Naruto to die either, they all needed him. He could not die now. Naruto was the village's guardian, second only to the Hokage. Even if the children did not know him as well as the adults did, everyone still saw him as a protector of the village. When Naruto opened his eyes again, he found that he was no longer on the battlefield. The space around him looked like a vast, dark void, and for a moment he assumed he was dead. He sighed in frustration and closed his eyes, feeling as though he had failed to save his student Obito once more. When he opened his eyes again, he froze. He was not alone. An old woman with long, pale blue hair stood before him, smiling gently as she stared into his golden eyes. The woman introduced herself as his great-grandmother and said she had been watching over him, his father, and his uncle. Naruto was too confused to respond. The old woman took both of his hands and told him that she knew how much he mattered to his family. She acknowledged that his uncle might not show the same care as his father, but insisted that his uncle would never want him to die because it would break his younger brother's heart. She said she wanted both of her grandchildren to be happy and that it was not his time to die yet. Naruto protested that everything around him was pitch black and that he must already be dead. The old woman laughed softly and explained that he was not dead, just unconscious, and that these images were in his head. She urged him to trust her. She reminded him that the shinobi forces needed him, and so did his parents and children. He was more than an ANBU captain, he was their hope and strength. As the vision brightened, she said farewell, and Naruto felt himself pulled back. He opened his eyes to meet his mother's brown eyes. Tsunade embraced him and, trying to sound stern but relieved, told him not to scare her like that again. Naruto apologized to his mother, embarrassed and grateful. Sakura watched with a hopeful smile and tears at the corners of her eyes. Remembering the old woman's words, Naruto insisted he had to go help everyone. He tried to leave, but his mother would not let him go, reminding him that the man they faced had nearly killed him. Naruto pleaded, however, when he felt his son's chakra weakening and whispered that he had to find Obito. Sakura and Tsunade looked puzzled, but Naruto insisted that he needed to check on his son. Tsunade gave permission with a warning to be careful, reminding him that the child was also her grandson, and Naruto promised to be more cautious before he hurried off to search for his son and daughter. Nearby, Kakashi reflected on his own pain and loss as he spoke to Obito. He admitted that he, too, had once thought the world was a kind of hell, having believed comrades were dead and having suffered many losses. Kakashi said he had tried to understand things by seeing the world through Obito's perspective over the years. He added that if Obito had returned to the village after Rin's death, Naruto and another mentor, Kiko, would have helped fill the emptiness in his heart with love and care. Obito listened and imagined what his life might have been like if he had not become a traitor, how he might have been supported, loved, and even found a family in the village. Naruto arrived and noticed that his son was not with his daughter. He looked toward Kakashi and Sato while Minato expressed relief that Naruto was all right. Sato glanced at the fourth Hokage in confusion. Naruto quickly deflected, not wanting to worry her. Namai joined the small group and reported in frustration that nothing seemed able to destroy the enemy's form, even powerful attacks scarcely damaged it. She had come to ask for advice, but the situation looked grim. Minato conceded that the enemy appeared far too powerful to be destroyed by their current means. Elsewhere, Madara faced the tailed beasts and had drawn on the sage chakra he had absorbed from Hashirama, making him an even more formidable opponent. The clashes were intense but remained within the bounds of dramatic, stylized combat. Sometime later, Gaara arrived near Minato with Sakura, who was tending to an injured Burto to keep him alive. Obito Senju lay unconscious. Namai was shocked. Sato was also stunned. Naruto hurried to the side of the blonde boy and his son and demanded to know what had happened. Gaara, extremely worried for Burto and Obito, explained that Madara had taken the yang portion of Kurama's chakra from Burto and that the only way to save him was to seal the yin portion into him. He added that Obito had used a great deal of chakra trying to stop Madara. Minato immediately began transferring his chakra into Burto, but Black Zetsu tried to seize it for itself. Namai protested that Minato's chakra would not be enough to save Burto, because he had only a small portion of Kurama's yin chakra sealed within him. She insisted that her own sacrifice was the only way to save Burto, and the others tried to stop her. Gaara and Sato understood the desperation behind her offer. The thought of losing a sibling made the choice comprehensible even if they did not want her to give herself up. Minato froze, torn between his children. Naruto's anger flared. He accused Minato of preparing this possibility by sealing the other half of the demon fox into Namai so one child could save the other if a tailed beast chakra were taken. Sato stepped in to calm Naruto, and he took a deep breath to steady himself. Before Madara could press his advantage, he returned having acquired the power of the Sage of the Six Paths. As the threat closed in, Burto, Sakura, and Obito were pulled into Obito's Kamui dimension. Namai ordered to be sent as well and declared that she would not let Burto die. Naruto watched her resolve, and with only moments to spare, Obito and Kakashi synchronized their Kamui techniques so that Burto, Sakura, Obito, Naruto, Namai, and Sato were transported into the dimension together. In the cramped, otherworldly space they found Burto weak and Sakura near tears. Namai pushed them to hurry and stop wasting time. Obito hesitated to extract the Yin chakra from Namai. He was trying to atone for his past and struggled with the decision. Namai pressed him, telling him to do one good thing. Obito asked Naruto to use his Byakugo technique to lend chakra to Namai so she would survive the transfer. Naruto activated Byakugo and placed his hands on Namai's shoulders, supplying chakra. Obito began transferring the Yin chakra that Minato had sealed within himself, along with some reserve chakra drawn from other tailed beasts, focusing the process on Namai. He revealed the seal on her stomach so the transfer could proceed. Sakura watched in awe. Sato sat quietly beside her brother, waiting for him to wake. As Obito completed the extraction, Namai cried out in pain and then slumped into unconsciousness. Naruto reacted immediately, and Obito explained that he had left a tiny portion of the Yin chakra inside Namai and had added a small amount of the other beast's chakra so that she would not die. Naruto sensed that Namai was alive but dangerously low on reserves, and he dedicated himself to healing her while conserving enough chakra in case Burto still needed help. Back on the battlefield, Guy had already engaged Madara. In the Kamui space, Sakura prayed that Obito's actions would be enough. Namai did not deserve to die. She had done much for the villages and for her brother. Sato kept a vigil over her brother. At last, Burto and Obito both regained consciousness. Something about them had changed. Their chakra felt stronger. Naruto focused his attention on them. Burto glanced at Naruto and then at his sister, his eyes widening in sudden recognition. He knelt beside Namai as Naruto continued to tend to her and placed his hand over her heart. A brief, bright light flashed and then vanished. The others stared, bewildered, trying to understand what had just occurred. Naruto wondered what had just happened to her. He instructed Sakura, Golden Fox, and Sato to take care of her. Both Naruto and Sakura were taken aback by the request but soon nodded in agreement, and Naruto assured Burto that they would. He then asked Obito to help him and Obito Senju get out of the area so they could return to the battlefield. Naruto replayed the events in his mind while they both lay unconscious and wanted to know what had really happened. A short time later, the scene shifted to Orochimaru's home. It was a quiet evening and Orochimaru was sitting in his bedroom, lost in thought, when he heard the front door open. He stepped out a little to see who had come home and found his mother and father returning from the store. Orochimaru sighed and went back to his room. His parents looked at their youngest son with concern and knocked on his door. Orochimaru invited them in. His parents said they had come because he seemed troubled. Orochimaru explained that he worried Tsunade might change her mind about marrying him the next day. He feared she would think he had been a poor choice because he had nearly caused her brother harm and had been late with backup to save her former lover. His father reassured him that Tsunade would not stop loving him for those reasons and reminded him that he was kind and handsome and never meant harm. Orochimaru admitted he was overreacting. With that settled, his father said that dinner would be ready in an hour and asked him to tell his older brother and little sister that they were having tacos. Orochimaru went to inform them. His parents left to prepare the meal, and he went to tell his older brother and his little sister, Keiko. The day of Orochimaru and Tsunade's wedding arrived. It was July 3rd, 3 years after the Second Shinobi War. Orochimaru was in the dressing room putting on his wedding outfit and could hardly believe Tsunade was really marrying him. He started to worry she might change her mind until a knock on the door pulled him back to the moment. His mother, father, older brother, and little sister entered. Keiko teased that his forehead looked sweaty. Orochimaru, thinking of his 14-year-old sister with long purple hair like their mother, admitted he was a little nervous. His father reminded him that it was normal to be nervous and that there was nothing to worry about because he was marrying a kind and beautiful woman. His older brother joked about not having a girlfriend yet. Keiko complimented how wonderful he looked in his suit, and Orochimaru thanked their parents for helping him get ready. At the altar, Orochimaru waited as Tsunade walked down the aisle, which was strewn with purple rose petals tossed by his little sister, who served as the flower girl. When Tsunade reached the altar, Orochimaru offered his hand to help her up and greeted her softly, calling her his princess. Tsunade returned his smile. After the ceremony, Mito approached the newlyweds and congratulated them, noting how Tsunade had grown up and married a handsome man. Orochimaru replied respectfully. Mito declared that she was proud and referred to him fondly as if he were family. Jiraiya then offered a loud congratulations. He admitted that he had been upset when Tsunade began seeing Orochimaru soon after breaking up with Dan, because he had harbored feelings for her since they were genin. However, seeing how happy his two friends were, he accepted the role of best man. He playfully asked when the honeymoon would be and how many children they planned to have. Tsunade punched him and told him it was none of his business, and everyone laughed. Orochimaru blushed while standing behind Tsunade. Naruto Yashigoro watched his younger brother with a smile, happy that Orochimaru had found someone who made him truly happy. Orochimaru and Tsunade moved into the Senju compound after the wedding while they looked for a place of their own. 3 years later, they were still living there. Keiko was now dating a Yamanaka and their older brother was seeing someone from the village. One evening, Orochimaru returned home from an ANBU mission and announced his arrival. Tsunade asked how the mission had gone. Orochimaru said it had been exhausting but successful. Tsunade asked him to come to the living room because she needed to tell him something. When Orochimaru sat beside her, Tsunade became unexpectedly quiet and then revealed that she was P-Arginin-T. Orochimaru was speechless for a moment, then overwhelmed with joy. He wiped away Tsunade's tears and celebrated the news, eager to tell his siblings and parents. He also mentioned that Danzo had been looking for him to recruit him for root and experimental work, but he had refused because he did not trust the man. Orochimaru reassured Tsunade that there was no need to worry. Tsunade replied that she would not want their son to grow up without his father because he had become a criminal. Orochimaru explained that his dream was to become Hokage and that he would never do anything illegal. He did not need to prove himself to anyone and believed that if he kept believing in himself, one day he would become Hokage. The next day, Orochimaru went to his parents' house to tell them the news that Tsunade was P-Arginin-T. His mother reacted with delight at the idea of having such a child in the family. His father urged him to tell his siblings. Orochimaru decided to tell Keiko first since she still lived at home. His mother noted that Keiko was probably too busy drawing the picture she was making for her boyfriend's birthday tomorrow. Orochimaru knocked on his sister's door and entered when she told him to come in. Keiko set aside her drawing and listened as her brother shared the news that Tsunade was P-Arginin-T and that he was going to be a father, which meant Keiko would be an aunt. Keiko's eyes widened with joy and she hugged him in congratulations. Orochimaru said he would tell their eldest brother next, and Keiko mentioned that their brother lived with his girlfriend in a house near the weapon shop. Orochimaru walked to that brown house with a blue roof and knocked. A woman with purple hair opened the door. She assumed he was his brother's younger brother. Orochimaru confirmed the relation and asked if his brother was home. She said his brother had just returned from work at the hospital and invited him inside, directing him to the living room. In the living room, Orochimaru's brother looked up from a book. Orochimaru told him the important news that Tsunade was P-Arginin-T and that he was going to be a father. His brother congratulated him and said he looked forward to being an uncle, expressing confidence that Orochimaru would be a great father. They hugged and Orochimaru mentioned he still needed to tell his sensei. Orochimaru then went to the Hokage's office to tell Sarutobi the news and to report something else. He informed Sarutobi that Danzo had approached him days earlier, asking for help with unauthorized experiments to give people new bloodline traits and assistance studying forbidden jutsu. Orochimaru explained that he refused because he was a married man with a child on the way and would not risk becoming a criminal. He emphasized that he would never do anything that would disappoint his family. Orochimaru handed Sarutobi a file that one of his spies had gathered about Danzo. He explained that Danzo wanted the wood release and Sharingan bloodlines and intended to use them to control the Nine Tails, arguing that if the village could control such power it might be used for protection. The forbidden jutsu Danzo coveted most, Orochimaru said, was an immortality technique, which Orochimaru called dangerously misguided. Sarutobi said he would look into the matter and thanked Orochimaru for bringing it to his attention, also congratulating him on becoming a father. 9 months later, Tsunade and Orochimaru walked around the village, shopping for food. It was the first day of spring in March, and flowers bloomed everywhere. Tsunade, on the last day of her PRGNCY, was eating enthusiastically. Orochimaru nervously agreed to get more food and ice cream, watching her closely so as not to upset her. They sat in a restaurant and spent hours talking. Suddenly Tsunade fell quiet and told Orochimaru that the baby was causing severe pain. Orochimaru grew concerned and insisted they go to the hospital immediately. He carried Tsunade to the hospital, and after a short labor she gave birth to a healthy newborn son. A nurse checked the baby and, seeing that he was well, handed him to Tsunade. The nurse asked what they wanted to name him. Tsunade asked Orochimaru what he preferred. Orochimaru looked at his son, who resembled him with his mother's face shape, and chose the name Naruto, explaining that he wanted to name the child after his eldest brother, who had always been his role model. Tsunade found the choice sweet and approved, and the family welcomed baby Naruto Senju. Tsunade suggested that Orochimaru hold the newborn, and he accepted with trembling hands, careful not to drop him. Tsunade smiled and reassured him that he would be fine. Orochimaru looked down into his son's eyes, kissed the infant's forehead and then gently kissed Tsunade's, and quietly welcomed his son, Naruto Senju, into the world. The baby was born on March. Family and close friends came to the Senju home that day to meet the new prince. Keiko gushed that the baby was adorable, and Orochimaru's mother asked what they had named him. Orochimaru replied that the boy was called Naruto Senju. Naruto Yashigoro stared at his new little brother with wide eyes and asked why Orochimaru had named the child after him. Orochimaru explained that Naruto Yashigoro had always been his role model, someone who never gave up and had stood by him when others called him a freak. Everyone present was moved by his words. Orochimaru's father called the speech beautiful, and Nawaki agreed. Jiraiya playfully announced that when the time came he would teach the boy his own, often inappropriate, lessons on charm. Tsunade immediately scolded him, insisting that she would not allow that, and pointed out that she wanted her son to grow up with respect rather than crude habits. An older aunt teased that the child would surely attract attention, given his family, which made Orochimaru blush. Tsunade protested that she would not allow fangirls to overwhelm the boy, and when Naruto began to cry, Orochimaru quickly soothed him and suggested that the crying was from being startled by the noise. Tsunade agreed that she had been overdramatic. Naruto Yashigoro's girlfriend congratulated the new parents and expressed hope that one day she and her partner would have a child of their own. Keiko's boyfriend commented that the baby was adorable and that he was glad Keiko's sister had introduced them. After the congratulations, the guests left the new parents to enjoy some quiet time with their son. On Naruto Senju's first birthday, family and friends gathered again at the Senju compound. Orochimaru spent the morning in the kitchen baking a strawberry cake while Tsunade hosted and spoke with their guests. Jiraiya joked again about teaching the boy to be charming, and Tsunade rebuked him, insisting she would not allow her son to pick up bad habits. Keiko laughed at the exchange, and Nawaki asked where Orochimaru had gone. Tsunade answered that he was finishing the cake in the kitchen. When Orochimaru finally emerged with a fresh strawberry cake, Mito complimented the smell and appearance, and others agreed that Orochimaru had a talent for cooking. Naruto Yashigoro's wife added that Orochimaru would be a fine chef for any future family gatherings. Orochimaru placed the cake on the table and encouraged the celebration. Naruto struggled to blow out the candles, so Tsunade blew them out for him instead. The guests enjoyed the cake and spoke into the afternoon. As bedtime approached, Orochimaru noticed that Naruto was getting sleepy and carried him upstairs to put him to bed. A sudden, loud crash interrupted the house, and everyone fell silent. Jiraiya wondered aloud where the sound had come from, and Keiko suggested it had come from upstairs. They hurried to Naruto's room and found a stranger wearing an unfamiliar Umbu-style uniform. Tsunade and Jiraiya both remarked that they had never seen that pattern of Umbu uniform before. Orochimaru stared at the intruder and realized, when the man glanced at the baby in his arms, why he had come. Orochimaru ordered everyone to take Naruto out of the room and leave him to handle the intruder. Naruto Yashigoro offered to stay for backup, but Orochimaru insisted he would manage. Once the others left, Orochimaru and the root agent confronted one another. Techniques erupted in a flurry of chakra and movement. Water and fire clashed, and swift wind-based strikes filled the room. The battle was tense and dynamic but never crossed into brutality. It resembled a high-energy, animated duel. After exchanging rapid, powerful attacks, the root agent decided to retreat. Orochimaru returned to the others in the living room. Jiraiya demanded to know who the stranger had been and why he had seemed to target Naruto. Keiko asked the same question, alarmed for the child's safety. Orochimaru explained that the man had been a root operative acting on Danzo's orders and that he had previously warned 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi about Danzo's intentions. Everyone fell silent in shock. Tsunade, furious, accused Danzo of sending an agent to take Naruto in retaliation for Orochimaru's exposing him to the Hokage. Orochimaru apologized to his son for bringing danger into their lives and proposed that they speak with the Hokage about leaving the village temporarily for the child's safety. Tsunade agreed, and together they went to the Hokage Tower. 3 years later, after leaving the Hidden Leaf, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Naruto had settled into a quiet house in the land of rice paddies. Orochimaru prepared breakfast in the small kitchen while Tsunade came in and greeted him in the morning. Orochimaru told her that breakfast would be ready shortly and that they would eat together before beginning the day. Orochimaru announced that he planned to train Naruto. Tsunade asked whether he would teach anything dangerous. Orochimaru reassured her that he was not power-hungry and that, had he grown up differently, he might have become someone else. Tsunade apologized for doubting him, and Orochimaru nodded that he understood. Orochimaru called for Naruto to come down for breakfast. Naruto ran downstairs to eat. After everyone finished, Orochimaru and Naruto went outside to train. Orochimaru explained that he would teach the basics of being a ninja, beginning with how to build up spiritual energy and then working on energy control. He handed Naruto a leaf to place on his forehead and said that it would help with his control by giving him something to focus on. Naruto agreed and put the leaf on his forehead, then began to build up his energy. To test Naruto's concentration, Orochimaru pointed out a snake to distract him. Naruto asked to see it and moved, causing the leaf to fall off. Orochimaru explained that it had been a test of concentration and told Naruto to try again and stay focused. He added that he would continue to introduce distractions while Naruto practiced. Once Naruto replaced the leaf, Orochimaru walked around and summoned a snake, attempting to sneak up on him. Naruto remarked that he could feel the presence of approaching energy, and Orochimaru observed that Naruto was a sensory-type ninja like himself. Orochimaru explained that a sensory ninja could detect the presence of others, most commonly by sensing their spiritual energy. He emphasized the importance of improving all the senses so that if one was unavailable, the others could compensate. Naruto acknowledged his understanding. After a few more hours of training, they decided to call it a day and went inside to eat and rest. Years passed. On Naruto's 4th birthday, Tsunade and Orochimaru discussed what to give him as a gift. Orochimaru suggested the snake summoning contract, and Tsunade offered to give him the slug summoning contract. Tsunade wondered whether he was ready to summon, and Orochimaru said that if he could not do it now, he would not force him. At least Naruto would have the contracts to try when he was older. They agreed to proceed. Tsunade went to fetch Naruto while Orochimaru checked on the birthday cake. A short while later, a knock sounded at the door. Tsunade opened it to find Menma, the leader of the Black Fox gang, who had come with a gift. Tsunade invited him in, and Orochimaru brought out the cake. Menma said he had only planned to drop off the gift briefly. Everyone gathered as Naruto came downstairs. They all wished him a happy birthday, and Naruto thanked them, proudly announcing that he was now 4 years old. Orochimaru and Tsunade said they were thinking of enrolling him in the academy when he turned 5, and Naruto cheered at the prospect. He blew out the candles, made a wish, and everyone ate and talked. After the celebration, they began giving gifts. Menma presented a fox mask, and Naruto gratefully accepted it. Menma left soon after. Outside the house, Tsunade and Orochimaru told Naruto that they had decided to give him both the snake and slug summoning contracts. Naruto asked what a summoning contract was. Orochimaru explained that a summoning contract was an agreement with an animal clan that allowed a ninja to summon them, and that the contract required signing one's name in blood on a summoning scroll. Orochimaru and Tsunade handed Naruto the two summoning scrolls, and Naruto pricked his finger and signed his name on them. Orochimaru said he would show Naruto the hand signs for the summoning technique and demonstrated a sequence of hand signs. Manda, the summoned snake, complained loudly about being called and objected to Orochimaru's interruption. Manda then made a teasing remark about Orochimaru's chances with others, and Tsunade defended him firmly. After Manda finished, Naruto attempted the hand signs he had seen but summoned nothing and felt disappointed. Tsunade encouraged him to try again. Naruto noticed the marking on Orochimaru's arm and asked about it. Orochimaru explained that it was a snake summoning tattoo, a clan-specific mark used for summoning, and said he would probably give Naruto one sometime in the future. Orochimaru explained that his parents had given him his own summoning contract when he turned 5. Naruto practiced the summoning jutsu for hours. After many attempts, he finally summoned a small snake. The family agreed that was enough training for the day and they went back inside the house. Orochimaru praised Naruto for summoning a small snake and said they would try summoning slugs and a larger snake next time. Naruto told his father that he would do his best to succeed next time. Naruto Senju was 6 years old. He and his family traveled from the land of rice paddies to return home to the Leaf Village. Tomorrow would be his first day at the academy. After a while they arrived and put Naruto to bed for the night. The next morning, Orochimaru cooked breakfast in the kitchen. Tsunade entered and greeted him, asking how Mito was and whether the transfer of the 9 tails to Kushina had gone as planned. Orochimaru replied that Mito was weaker than before but would be all right. He announced that breakfast was ready and asked Tsunade to wake Naruto. Tsunade ran upstairs to wake him while Orochimaru brought Mito her breakfast. Tsunade returned with Naruto fully awake and running behind her. Naruto burst in with excitement about his first day at the academy. Orochimaru reminded him that training would not be easy but to always try his best, and Tsunade added that they both believed in him. The family sat together for breakfast while Naruto chattered about how excited he was to learn to be a ninja. At the academy, Naruto walked into the classroom. The teacher asked him to introduce himself to the class. Naruto introduced himself as Naruto Senju, the son of Tsunade and Orochimaru. The teacher invited questions. A blonde-haired boy raised his hand. The teacher asked him to speak. The boy, Minato, asked why Naruto had never been seen around despite being the son of Tsunade and Orochimaru. Naruto explained that he and his parents had been living in the land of rice paddies after someone had tried to attack him on his first birthday, or at least that was what he had been told. No one else had questions, and the teacher moved on with the lesson. Naruto sat in an empty seat next to Minato. Naruto greeted him and noted that Minato was younger but already at the academy. Minato asked Naruto how old he was. Naruto explained that he was 6 and that his parents had delayed his start at the academy for a year. Minato replied that he was 5 and had chosen to start early. The rest of the class covered chakra control and chakra points. After the lesson, the students went outside to practice sparring. The first sparring match was announced as Naruto Senju vs Minato Namikaze. Naruto attempted to use the clone technique to create a distraction, but Minato saw through it. Naruto tried to strike from behind with a quick punch, and Minato complemented the speed of the strike. Naruto attempted a striking shadow snake technique, but it failed to activate properly. Minato then formed multiple clones, approached unexpectedly, and landed a controlled kick to Naruto's back. Minato's strategy earned him the win, and the teacher declared him the winner of the match. After all the matches, class was over. Naruto waited for someone to pick him up. Tsunade arrived and walked home with him. Naruto told his mother about chakra control, chakra points, and the sparring he had done that day. They returned home to wait for Orochimaru. When Orochimaru returned from spending time with Jiraiya and his older brother, Naruto excitedly recounted everything that had happened at the academy and spoke about the children he had met. That evening at the Senju household, Naruto spent time with Minato. Naruto's first year at the academy was almost over. Minato asked whether Naruto was ready to take the graduation test. Naruto said he was ready and could not believe the year was nearly finished. Minato asked if Naruto thought he would pass this year, and Naruto said he had been training a lot with both of his parents, especially his father. Minato suggested they go outside to spar for a while. They went outside to spar. Naruto performed the clone technique and created 4 copies of himself. Minato used a wind-style air bullets technique to strike at the clones. Naruto avoided the attacks by using the substitution technique. Minato noted that the substitution technique was impressive for Naruto, and Naruto explained he had been working hard on his training. They agreed to stop for the day and go inside to eat lunch. Minato asked what they should have for lunch. Naruto suggested making a sandwich or asking his father to prepare something. Minato asked Naruto's father to make miso-flavored noodle soup, since he did not want a sandwich. Naruto and Minato went to Naruto's father's study to ask if he could make the noodle soup. Orochimaru asked whether they wanted miso-flavored noodle soup or a different kind. Minato asked for miso-flavored noodle soup. Orochimaru told Minato that he could simply call him by his name since Minato was his son's friend. Orochimaru prepared the noodle soup and gave a bowl to both Naruto and Minato. Minato thanked Orochimaru and said it was delicious. Naruto agreed that his father's food was always delicious. Orochimaru said he would be in his study reading if they needed him. The 2 boys sat at the table eating and talked about the upcoming graduation exam. They both hoped they would pass. Naruto asked Minato who he hoped would be on his team and who he hoped would be his teacher. Minato said he admired Jiraiya and hoped to get him as a teacher, and that he did not know whom he wanted as teammates other than Naruto. Naruto said they would make a great team, but he did not want a certain uncle as his teacher because of the uncle's off-putting reputation. He would rather have his own father. Minato admitted the uncle had a questionable reputation but was incredibly strong, while Naruto insisted his father was even stronger and smarter. After hours of friendly argument about who was stronger, Minato went home because it was getting close to night. Naruto went upstairs to lie in bed and think about the graduation exam. On the day of the graduation exams, everyone at the academy was excited. The teacher explained that the exam had a written portion and a performance portion, and that students could choose any technique to perform in the back room. If they did well on both parts, they would graduate. After the written exam, the teacher collected everyone's tests and began calling names for the performance portion. Aimi Uchiha went first. When she returned, she wore a blue headband. Next was Kushina Uzumaki, who performed a clone technique and returned wearing a headband. When Minato's name was called, he performed a wind-style air bullets technique and returned wearing a red headband. Naruto's turn came next. He performed the striking shadow snake technique, causing snakes to emerge from his sleeves, and the teacher told him he had passed. Naruto picked up a purple headband from the table. Kushina and Minato congratulated Naruto on passing. The teacher announced that everyone who had passed should return the next morning to find out team assignments and meet their teachers. Everyone left the academy and went home. At the Senju compound, Naruto called out that he was home. His mother, Tsunade, welcomed him and asked how the graduation exam had gone. Naruto told her he had passed and showed his headband. Tsunade said his father was bed resting and not feeling well at the moment. Naruto hoped his father would feel better soon and asked about his uncle Nawaki. Tsunade said Nawaki was doing well in his new home with Keiko. They had become a couple and were getting along. The next morning at the Senju house, Naruto greeted his mother and asked if she was ready for him to find out his teammates and teacher. He asked again how his father was feeling. Tsunade explained that his father had been sick from stress. Years ago, 2 members of his last junior team had been killed on a mission and he had been only able to save her brother, which made him nervous about leading a new team. She added that he should be fine now. Naruto said he hoped his father would stop worrying and that it would be great if his father became his teacher, though it was also possible they would be assigned to Jiraiya, who was getting a team this year. At the academy, the teacher announced that the students would be assigned to teams that day. The sensei announced that he would assign team numbers, teammates, and instructors. He named Team 1 as Aoi Aburame, Daichi Uchiha, and Hideo Hyuga, with Sensei Tsukumo Hataki. He named Team 7 as Minato Namikaze, Naruto Senju, and Kushina Uzumaki, with a Special Forces agent codenamed Viper as their instructor. He named Team 3 as Aya Inuzuka, Bunta Yakushi, and Goro Aburame, with Jiraiya of the legendary trio as their sensei. Some other teams were still to be announced. After the roll call, the The sensei told everyone to eat lunch and then go to their assigned rooms to meet their instructors. In room 201, Naruto and his teammates waited for their instructor. Minato wondered when the instructor would arrive. Kushina said that she thought their instructor was assigned because the village wanted her protected. She remembered her Aunt Mito explaining that having the 9 tails inside her made her a target. Minato agreed, recalling the time he had rescued her after she was kidnapped. When a breeze stirred across the room, a voice introduced itself as Viper and said he was their Special Forces sensei. Naruto affirmed that they were Team 7, and Viper instructed them to meet him on the rooftop and not to be late. Naruto, Minato, and Kushina headed up to the rooftop. On the rooftop, Viper asked them to introduce themselves by stating their names, hobbies, likes, dislikes, and dreams. Viper asked Kushina to go first. Kushina said her name was Burto Uzumaki, her hobbies were training and learning sealing techniques, she liked her friends, her Aunt Mito, and noodle soup, she disliked bullies and kidnappers, and her dream was to become the village leader. Viper then asked Minato to introduce himself. Minato said he was Minato Namikaze, his hobbies were training, reading, and studying, he liked his friends and rice, he disliked bullies, fish, and people who acted superior because of their families, and his dream was to become the village leader. Viper then turned to Naruto. Naruto said his name was Naruto Senju and that he did not appreciate being called a snake boy. He said his hobbies included training, spending time with family, and playing with his pet snake. He liked noodle soup, his family, and his father's cooking. He disliked people who behaved inappropriately, anyone who insulted his father or judged by appearance, and Dango, and his dream was to become a member of the Special Forces. Viper introduced himself as someone who enjoyed reading, studying, and training. He said he liked rice, snakes, eggs, and his family. He disliked people who judged others by their looks, a man named Danzo, and sometimes his own personality, and his ambition was to rise from the Special Forces to become the village leader. He then announced that he would give them a test the next day to determine whether they would become entry-level ninjas or return to the academy. Kushina loudly insisted she would pass and refused to go back to the academy. Minato told Kushina to be calm and that the test probably would not be too difficult. Viper dismissed them for the day and told them to meet at Training Ground 10 at noon the following day. Naruto noted that Viper's voice felt familiar. Minato said they would not know who he really was unless the village leader allowed him to remove his mask. Naruto suggested they go home and prepare for the test. At the Senju house, Naruto greeted his mother, Tsunade, and asked how she was. Tsunade asked if he was ready for his test that afternoon. Naruto said he was ready but wondered what the test would be like. Tsunade handed him breakfast that his father had prepared before leaving for the village leader's office, and Naruto said he would see his father later. Before leaving, Naruto asked why his father had been made a high-ranking ninja instructor when he had been a member of the Special Forces. Tsunade explained that his father's parents and siblings were concerned that continued service in the Special Forces would harden him, and that Sarutobi had agreed, so his father had been reassigned to be an instructor to help him open his heart. Naruto said he had recognized his father's voice but had difficulty reading his energy because his father was very good at hiding it. Naruto hoped that training his team would encourage his father to be more open. Tsunade said she believed that training the team would. At Training Ground 10, Viper told them he would explain the test and then removed his mask. When he took the mask off, he revealed himself to be Orochimaru, and Minato observed that Orochimaru was Naruto's father. Orochimaru confirmed that the village leader had said he no longer needed to wear a mask now that he was their sensei and asked them to call him Orochimaru-sensei. Orochimaru explained the test. Each of them should try to land a hit on him and give their best effort. Minato asked whether failure to hit him would mean they failed the test. Orochimaru said that they would have to discover that for themselves and challenged them to come at him with their best attack. Minato formed a wind technique that launched air bullets at Orochimaru. Kushina created several duplicates of herself to try to distract him. Orochimaru responded with a sudden gust of wind that dispersed the duplicates. Naruto released a volley of shadow snake strikes from his sleeves. When their individual efforts failed to connect, Minato suggested they attack together. As they prepared to combine their techniques, Orochimaru triggered a subtle paralysis illusion that briefly immobilized Kushina, Minato, and Naruto and left them struggling to move. Naruto kept firing Shadow Snake strikes from his sleeves despite the effect. Orochimaru declared that they had passed the test. Minato protested that they had not even landed a hit on him. Orochimaru explained that the true purpose of the exercise had been to test teamwork. Because they had worked together and coordinated their efforts, they had met the test's goal. Naruto and his teammates understood that cooperation had been the key. Orochimaru told them to meet him at the Hokage Tower the next day to take their first mission. Minato and Kushina acknowledged his instruction. The third Hokage announced that Team 7's mission for the day was to find Tora, the lost cat. Kushina complained loudly that it was a foolish task for the team. Orochimaru observed that Kushina should be more mature than to dismiss a mission, no matter that it was only a D rank, because every mission was important. Kushina apologized to Orochimaru for losing her temper. With that settled, Orochimaru said they should go find the cat, and the genin agreed. Orochimaru instructed them to split up and look for the cat, and to use a tracking device when they got close to the target. Minato reported that he could see the target and was nearby. Naruto said he felt they were very close to finding the cat. Kushina announced that she had the cat cornered and then scolded it for scratching. The next day, Kushina again complained about being assigned only low-rank missions. Minato told her to calm down and reminded her they would get a harder mission when their teacher thought they were ready. The third Hokage then informed them there was a C-rank mission available and that the client had specifically requested Orochimaru. Minato asked what the mission entailed. The third Hokage explained that they were to escort a client to the land of rice paddies. Naruto asked who they were escorting, and the third Hokage invited the client to come in. Menma arrived, and Orochimaru greeted him with a remark about it having been a while. Menma told Orochimaru to stop sounding taunting, since people would think he was rude. As Orochimaru and his team walked toward the village gate, Orochimaru asked why Menma had requested an escort to the land of rice paddies. Menma explained that food supplies had gone missing and he needed help locating the missing provisions. Naruto reassured Menma that they would help. Orochimaru checked that everyone had what they needed for the mission. Minato and Kushina confirmed they did, and Naruto said he had everything he needed. Orochimaru suggested they depart for the land of rice paddies. As Team 7 and Menma made their way there, Kushina spent most of the walk happily shouting about having a C-rank mission. Orochimaru told her to stop shouting and slow down. Suddenly, a paper bomb exploded. Minato warned Kushina and rushed to try to protect her. From Orochimaru's sleeve, several shadowy snake-like forms sprang forth and quickly restrained Kushina. Orochimaru ordered Naruto to get Minato out of the explosion's path. In response, a wooden dome appeared and shielded Minato, and Orochimaru looked at Naruto, realizing Naruto had caused the protective barrier. Minato and Kushina asked what had just happened. Naruto asked his father what he had done. Orochimaru explained that Naruto had used a wood-style technique and said he would explain the nature of wood-style once they reached Menma's home in the land of rice paddies. Menma commented that whoever was stealing the food must have known their supplies were being tracked and had set traps along the route. Naruto told everyone not to worry and promised they would figure out what happened to the missing food. At Menma's house, Orochimaru began to explain the wood-style. He said that the first Hokage, Naruto's great-grandfather, had been able to use it. Orochimaru described wood-style as a natural transformation that combined earth and water chakra and noted that it was rumored to have the power to control tailed beasts. Naruto asked how he could use it. Orochimaru said he would teach more when they got home, but that they would do training the next day while also helping Menma look for clues about the stolen food. Naruto agreed and joked that his mother would probably freak out if he suddenly used an advanced wood-style technique in front of her and might even scold Orochimaru for teaching something too advanced to a 6-year-old. 2 days after returning from the mission during which the food thief had been discovered to be a rogue shinobi living in a cave near the land of rice paddies, Orochimaru prepared to train Naruto. In the morning, Naruto greeted Orochimaru, and Orochimaru replied in kind. Naruto asked what training they would do that day. Orochimaru said he would teach Naruto the basics of wood-style, starting with a simple wood-style technique. Tsunade told both of them to eat breakfast first, which she was cooking. Orochimaru thanked Tsunade for preparing the meal and admitted he looked tired, Tsunade said the breakfast would help restore his energy and warned him to rest if he became worse. Orochimaru hurried to eat so he could begin training. Outside, Orochimaru told Naruto they would begin training with a simple technique and explained how wood style was created. He said that wood style was formed by combining water and earth chakra, and that not every shinobi could combine those elements, only those with the appropriate bloodline limit could do so. Naruto asked which technique he would learn first. Orochimaru said they would start with the wood-style clone technique and explain the hand seals for it as tiger, ram, and snake. Naruto followed the sequence and performed the technique, successfully creating a wood clone. Orochimaru praised him and asked him to try making multiple clones using a clone seal. Naruto attempted the multiple clone technique and, after a moment and a small sneeze, produced 2 clones. Orochimaru complimented Naruto on his progress. Orochimaru told Naruto to do a few more repetitions than they had done earlier that day. Naruto politely offered a blessing to his father. Naruto then performed a multiple wood clone technique and created 3 wood clones. Orochimaru told his son that was enough training for today and that they would continue tomorrow. Tsunade observed that Orochimaru looked worse than when he had previously been ill from stress. Naruto agreed with his mother and suggested they skip training for a few days. Orochimaru consented to a break. The next morning Naruto asked his father how he was feeling. Orochimaru said he was still unwell, which was unsurprising since only a day had passed since he had first fallen sick. Naruto asked when his team would be able to take the Chunin exams. Orochimaru explained that they were still young and that they should wait until they were 10. At the moment Naruto was 6 and Kushina and Minato were both 5. Naruto noted that Kushina and Minato would therefore enter at 9. Orochimaru asked if that bothered him, and Naruto said he was merely stating a fact. Tsunade suggested they go to the store to get medicine for Orochimaru's fever and some soup. Naruto agreed that getting out was better than sitting around idle while his father could not train him. At the store, Tsunade said they would get Orochimaru's favorite tomato soup and medicine for the flu. As they walked toward the soup aisle, Naruto accidentally bumped into a girl with long blue hair wearing a red top and black shorts. The girl told him to be more careful. Naruto asked his mother if she knew the girl. Tsunade looked at the symbol on the back of the girl's shirt and identified her as an Uchiha who appeared to be about Naruto's age. Naruto remarked that the girl's attitude fit the stereotype and wondered if his father knew her. Tsunade agreed that Orochimaru seemed to attract children for some reason. Back at home, Orochimaru acknowledged their return. Tsunade explained the medicine was a pill to take after eating and handed it to him. Naruto said they had brought tomato soup. Orochimaru said he was hungry for his favorite soup. Tsunade offered to make some immediately. Orochimaru thanked her and noticed that Naruto had been staring, asking if something was on his mind. Naruto asked if Orochimaru knew of an Uchiha girl with long blue hair who wore a red top and black shorts. Orochimaru confirmed he knew her and gave her name as Kiko Uchiha. Orochimaru explained that Kiko's parents had died on a mission when she was 2 and that she lived alone in a house in the Uchiha district. Her father had been the younger brother of the Uchiha clan head. Naruto asked why none of the other Uchiha had taken her in. Orochimaru said Kiko was not fully of Uchiha blood and that some members of the clan avoided her because her light blue hair made her stand out. Naruto said that sounded wrong to him. Orochimaru observed that some people fear and hate what they do not understand. Orochimaru asked why Naruto was asking about Kiko. Naruto explained that he had run into her at the store and been curious because he had never seen her before. Orochimaru suggested she most likely had a different teacher and had graduated at the same time, and he added that there was another reason, which Naruto would understand only when he was older. Naruto looked at his father, puzzled. Tsunade brought the soup and Orochimaru accepted it with thanks. Later, Madara declared that he would be the savior who ended the long history of fighting among the shinobi. Suddenly, Black Zetsu struck Madara from behind with a swift, decisive attack, catching everyone by surprise. Madara froze, unable to move. Black Zetsu then revealed that Madara's understanding of events was wrong and that his will was not his own. Madara, who had created Black Zetsu and considered it the incarnation of his own will, reacted with confusion and disbelief. Black Zetsu countered that its true will belonged to Kaguya. Naruto frowned and wondered who Kaguya was. Others in the group reacted with equal confusion as the revelation unfolded. Obito noted that the Sage of the Six Paths had mentioned that name, and the group began to piece together the origin of the new powers they had encountered. Burto recalled something the old man had told him in the mindscape and trailed off in realization. Madara began to cry out in pain as the atmosphere shifted. Burto exclaimed at the overwhelming chakra he felt and noted its intensity. Sasuke observed that the shadows that had been surrounding them had vanished and warned that something else was about to happen. Without warning, multiple sources of chakra erupted from the ground and surged upward, launching Sasuke, Burto, Naruto, Kakashi, Obito Senju, Sato, and Sakura into the air. The battlefield transformed into a whirlwind of energy as they were carried aloft by the sudden surge. But they all landed back on their feet without injury. Kakashi wondered if the figure was absorbing all the chakra erupting from the ground. Naruto agreed that it seemed so. Sakura asked where such thick, potent chakra could be coming from. Sasuke answered that it was probably from everyone trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi as he took his place in front of Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura. Naruto thought about his mother, father, and uncle in the back of his mind. Burto warned that the chakra was far stronger than the Ten Tails. Sasuke ordered them to stop the source before it spread and formed a lightning blade, telling Burto to go. Burto hesitated, noting the danger while they were still swelling. Before they could act, white hair that had grown far longer than before wrapped around Sasuke and Burto and held them fast. Black Zetsu announced that he would absorb the chakra from them like two moths flying into a flame. Naruto cried out in fear, and Sakura rushed forward to help, but Kakashi held her back. Obito intervened, telling Sakura that action without a plan was meaningless. Naruto warned that impulsive action was the surest way to get killed. Burto swore under his breath as both he and Sasuke remained paralyzed. Sasuke warned that if they did not stop the figure, it would drain everyone else's chakra first and they would die. Black Zetsu coldly replied that no one would die. When Kaguya had previously cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, she had kept the people alive in order to form them into soldiers. Sasuke demanded clarification, and Black Zetsu explained that the populace had been converted slowly over time into White Zetsu, the army of those creatures who had once pretended to be allies. Everyone reacted with shock and dismay. Sato asked why Kaguya would need soldiers, and Black Zetsu said they were meant to fight those she considered threats. Madara, still able to speak, claimed the infinite Tsukuyomi was an Uchiha jutsu intended to bring eternal peace. Black Zetsu dismissed that, saying the jutsu was meant to amass enormous chakra from individuals enslaved by it and that Madara had been used as a pawn, just as Obito had. Mai listened in disbelief as the implications sank in. Burto drew attention to how large the figure had become, and Naruto realized the situation was dire. Sasuke noted that the figure had swollen because its body could not tolerate the amount of absorbed chakra and that if it continued the surge it would not hold together. Sakura observed that the figure then began to shrink. Obito collapsed to the ground, and Naruto and Kakashi reacted with alarm. Suddenly Kaguya Otsutsuki manifested, replacing the previous presence. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, Obito Senju, Sato, and Mai stared at her, stunned. Kaguya sensed an unimaginable chakra that was unlike anything she had encountered, far beyond Naruto's or Sasuke's and not human in nature. The revelation left her visibly astonished. Burto wondered if she was the one the old sage had mentioned. Sasuke trailed off in recognition, and Obito muttered that she had finally come. Kaguya's gaze landed on Naruto and Sasuke. She noticed the marks on their hands and the power in Obito's eyes. Without warning, she released her hold on the hair binding the two and threw them, sending all three crashing to the ground. Kaguya then attacked with long, whip-like strands of hair, and Sasuke countered with lightning-based techniques. She proved overwhelming, easily knocking them back. Obito resolved that she could not be allowed to win. Sakura called out for Sasuke and Burto while Sato cried out for her brother. Naruto cursed under his breath, frustrated that they could not help effectively. Kaguya strode past Sakura, Naruto, Sato, and Kakashi, seemingly indifferent to their presence. Mai marveled at the incredible length of the hair as it rippled around Kaguya. Kakashi reassured Sakura that Sasuke and Burto were all right for the moment but warned her again not to act impulsively. Kaguya could not be taken lightly. Kaguya studied Burto, Sasuke, and Obito carefully and noted that they were reincarnations of Hagoromo and Himura's descendants, Indra and Ashura's descendants, with one acting as a bridge. She activated her Byakugan to inspect their chakra pathways and narrowed her eyes. Kaguya recognized the moon and sun marks on their hands and inferred that Hagoromo had given them those powers. Sakura wondered how the previous presence had transformed into Kaguya while Kakashi and Mai glanced toward Obito. Naruto trailed off, unable to sense Obito's chakra any longer, and both he and Kakashi feared that Obito had truly fallen. For a painful moment they shared the weight of that loss, but then they refocused on the immediate threat. Kakashi asked Kaguya what her goal was. Kaguya said that the shinobi had been using chakra as a toy without understanding it, and that what had happened was inevitable. This land was her precious hotbed and could not be harmed. Sato kept watching Kaguya's Byakugan as she spoke, troubled by what that implied given Black Zetsu's revelations about ancient schemes. Kaguya decided that the battle would end then and there and set her expression in a frown as she prepared to act. They were suddenly flung into the air. A voice threatened to get rid of them. Sakura panicked. Sato trailed off in shock. Kakashi and Naruto noticed the ground below was molten. They first thought it was an illusion, but then realized it was real. Sato, who had been carrying Namai in her arms, felt certain this was the end. She could not let go of Namai and could not grasp anything else. Boruto ordered Sasuke to help them with the eagle he had summoned, but Sasuke ignored the request and instead went after Boruto and Obito Senju. Kakashi managed to anchor himself and Sakura to the wall with a kunai and a scroll, and he pinned Obito with another kunai, but he could not reach Sato and Namai. Naruto used a shadow snake technique to avoid falling while trying to find a way to save his daughter. He called Sato's name repeatedly, and Boruto's arrival halted their descent. A giant hand formed from Kurama's chakra caught Sato just in time. Naruto breathed with relief when he saw the fox-shaped chakra wrap around her. He had already lost 2 students and best friends. He could not stand the thought of losing his daughter. Sato quickly understood what had happened and looked at Naruto. Naruto brought Sato and Namai to where Sasuke waited on his eagle. Sasuke glared at Naruto and accused him of interfering. Naruto responded angrily that he would never allow Sato or his sister to die. Sasuke argued that they would be a hindrance and should not have been there. Obito Senju ordered them to stop fighting for the moment, and Boruto and Sasuke fell silent. Sato told them they would only be a hindrance, but Boruto protested that she would never be one. Sasuke acknowledged that Naruto and he were the ones who could defeat Kaguya and that the Sage of the Six Paths had given them their new powers, but Naruto insisted he would never let people die while he was alive and vowed to protect them. Naruto formed a shadow clone and entrusted it with caring for Sato, Namai, and the others while he and Sasuke continued the fight against Kaguya. The clone nodded and took the group to a safer place near the lava wall using Kurama's chakra hands. The clone began to heal Namai with his new powers while still holding her. Naruto and Sato watched in silence. Sasuke's worried expression turned to sorrow as he longed for a return to Konoha and a peaceful life with his family. Sato reflected on their surroundings and realized they had been transported to another dimension. If she had caused the relocation, she might also be the only one who could return them to the battlefield, but she doubted that even Boruto or Sasuke could send them back now. Meanwhile, Boruto and Sasuke, who had engaged Kaguya, were immobilized by Black Zetsu, hidden in the sleeves of her clothing. As he absorbed their chakra, Black Zetsu explained his long plan to resurrect Kaguya, tracing it back to after she had been sealed on the moon by her sons, Hagoromo and Himura. Obito hung back, thinking of a strategy to protect his comrades. Naruto, worried and frustrated at his inability to help, told his clone to go assist the real him. The clone reassured Naruto that the real Naruto could handle the situation, but Naruto still worried. At one point the scroll that had kept Kakashi and Sakura from falling tore, and they began to slip toward the lava. Naruto called their names in alarm. An Obito clone who had been keeping watch shot snake-like chakra from his sleeves and caught them both just in time. Naruto sighed in relief. Boruto and Sasuke freed themselves from Black Zetsu's hold and resumed the fight. Naruto created another clone to heal Obito. Boruto then used a distracting technique that drew Kagaya's attention and created an opening. Sato watched with an incredulous expression. As Naruto and Sasuke prepared to seal Kagaya, they were all suddenly sent into an ice dimension. Sato frowned at the new surroundings. At least here their feet were on solid ground and they were not in immediate danger of falling into lava. The clone who had been healing Namai and holding the others returned to help his original while Sasuke and Obito had been shifted again. Sato carried Namai and remembered what Madara had said earlier. A Jinchuriki whose tailed beast had been extracted was bound to die unless revived. Even though the clone had healed Namai, Sato feared it might not be enough. Burto did not possess the particular eye technique that would allow him to revive the dead. A brief neutral moment passed as everyone adjusted to the icy landscape and prepared for the next move. Sato worried that Obito, her brother, might still die. Naruto caught her attention and called to her. They stared into each other's eyes, and Naruto could see she remained anxious about the young girl. Kakashi set Obito down while he listened to Naruto speak to his daughter. Kakashi reassured Sato that the girl would be fine, though he admitted he could not be certain. Sato stated solemnly that the only way to save the girl was to seal the young half into her, and that they had to act quickly. Obito regained consciousness then, groaning as he covered his right eye. Naruto reacted in surprise, remembering that Obito had supposedly died. Obito looked between Kakashi and the others, his eyes widening as he realized something important when he saw Burto's clone nearby. He asked what had happened and reminded them that he had been expected to die. Burto's clone explained that he had been revived, and then recounted everything that had happened up to that point while they ran toward where the real Naruto was fighting. The clone also explained that Sasuke and Obito Senju had been sent to another dimension. Obito realized he would not have enough chakra to use Kamui to retrieve Sasuke and Obito Senju, especially if they were trapped in other dimensions. Sakura offered to help with her Byakugo technique. Burto's clone thanked her, and Obito replied that no thanks were necessary, noting that he had once shared a similar dream as a child and that he was Kakashi's comrade, a subordinate of her father, and an Uchiha like Sasuke. Sato trailed off and thanked him hesitantly. Obito told her there was no need to thank him for going to save her brother. Sato remained silent but continued to look at him intently. Sakura and Obito moved quickly to search for Sasuke and Obito Senju while Burto's clone acted as a decoy to keep Kagaya from noticing their plan. Naruto laid Namai on the ground and activated his Byakugo to heal her further. After a while, Sakura and Obito managed to retrieve Sasuke and Obito Senju, allowing the Uchiha boy and the Senju boy to assist Burto. Kagaya suddenly transported them all into another dimension again, this time one with massive gravity. Naruto had to stop healing Namai as she was pressed against the strange green ground and could hardly move. He struggled to stand, but the extreme gravity made it nearly impossible. Kagaya launched a devastating barrage of ashbone projectiles. Sasuke and Burto managed to dodge at first, but Kagaya unleashed a second volley designed to make evasion impossible. Obito and Kakashi saw that Sasuke and Burto would not be able to escape the attack, but they could not move quickly enough to intervene. They nonetheless succeeded in placing themselves between the teenagers and the attack to shield them. Obito Senju used his Rinnegan to push the assault away from himself. Obito used Kamui to redirect a portion of the incoming attack toward Kakashi just before he was struck himself, taking a heavy blow. Kakashi reacted in alarm and called to Obito. Obito urged Kakashi to stay where he was and not rush forward, explaining that Kakashi's power was still needed where he remained. Burto immediately began attempting to save Obito with all the means available. Sasuke tried to strike at Kagaya, but they were instantly pulled into another dimension again. In the other group, Namai finally regained consciousness, groaning as she struggled to open her eyes. Sakura noticed and moved to crouch beside her, helping her sit up because the Uzumaki girl was having trouble with even small movements. Namai covered her right eye in the same way Obito had, and Sakura approached with concern to check if she was all right. Namai did not answer immediately. She removed her hand from her face and looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings before focusing on Sakura. She asked where they were and what had happened. Sakura explained that after Namai had chosen to sacrifice herself to save Burto, Madara had tried to take Obito's Rinnegan, and then Burto and Sasuke had fought him. Madara had activated the infinite Tsukuyomi, trapping everyone in an illusion. They had waited for the moon to disappear to escape it. Sakura described how Madara had been attacked by Black Zetsu and then transformed into a new, more powerful form Kagaya, and that they were now all being pulled into dimensions to confront Burto, Obito, Senju, and Sasuke. Namai absorbed the flood of information and reflected that she had believed she would die. Sakura added that both Naruto and she had healed Namai with Byakugo, and that some of Kurama's chakra and chakra from other tailed beasts had been sealed within Namai so she would not die. Burto had also used his abilities to help heal her when Naruto and Sakura could not. Namai looked around and recognized Burto, Sasuke, Kakashi, Obito, Sato, Obito Senju, and Naruto, and then saw Kagaya looming in the distance. She asked if that being was Kagaya and learned that while the others did not fully understand who Kagaya really was, they agreed she possessed overwhelming power. Namai tried to stand but found her muscles too weak. She groaned in pain and clutched her arm. Elsewhere, Obito Senju observed that they had been in this place before and that Kagaya must have changed dimensions again. The group pressed on despite the shifting landscape, each determined to protect one another and to find a way to end the threat. Sasuke declared that he would be the diversion this time. Boruto looked back at Obito and acknowledged that Sasuke would go ahead. Sasuke then activated his Susanoo and launched an attack on Kagaya. Obito Senju moved to back him up, noticing that Boruto was out of the fight. Obito began to speak his final words to Boruto before he fell. Black Zetsu laughed at Obito's death, and Boruto shouted for him to stop. Sakura suddenly shouted to draw their attention, calling for the Fifth Lord and for Boruto. Everyone turned and saw that Akira had finally woken up. Naruto was surprised she had awakened so soon, then remembered that he had helped heal her. Naruto rushed to the two girls and called to his sister. Sakura observed that Akira could not stand. Naruto narrowed his eyes. When Akira tried to rise, an intense pain struck her abdomen. Mai noted that it was already a miracle Akira had woken at all. Mai could sense that her chakra reserves remained unusually low without Kurama's support. Akira insisted she did not need to be watched and glanced toward Kagaya. The goddess seized the opportunity and prepared to strike Boruto, Obito, and Sasuke. Naruto warned the three. They turned, dodged the attack, and readied their retaliation. Namai wanted to help but could not stand. She hated feeling useless and weak. She felt that although she might once have been close to death, now that she was alive she would not be a burden. If there was anything she could do, she would. She watched the three fighters to analyze their styles and confirmed Sakura was right, they were powerful, but in a difficult position. She would not let this woman touch her brother. Sato watched his brother and wondered how much longer he could hold out. Namai announced that even if she could no longer stand, she still possessed her father's chakra and her mother's ability. Naruto protested that she must not, but Namai insisted he would not stop her. Suddenly, golden chakra chains formed around Namai and shot toward Kagaya. Because Kagaya was focused on Naruto and Sasuke, the timing was right. Naruto called to Namai. Sakura stared with mounting worry, moved by Namai's readiness to risk herself to protect her brother. Kakashi and Sato watched helplessly as Namai remained on all fours, utterly focused. Kagaya avoided the golden chains with ease. Her ability to levitate made pursuit difficult. She regarded the chains as sealing chakra in a form she had not often encountered and felt a flicker of surprise. Sasuke, too, was surprised he had never seen anyone use those chains. Kagaya followed their origin and narrowed her eyes at Namai. Sakura decided to use her Byakugo to support Namai and help her reach Kagaya. Sasuke and Naruto launched another coordinated assault to distract Kagaya while Obito took a breath to recover. Kagaya cursed inwardly and then used a dimensional rift to vanish, taking everyone by surprise. Namai cried out in alarm. Sasuke quickly realized Kagaya planned a surprise attack and informed Boruto. Obito agreed, and Naruto understood as well. Not long after, Kagaya reappeared behind Sakura and prepared a lethal bone strike. Boruto reacted with alarm. Namai had a bad feeling but could not turn to look. She urged Sakura to move. The adults saw the impending danger and Naruto reacted with fear. Sakura seemed frozen, only able to glance helplessly. Before the strike could land, hands made of spiritual armor produced not by Sasuke but by Sato swept in and grabbed both Sakura and Namai. Kakashi and Naruto watched in stunned awe. Sato had saved them, placing them inside his spiritual armor beside himself. Sakura expressed gratitude, and Sato replied that comrades did not let one another die. He was surprised the maneuver had worked. He had used spiritual armor only a few times and felt drained, but he acted as any comrade would. Namai remained silent. Sato warned Namai that she should not be using her adamantine sealing chains, that she had been lucky to survive, and that although he understood her desire to help her brother, he could manage the fight without her risking herself. Namai demanded to be released and insisted that once she had started using the chains she would not stop. Sato agreed to release her after Sakura provided more chakra, since he could not sustain spiritual armor indefinitely. Sakura transferred chakra to Namai to replenish her. Kaguya tried to pierce Sato's spiritual armor with her bone weapon, but the attack failed to break through, and Sato countered. After a short while, Sato helped Akira out of his spiritual armor. Namai pledged that Kaguya would not escape the sealing chains this time. Sato's spiritual armor kept Kaguya occupied while Namai worked. Akira's adamantine sealing chains finally reached Kaguya, binding her wrists and wrapping around her form. Kaguya lashed out with her hair, but Sato's spiritual armor protected Akira. Akira warned Kaguya not to underestimate the Uzumaki's power as the chains secured the goddess. However, not long afterward, Namai felt a throbbing pain throughout her body and her heart faltered for a few seconds. She truly thought she was going to die this time. It grew harder and harder for her to maintain the grip of her sealing chains. She struggled not to collapse. Burto called out to his sister and wanted to rush toward her, but Sasuke stopped him. Sasuke told Burto not to worry and urged him and Naruto to seal Namai now while she could not move. Obito agreed with Sasuke, insisting this was their chance to finish the sealing. Namai shouted angrily that her sealing chains would not hold her forever and demanded they hurry. Sasuke urged Burto that it was now or never. Both men moved to seal Kaguya, but the sealing chains restraining her quickly vanished and the goddess was freed. As they prepared to perform the seal, Kaguya rose into the air out of their reach. Sakura then struck her from above, and because of Sakura's intervention they were finally able to complete the seal. Burto made sure to seal Black Zetsu with Kaguya this time. Afterward, all the tailed beasts were freed. Namai collapsed, but Sato caught her before her head could hit the ground. Burto ran to them and was soon joined by Sakura, Obito, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke. Burto reached to heal Namai again but realized he no longer had the powers granted by the Sage of the Six Paths. Sakura told Burto that she would heal Namai. Naruto explained that adamantine sealing chains consumed a significant amount of chakra and that the longer one used them, the more chakra one lost. He explained that this technique was primarily an Uzumaki ability and usually those users had tremendous chakra reserves and natural vitality. Namai, however, was only half Uzumaki and her Biju had been extracted, so this depletion of chakra was to be expected. Naruto placed his hands on Namai and began to heal her again. Sakura reacted with horror and asked how they were supposed to get out of the area now. Burto echoed her panic, pointing out that they were all trapped there. A short time later, they found themselves back on the battlefield. A few days had passed since the official end of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. Sasuke had been imprisoned in Konoha's jail, as had Naruto Yashigoro. Suigetsu, Yugo, and Karen had been released after a day because they had not committed the same offenses as those remaining imprisoned and had actually assisted during the war. Today, the 5 Kage were meeting in Konoha to discuss who should become the 6th Hokage and what to do about Sasuke, Naruto Yashigoro, and Kabuto. Orochimaru felt uneasy about his brother and worried that the others would disagree with his choice for the 6th Hokage. Tsunade placed a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder and reassured him that nothing would happen to his brother. She hugged him gently from behind, resting her head on his shoulder, and told him it was time to go. Orochimaru sighed and agreed to go. They entered the council room where all the Kage were already assembled with their bodyguards. Mei was accompanied only by Chojuro, as Ao had reportedly died in the war. Kimimaro and his son were also present. Orochimaru apologized for keeping them waiting and sat quickly. The Raikage told him sharply that they had been waiting long enough. Tsunade took a position behind Orochimaru, standing between Kimimaro and his son. Orochimaru began the discussion by summarizing the cases of Kabuto and Naruto Yashigoro. He described Naruto Yashigoro's attempt to destroy Konoha and his role in the death of the fourth Kazekage, but also noted that Naruto Yashigoro opposed the Akatsuki and was prepared to eliminate its members and had helped by reviving the 4 previous Hokage. Regarding Kabuto, Orochimaru said Kabuto had created Edo Tensei forces for the war but had also apparently saved Sasuke after Madara had struck him, which could be considered assistance. Mei said she had no personal grudge against them and suggested it would be acceptable for them to remain in prison for a while longer, but that they should be monitored closely. Gar agreed with the Mizukage's assessment. The Tsuchikage expressed the same view. The Raikage added that they must not attempt to leave Konoha again. Orochimaru felt relieved that his brother would not be killed and waited for the council to move on. Mei then summarized Sasuke's actions. He had left Konoha to kill his brother and become a rogue shinobi, formed a team called Hibi that became Taka after he killed his brother, briefly joined the Akatsuki and disrupted the Kage summit, and after the war had planned to kill the Kage to reform the shinobi system so innocent people would not die in vain. Despite these offenses, Mei acknowledged that Sasuke had helped greatly in the war and had freed everyone from the infinite Tsukuyomi. Orochimaru explained that the man genuinely wanted to atone for his sins, crediting Burto for guiding him, and suggested giving him a second chance so he could make amends. Gar was the first to agree with Orochimaru. The Tsuchikage said he had nothing personal against the man and agreed as well. The Mizukage voiced the same sentiment. The Raikage was more reluctant and insisted on a PRD of detention. After some back and forth, Orochimaru compromised on 2 months of confinement. Orochimaru then moved the discussion to the matter of succession, announcing that he intended to step down and become a scientist at the new research facility. Tsunade recommended Kakashi for the next Hokage, while Orochimaru recommended Obito Senju, praising Obito's intelligence and strength despite his youth. Gaara supported Obito, noting his crucial role in the war. The other Kage debated the merits. Temari emphasized Obito's wartime contributions and leadership potential. The Mizukage preferred Kakashi for his maturity but conceded that Obito had proven himself, and that Tsuchikage deferred to the opinions of the Mizukage and Kazekage. The Raikage expressed a preference for Kakashi but acknowledged that the final decision belonged to Orochimaru. With the council's input, Orochimaru officially named Obito Senju as the 6th Hokage. Some time later, preparations began for another important event. It was a beautiful spring day on March 23rd, and the cherry blossoms were in full bloom. Everyone had gathered for the wedding of Burto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga. The old Team 11 was present except for Sasuke, who was still traveling the world after his release. Gifts for the couple were arranged on a table by the entrance. Obito and his wife Kiyomi presented a photo book of memories from before and after the war. Obito and Kiyomi had been married 2 months earlier. Kanomaru went around recording messages from Burto and Hinata's friends and family to compile as a wedding gift. The guests chatted and waited for the ceremony, everyone delighted for the couple. Obito and Kiyomi exchanged a few quiet comments about their honeymoon, agreeing that the month-long trip to the hot springs had been pleasant and that they appreciated Orochimaru's recommendation for the destination. Taiya, known for her flute playing, provided the wedding music. Her summoned creatures moved gracefully to the melody rather than fighting. Taiya and her attendants had been permitted to attend under careful supervision, provided they caused no trouble. Burto and Hinata walked down the aisle hand in hand as the crowd cheered warmly. Orochimaru presided over the ceremony and asked each of them whether they would take the other as their spouse. Burto affirmed his commitment, and Hinata answered with a radiant smile, accepting in return. Orochimaru then gave them permission to share their first moment as a married couple. Burto gave Hinata a gentle, heartfelt kiss, and the guests erupted in even louder cheers. Obito expressed his delight at seeing the couple married. Kiyomi suggested they could leave when the ceremony concluded and hoped the newlyweds would enjoy the gift. Obito agreed and mentioned that they had celebrated with a party after their own wedding, wondering whether Burto and Hinata might do the same. The atmosphere remained joyful as friends and family began to celebrate the new marriage. By now they were still following Danzo's trail through the falling snow. Kimimaro asked Orochimaru who the masked man could be if he was not the real Madara. Orochimaru admitted he did not know and thought it unlikely the man was related to Madara, since Madara's brother was dead and had no descendants. Naruto pointed out that the Uchiha clan had been nearly wiped out, leaving only Kiko and Sasuke. Kimimaro suggested the possibility that another survivor had escaped the massacre, but Orochimaru said he doubted it while acknowledging they could not be certain yet. They ran until Orochimaru suddenly stopped, sensing the chakra he had felt before the masked man's chakra. Kimimaro asked what was wrong, and Naruto told them the masked man was close, near where Danzo and Sasuke were. Orochimaru confirmed he had expected this and urged them not to waste time. They continued toward the disturbance. When they arrived, Orochimaru saw Sasuke facing Danzo, fury written in his stance. Sasuke vowed revenge and charged Danzo without hesitation. Orochimaru worried that if Sasuke killed one of Konoha's elders, he would only invite greater trouble, it would not bring his brother back. He understood the anger driving Sasuke but knew he might need to intervene if things went too far. As Orochimaru prepared to step into the fight, Tobi challenged him, insisting this was Sasuke's battle and that Orochimaru should stay out of it. Orochimaru snapped that he was going to help his student and told Tobi to leave him alone. He resented the uneasy familiarity he felt toward the masked man but refused to be deterred. Orochimaru moved down toward the fray. Kimimaro asked where he was going, and Orochimaru replied that he was going to deal with the fight and told Naruto to stay above. Naruto called him reckless but said he would not stop him. Sasuke struck Danzo hard and for a moment Danzo seemed defeated, but then Danzo reappeared as if the strike had not ended him. Orochimaru recognized the signs of a forbidden technique at work and decided to act. When Sasuke faltered and appeared unable to move, Orochimaru leapt in and used a striking shadow technique against Danzo to prevent him from finishing Sasuke. Danzo accused Orochimaru of being unfit to lead, calling him a fool for protecting a perceived threat to the village. Orochimaru dismissed the accusation and rolled his eyes. Danzo retorted that nobody wanted to hear his taunts and insulted him, implying he was shaped by his lineage. Orochimaru turned away when a tremendous surge of chakra struck the area. Orochimaru's eyes widened as Sasuke activated his Susanoo. He quickly moved out of its path. The Susanoo was even stronger than before. Sasuke fired an arrow at Danzo, but the projectile was deflected by a huge tree. Karen observed that the real Danzo had appeared and that the technique he had been using had ended, leaving him temporarily vulnerable. Sasuke attacked again, but Danzo reappeared in a different position as the battle continued. Orochimaru noticed a sudden, ominous shift in Danzo's posture and recognized the preparations for a summoning jutsu. Naruto warned Sasuke that Danzo was about to perform a summoning jutsu.